This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate what if kid Naruto befriended Itachi and Shisui. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Not wasting no more time. Let's start the story.
The sun was shining through the windows of the Hokage mansion on a sweltering summer day in the village hidden in the leaves. The graduation ceremony is in an hour. Minato muses as his son, who finished first in his class along with Itachi's younger brother and Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, graduates today. The thought, "I'll have to finish these teams later," prompts him to get up, put on his Hokage hat, and go meet Kushina and Naruto. "Yandai a moment," he says, pausing as he sees Danzo coming. Ever since he first met him, he has never trusted Danzo. "I was wondering when you would be sending the files of the students being brought into route to my office," asks the elder. Danzo pushed to have them executed as traitors in order to prevent their Sharingan from slipping into enemy villages after Fugaku was disregarded in favor of himself because the Uchiha and the fourth Hokage had stated a wish to sever ties from the leaf. Before Fugaku himself arrived to meet and discuss new terms, this act was on the verge of becoming a reality. Rewind. Danzo protested, "Absolutely not, your clan has earned these restrictions for a reason." It was true that the Uchiha had always been distant, and the villagers had mistrusted the clan as a whole because of the second Hokage's mistrust of them and their position as the village's police. He looks directly at Minato and says, "But we now know that we will always be seen as outsiders. If you truly wish for us to remain, at least give us our privacy. You don't spy on the Hyuga or Nara clan. We have served the village's interest for decades, and we have allowed you to spy on our clan even our most intimate moments." Fugaku continues, with his son Itachi standing behind him. He wanted his son to see how the elders treat their clans in order to prepare him for his future role as clan head. After years of trying to get Uchiha into his foundation, Danzo says, "There is a reason. Your clan has tried usurping power before. You act in your own self-interest and care nothing for the future of this village. However, because of the Hiruzen, the Uchiha were able to govern themselves and were therefore immune to the ideology of clans giving up a child to root. When we try to extend an olive branch, you slap it away and make demands. Well, no more. I am making the demands." Fugaku raises his arms in surrender. The other council members were about to voice their thoughts when Hiruzen asked, "Lord Fourth, what is your take on these matters?" But the former Kage knew they agreed with Danzo. Minato had to make the correct decision. Fugaku. "I consider us friends. Makoto has helped Kushina with the trials of pregnancy in ways I could never do." He starts off with a personal statement, saying, "I agree that it's been a long, rough relationship between your clan and this village. It's time we bring an end to the hostility." He says gravely, "As of this moment all cameras within the Uchiha compound will be deactivated." He ignores his advisor's objections, saying, "However, if you want to become involved in the politics of the village, you must surrender the Uchiha's right to govern its own. Our choices should affect all who call the village home." Fugaku nod. Minato pauses as Danzo says, "If you all agree to these conditions, then I call the meeting." As Fugaku activates his Sharingan in rage, the elder man smirks slightly and asks, "This is your son, am I right?" He looks at the boy and says, "I have heard he is already a genin despite being so young." His eyes flash to the Uchiha clan leader. If the Uchiha are coming into the inner folds of the village, then by village rights the clan must hand over a child for the root OP. With his son firmly behind him, he growls, "How dare you? Itachi is the future of the Uchiha. I will not give you any child from my clan. We are not the Nara, Aburame, or Yamanaka," he declares. When Fugaku realizes he has been duped, Danzo knows how he will react and acts accordingly. Then the situation does not change, he says firmly. This response clearly shows the Uchiha are hiding something, Lord Fourth, and must not be trusted, he adds. He turns to Danzo and asks, "Have you been using the Root Op initiative to take children from the clans of this village?" Danzo shrinks a little as Minato responds, "That initiative only applies during war." Lord Fugaku's anger is that of a father protecting his son, he says, surprising both of them. "I have only recently become a father myself, so I understand this and will not punish him for it. The need for strong shinobi will always be high. In times of peace we must gather our forces in preparation for when war inevitably breaks out," Danzo says. "Shinobi like yourself, Minato, are once on a lifetime, but the majority of shinobi are common at best. My root agents will carry out any task without fail. They don't look for fame or glory. Protecting this village is their only objective, he says. Having previously dealt with Root during the war, Minato adds, and they would kill every person who lives here to protect its secrets. Tomorrow morning I want a full listing of all the children you have taken. They will be returned to their clans along with a personally apology from you. Minato says while glaring at Danzo. Failure to do so will result in you being exiled from this village and placed in the bingo book. Of course, Lord Fourth, Danzo says, apologizing for his defeat, for the time being. End of flashback _ Minato greeted some of the villagers as he traveled to the academy. He could easily identify his wife from anywhere because of her stunning red hair and the fact that she had Ibiki in a headlock. She tells the stunned audience, don't ask such personal questions again, as they attempt to ignore the small red-headed man who chokes out the most intimidating-looking man in the village. Kushina, Minato says, and then she yells in shock and knocks the man to the ground. What's going on? She asks. She says, blushing from being caught in the act, nothing, just a personal disagreement, shortly after the other parents arrived and the ceremony started. I think they called out the top students last, right? She asks, and Minato nods as each student waits for their name to be called. She's the girl who stalks our son, Kushina says with a smile. Hinata Hyuga. It's adorable, she squeals. He asks, Naruto doesn't know. She sighs, Naruto doesn't care. Sakura Haruno. The student with the pink hair exclaims as she nervously enters the stage. I didn't expect to get so embarrassed, she thinks as she turns to face the top male students waiting for their turn. She mentally repeats. Sasuke is staring in my general direction. After taking her headband and certificate, she exits the stage and enters her class. Sasuke Uchiha. The calm and collected Uchiha enters the stage, glances around and notices that only his mother and father are there. Must still be on a mission, he muses before taking his certificate and headband and entering the classroom. As her son takes center stage, Kushina yells, Naruto Namikaze. Our boy looks so handsome and strong. She exclaims, pulling on Minato's sleeve. I bet he is as fast as you, she adds, picking up a rock. Don't risk it, it's his big day and we don't want to ruin it. Minato tries to stop her, but the proud mother won't have any of it. In her eyes, Naruto would easily catch the stone even with his hands full and distracted. She threw the stone as hard as she could and exclaimed, show them how amazing you are, Naruto. Her broad smile turned to horror when the stone struck her son's head, causing him to drop his headband and certificate. As Kushina reflects on her error, time slows down. Oh my god, what have done? I've killed him, what was I thinking? I just had to do. The moment's horror transforms into bewilderment as Naruto vanishes in a cloud of smoke. What the hell was that stone made? She asks. Minato draws everyone's attention by saying, it wasn't a stone. It was a shadow clone. It's similar to the clone jutsu except it makes a solid clone, he explains. But, where is the real Naruto? He asks. The woods. Naruto sighs as he turns back to the boards and looks back at the village. Mom. You are too much sometimes, he thinks. He knew he would be held accountable for missing the ceremony, but he didn't see the point in going. It was a waste of time. He creates the hand signs. Ranton. Raises Sakasu. Rat, tiger, dog, snake, and dragon. And then shoots a volley of beams at the targets, destroying them. As expected from the Yondaime's son, Naruto says as he looks up to see Uchiha staring at him. Itachi, also known as the Crow, and Shisui, also known as the Body Flicker, are both there. As Itachi looks at the blonde boy who was exactly like Minato, Shisui smirks and asks, skipping your graduation ceremony. Sound familiar, Itachi? Rewind. Minato, Fugaku and Itachi were left alone after the other elders left the meeting. Fugaku bows and says, thank you, Yondaime. I let that man get under my skin, Minato says with a small smile. Minato turns to Itachi and says, I've heard a lot about you from the academy, Itachi. Believe it or not, he does mean well, he truly wants peace. But he is from a different era where peace and control were the same thing. The young Uchiha gives the blonde a nervous look. They said you graduated in 2 months? Minato chuckles as Fugaku brags, my boy is a true prodigy, like none I've ever seen. I dare say he will surpass even you, Lord Fourth. Minato approaches the boy and says, then I have a mission for you, Itachi. Itachi asks innocently, "What is it?" Itachi nods as he says, "Protect this village and the future generations." "I will." End of flashback underscore. When Itachi realized Naruto wasn't like his father, Minato gave him the motivation to become Hokage one day. Naruto didn't enjoy the ceremony, so he skipped it. When he says, "Your father wants to see you," Naruto scoffs, pulls out a Raijin kunai, and throws it into the forest. Shisui chuckles a little as Naruto smirks and says, "If His Highness wants to talk, let him come find me. I'm still surprised you Uchiha can climb trees," he says, perplexing them. "The way Sasuke goes on about how oppressed your clan is, I thought you were all nailed to the ground," he adds. Shisui forms the tiger, dog, and rat hand signals and Naruto smirks as he says, "Maybe we left those shoes at home so we would be able to keep up with you. Like father like son." "Smart," was all that was said as Shisui called forth 15 afterimage clones and Naruto dispersed numerous marked kunai throughout the area. "Naruto is as strong as I expected," he thinks, adding that speed alone isn't enough to defeat Shisui. Itachi's ability to keep up with the two sparring competitors was solely made possible by the Sharingan. In order to corner the blonde, Shisui starts using his clones to travel to each kunai and destroy them as Naruto appears. However, he was caught off guard when he got to the first kunai, which he threw on its own. He knew the boy intended to use it as an escape route, but he was too close to avoid it when senbon scattered all over the place, pinning the wildlife in place. Itachi jumps down when Naruto asks, "Are you called Crow because you can fly?" while holding one of the remaining kunai. Shisui chops Itachi on the back of the neck before he can question him, causing his body to go limp as he faints. "You are indeed skilled. I see why Sasuke considers you a rival, but like Sasuke you have one fatal flaw," Itachi says. To his fellow Uchiha, he says, "You let your guard down." Shisui says, "Yeah," and takes the senbon from his arm. "Had this been a fight to the death?" he asks, but Itachi interrupts. Pulling one of the senbon from his friend's back, Itachi says, "You would have taken him seriously." That attack was clever, he acknowledges, but something like that would put his team in danger too. "I heard Naruto is the only person who scored lower than Sasuke when it came to team assignments." Shisui states that picking up the child. It'll be interesting to see who he gets teamed up with. Interesting indeed. The Namikaze home with her hands on her hips, Kushina asks, "Do you know how worried I was? And how disrespectful it is to your classmates?" She starts to pace. Minato had made the decision to stand aside and wait for Naruto to use a single sentence to derail his mother. His beloved wife starts to stumble for an answer as Minato gets ready to intervene. Who throws a stone at the child's head intentionally? He asks. He sits next to his son and Kushina takes the opposite side. "From today on the training wheels are off. You are by all accounts an adult. The safety of this village is in your hands," Minato says, observing his son first before placing the headband on his lap. "Those who graduated with you will be who you go on missions with, whose lives will be in your hands, and whose hands will hold your life." As Kushina gently combs Naruto's hair, she says, "As strong as you are, you can't do everything alone and even if you could, you shouldn't. I want you to make friends and fill your room with pictures of a happy life," she says, and he gives the headband another thoughtful glance. Team, friends, safety of the village, huh? The academy. The graduates were placed in a separate room from the repeating students. They would be divided into 3-person teams and given Jonin instructors today. As usual, Naruto and Sasuke sat next to each other. "I heard you picked a fight with members of my clan Namikaze," Sasuke says, grinning. "And you got creamed." Naruto yawns and sarcastically remarks, "Your clan must be so proud," while Sasuke glares. "It took your brother, and a famous elite to bring down a graduate from the academy." As Iruka enters to silence the commotion, Sasuke responds, "If you think they took you seriously then you are deluded." A few of the non-clan genin were surprised when he said, "Congratulations to you all, you are now genin." While the lowest rank a shinobi holds, it is the start to what will hopefully be a long successful career. However, as you are all inexperienced you will be paired into groups of 3 under the command of a Jonin sensei, he says. As anticipated, the clan remembered genin were aware. Sasuke Uchiha was called out, and the raven-haired genin stood up. "Sakura Haruno," he said, and the pink Haired Kunoichi jumped to her feet in celebration. And Naruto Namikaze, he said, and the room fell silent as Naruto got up. Your Jonin is late so you can wait here, he concluded. 3 by 3 genin were escorted out of the room by their Jonin. The 3 were left to wait after all the names had been called and the teams had split up. I wonder where this guy is? Sakura asks, sitting as close to Sasuke as she can, and he gives her a small sigh. Who knows, maybe it's a test, he wants to see how long we wait for him, she suggests. Naruto makes his way to the door after Sasuke remarks, that's stupid. We could be training or something, instead we're just wasting time. He opens the door and says, then there's only one solution. He is met by a familiar face that is covered. Kakashi. You're our sensei? He asks. When he notices that Naruto is 2 hours late, Kakashi says, good to see you are as patient as ever. Or, oops, he coughs. Anyway, head up to the roof and we will continue there. He vanishes in a cloud of smoke. The roof? Sakura asks in shock. How did we beat him up here? He has vanished once more. Is this guy for real? She asks, tapping her foot. She hears Kakashi say, I'd like to think so. He's holding some groceries when he says, anyway, I'd like for you all to introduce yourselves and tell us a little something about yourself. He hears Sakura say, well, can you go first? Maybe give us an example. All right. My name is Kakashi Hitaki, and I have hobbies and dreams, none of which matter to you, he says, causing Sakura to perspire. His words, you first pink, cause Sasuke to clear her throat. She looks at Sasuke, who doesn't seem to notice, and says, my name is Sakura Haruno. There is someone I like. She blushes at her Uchiha teammate and says, I hope to marry him and maybe start a family. Kakashi turns to face Naruto as he says, my name is Sasuke Uchiha. There are a lot of people and things that irritate me, and very few things that I like. He goes on, I want to surpass my brother as heir to the Uchiha clan head. Kakashi nods as he states plainly, my name is Naruto Namikaze, I don't have any dreams. I like training and ramen. Kakashi leaves the 3 of them alone after saying, good, bring your gear to training ground 7 at dawn, make sure not to eat any breakfast. Naruto waves the 2 of them off, saying, see you tomorrow. He made the decision to be kind to whoever he was paired with, which was obviously Sasuke and one of his fangirls. Sasuke turns and walks away, saying, yeah, it will be interesting to see how you fight without restrictions. What does he mean? Sakura asks anxiously, and Naruto gives her a puzzled look. She had just realized that he was referring to sparring. It was probably Kakashi testing their skills to determine where they would need to concentrate. She could hit the target with a kunai and was skilled at shaping chakra, but she never really practiced outside of school, and now she was on a team with the best pupils in the school. He smirks as he sees her pale before rushing off to get ready, thinking, she'll be fun to torment. See ya tomorrow, Sakura, Naruto says, adding, remember not to eat breakfast. Kakashi must have quit Anbu if he's taking a genin team. He smirks as he walks down Konoha's main street. Interesting, after returning home, Naruto picked up his bag of equipment and thought, I'll get some training in before I get some Ichiraku. He also considered changing into his shinobi uniform because it was more durable and mission appropriate. He smirks as he leaves through the front door, thinking, nah, save them for tomorrow. He is wearing a basic orange t-shirt and black pants, has tied a small pouch to his right thigh, and has tied his forehead protector around his forehead, combing his fringe slightly so it won't be under the cloth. Kushina shouts, your dinner is just ready, while stirring a pot. You can train after, she adds, but he ignores her as she leaves. He closes the door after saying, I'll eat while I'm out. Minato sighs and considers pursuing him, but changes his mind after noticing how nearly Kushina broke the wooden spoon she was holding. But he was aware that Naruto would only return if forced to. Minato remarks, now that he is a genin he has a ton of responsibility. You can't baby him forever. Naruto has always been independent Kushina. Ever since he first learned to walk he has been going at his own pace. He smiles, and she gives him a look that says, the hell I can't. She sighs as he suggests, let's give him some space for now until he figures out a routine. Before returning to the kitchen, she sags in defeat and says, yeah, you're right. It feels like Naruto doesn't even need me anymore. For anything you know, Minato hears her trembling breath and gives her a quick hug from behind. Sorry, I know he's growing up, but can't he just be our son a little longer? He asks. He jokes, getting a small but loving laugh, he'll always be our son. Nothing will change that, and I have the cast that I wore when you broke my wrist during labor to prove it. The compound known as Uchiha Shisui sighs happily after finishing his meal and remarks, I do love the pork from that restaurant. I am still amazed there is a student like Naruto. He should have graduated a long time before today, he says, massaging the band-aids on his arm. As he watches his younger brother train in the field near their home, Itachi remarks, times of war cause students to graduate earlier. He was fortunate. Being skilled in school and being battle-ready are two different mindsets. Still being on the same team as Sasuke will benefit them both, he says, and the older Uchiha nods. They both stop when they hear a new female voice say, Itachi. Uchiha. Izumi Uchiha, a chunin and police officer, is standing behind them with her hands on her hips. Itachi averts his gaze as she asks, aren't you forgetting something? He says, I must be, and she nearly trips over his casual admission. Was it about your promotion trial? He asks, and she nods. She says, you said you'd help me prepare, and he looks at Shisui, who chuckles. The teleported person pats his friend on the back and teases, enjoy your date, saying, such a heartbreaker, Itachi. Izumi turns to face him. She responds, be careful not to challenge any more genin, one might actually score a decisive blow, while giving him a victorious wink. Shisui, he sighs, the whole village knows I almost lost to a rookie. He turns to see Sasuke congratulating him on becoming a genin, and Sasuke nods, asking, what's up? May I ask? He asks. Shisui nods, finding it easier to nod than to explain the differences. Can I spar with you? I need to tune my Sharingan to be able to follow you when you teleport, he explains. I need help training, Sasuke says. You use teleporting like the Hokage and Naruto. Shisui thinks, I could warn him, but seeing Naruto in action will teach him more than I could by telling him. He's practicing to face Naruto. But Naruto's speed is only part of his ability. He smiles and says, let's go then, this will help you with more than teleportation, guiding Sasuke to a training field. Training ground for Team 7 Naruto stood in the middle of the lake, concentrating his chakra. During his first year, he was classified as a sensory-type shinobi, but he hardly used it. Nevertheless, he was able to sense each person's chakra in the village, and two signatures near him said, Hinata and Sakura are watching me, huh? He decides to ignore them for the time being. Time for a little dual ninjutsu practice, he thinks, forming the tiger, snake, rat, snake, and tiger hand signs. Sweden. Suijin Heki no Jutsu. Water is blown out from the mouth and raised from below with tremendous might, and the water is blown out in a circle around the user. The attack has become stronger because of the lake water. As he continues to practice jutsu, he forms the monkey, ox, boar, and tiger hand signs. Reiso Gakishin. He releases a discharge of electricity that fires several destructive discs of electricity that follow the flow of the water formation, but the attacks don't gel, causing an explosion that sends the blonde into the air. He lands next to the lake and says, I should get something to eat, putting his hand on his stomach. I guess they aren't interested in talking to me, he shrugs before leaving. Nope, those two don't work either, he sighs. I still need to study on lightning style. Sakura and Hinata. Sakura asks, Hinata, why are you watching him? Expecting Hinata to ask her the same thing. Both Naruto and Sasuke are training for tomorrow. I need to do something as well, she says. The Hyuga remarks, I wish I could be like that, but Sakura doesn't get it. Naruto has a huge shadow in the form of his father. Lord Fourth is a well-known and feared shinobi. Yet Naruto trains without letting it get to him, she says, shocking the pink-haired girl. Naruto knows we were watching, she says. The morning after, Sasuke and Sakura's shinobi attire matched their school attire, while Naruto's was entirely different. He wore black shorts, a small pouch with some ninja tools attached to his left leg, a long, sleeved orange under armor shirt with a high collar, taped forearms and calves, and style shin pads covering most of his legs under the kneecap, and bracelets on his wrists. As per his order, none of the genin had eaten breakfast, and the signs of hunger were evident on all three. So, Sasuke, do you train well? Sakura, Did you learn anything from watching me train? Naruto asks, and Uchiha nods. She shakes her head as he grins. Did she also observe you? If you needed pointers, you should have asked. Who knows what Kakashi will be throwing at us? Sasuke asks, and Sakura sags even more. Sakura is shocked by his remark. As he flashes 2 bells, he calls out to them, "Very noble Sasuke. But in hindsight you'll be glad she didn't, because you see the goal of this test is to obtain one of these," he says, adding, "Of course one of you will fail." Naruto can sense the smirk behind the mask. How does the individual who doesn't receive a bell fare? Kakashi fastens them to his belt as Sasuke inquires, "Or if none of us can get one?" He continues. The 3 of them feel the pressure as he says, "Well, if you don't get a bell, you better come at me like you want to kill me." Well, the person who doesn't get a bell will be sent back to the academy for another year, but if none of you get a bell by lunch, then all of you return to the academy, he says, and the 3 vanish into the trees to plot their attacks. I know that book. Someone actually reads it. Kakashi starts reading after pulling out his copy of Makeout Tactics. With a disgusted expression on his face, Naruto hears multiple shurikens slicing through the air in the direction of the Jonin. He leaps over them, but not before he sees Sasuke's foot swing in the direction of his head. Kakashi remarks, "Fast," but he is able to block the attack. Sasuke lands on his hands, spinning his hip, which forces Kakashi to grab it. Knowing that Kakashi's hands are too busy to use his legs to fend off his attempt to grab a bell, Sasuke leaps up to grab one, but Kakashi uses his momentum to throw him up into the air before kicking him, sending him flying back into a tree. "Impressive work, Sasuke, you came close on your first try," Kakashi says of the young Uchiha. As he inhales, Kaden Gokakyu no Jutsu, he forms the snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger hand signs and exhales a medium-sized fireball that impresses Kakashi as he lunges out of the way before vanishing underground. I can see him with my... He is interrupted when 2 hands seize his ankles and drag him underground, exposing only his head. Kakashi starts to say, "You are skilled, Sasuke, but you lack a fundamental trait to succeed," but the Raijin Kunai interrupts. "Naruto's next," he says, raising his fists as Naruto suddenly appears, kicks him in the forearms, sending him back, and then throws 3 kunai into the ground, where he lands. The fact that 3 shadow clones appear at each kunai, preparing the same attack, surprises him even more, already working on his plan from watching Sasuke's attempt. If Naruto had a Sharingan, he would be even more formidable, he thinks. So he does have one. The 3 clones utter the words, Ranten, Reiza Sakasu no Jutsu, before launching a vicious attack with their formidable jutsu. Akeke Genkai is owned by Naruto. Sasuke, who witnessed the revelation firsthand, is left speechless, but both genin are taken aback to see a dome-shaped wall where Kakashi had landed. Sasuke warns, "Naruto beneath you," and then Kakashi emerges from the underground, quickly displacing Naruto. "You warned him, but why?" he asks curiously. Could Sasuke be on to the true intentions of this test? He had been placed in charge of a team, and each time they all acted independently, and threw each other under just to get ahead, and even resorted to attacking one another. He sent every team he has been placed in charge of back to the academy, and they have all quit being shinobi. Yet now Uchiha was the first person to act in the aid of his teammate. Perhaps there are more Uchiha like Obito, he thinks. Sasuke remarks, "I guess this is a team test. Hopefully you can figure it out, Naruto. Who knows, I'd rather see you taken down a peg over Naruto ending up like me," he muses, glancing in Naruto's direction. Sakura and Naruto. A test with the team? Now it makes sense. 2 bells would throw us off and act on our own. But doing so right after pairing us up makes no sense, she asks, and he nods. "It's your job to get the bells," Naruto says, unexpectedly. "My first attack had a second motive. I placed my mark on his arm. Now I can teleport to his side with the bells," he says, and she nods. "However, he will be expecting me to have done so and will be prepared to counter. So instead I will distract him and my clone will teleport you beside him once I have his arms pinned," he says. "What occurs if it is unsuccessful? I won't let you down," she says, and Naruto merely makes a clone. He nods, draws out 2 kunai, and rushes in Kakashi's direction. He was aware that Naruto had probably tagged him at some point. "Sakura, what is your goal by waiting?" You can't get a bell watching, Kakashi sighs, his eyes widening as he realizes their plan. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he says, forming the clone hand sign. Naruto throws a kunai next to Sasuke and remarks, damn, he figured it out. Sakura appears behind Kakashi as planned, but Kakashi's clone quickly stops her from taking the bells, teleporting her away before Naruto can take Sasuke. Kakashi grinned and said, all in the matter of a few seconds. Naruto is as fast as his father. Although they had all, in a sense, passed his test, he chose to see if they would solidify his belief that they were his team. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto scratches his chin and says, I have another plan that might work. Sasuke leans in to offer his opinion. By charging in alone, he figured I would teleport Sakura behind him and created a clone. Kakashi is too battle experienced for sneak attacks. Itachi told me he worked under Kakashi during his Anbu days, so Kakashi is highly skilled at stealth. He says, all three of us need to charge him in order to lower his guard. The two alpha. Like Genin gaze at Sakura as she confesses, fortunately, I have some kunai. It's the only training I could do on my own. Naruto starts, then listen to me out. You also possess the lightning nature chakra, correct? He turns to Sasuke, who nods. Then I'll give you a jutsu that will catch him off, he says, then turns to Sakura. She nods in response to, have your kunai ready. Kakashi as Sakura and Sasuke flee in the opposite direction. Kakashi sees Naruto with two clones running alongside him. Naruto must have used one of his old kunai to teleport them behind me. Clever, he thinks, forming clones to catch the two behind him. You are quite the traction, Naruto, but I've been trained by Minato Sensei too, so I know all the jutsu you do, he says, and Naruto smirks. As his clones prepare Kekkei Genkai, Naruto declares, I'm not my father. However, before they launch, they switch places with Sasuke and Sakura, surprising him as his own clones are blasted away. Naruto then throws a normal kunai in Kakashi's direction in an attempt to get him to turn to Sasuke, which he did. Raiden Raikochu is uttered by Sasuke, who has already formed the hand signs for the ram, horse, snake, and tiger. Kakashi tries to hide as a blinding light captures him. Genjutsu. He believes he hears the ping of the bells, so he goes to grab them but realizes they're gone. Looks like you figured it out, he says, and the three nod. A time may come on a mission where you may be forced to choose between the goal and your comrade, he says, but those who abandon a mission are scum. But those who abandon a comrade are worse than scum. I don't want a team of genin who will look out for themselves. He crosses his arms. You three have shown that when push comes to shove you will band together, and as a result you completed the mission. He pauses. However, you did run out of time. He smirks. So by the rules. He begins, but Naruto interrupts. Kakashi goes white as Naruto crosses his arms and says, I'll tell my mom you were reading Jiraiya's book. You all passed. Congratulations. He abruptly shifts his tone, and the three genin give each other a celebratory high five. Rule 1. Never piss off Kushina, he swears. Within the village, Sakura stands between the two boys and says, I'm glad we passed. Although I wasn't much help, she says, with a sad expression on her face. You guys are amazing though, she says, turning to face Naruto. I've never seen a Kekkei Genkai before, she adds, and Naruto shrugs. Naruto remarks, I was lucky. The Uchiha are all born with one. Sasuke yawns and grins slightly, saying, I'm still glad it helped. Who's up for ramen? Do you have anything better to do? He asks, and Sasuke shrugs. Sure, not like I've eaten yet anyway. Sakura looks at Sasuke. We should help you form a training routine. He says unexpectedly, it's too late for you to train to be able to fight beside us, but perhaps we can figure a better skill for you to learn and help the team in another way. Like what? She asks as they enter the restaurant, taking a seat. She never gave much of a thought on what kind of a kunoichi she would be. Sasuke comes from the most powerful clan in the village, while Naruto is the son of the strongest shinobi in the village. Each had jutsu they inherited, but her parents were only genin level 2. Both retired due to lack of skill, and now she would likely follow them if she wasn't careful. It was Naruto that caught her attention. He's talking about medical ninjutsu. He states, and Sasuke nods. So the best option that will benefit the team is for you to become a medic, he says, glancing at her. In the academy, you scored a perfect score in chakra control, he says, noting that she even outperformed Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto scoffs as she explains, medical ninjutsu. But that will take time for me to study. And we will be starting missions tomorrow, she adds. He looks over his shoulder and sees Kakashi heading to the Hokage Tower. If I know my father, it won't matter how strong we get. He's a coward, Naruto says, crossing his arms. I've heard that genin get chores as missions at the beginning, so you'll have plenty of time. He believes the last part is not to disparage his father in public. For the first time since she met them, she could see that they were normal boys in their hearts. Anyway, pick up a medical book on the way how and read it through, Sasuke says, almost ordering Sakura, who nods. They then order their food while chatting casually about other things. She believes that, I promise to do my part, after witnessing them argue about a pointless issue and then chuckle. Office of the Hokage Minato asks, a little taken aback, so they passed with flying colors. Kakashi nods, and Minato adds, I'm glad I made you his mentor, Kakashi. Kakashi then moves forward. He is already strong enough to apply for the Chunin exams, and by the time they're here I believe Sasuke will be ready as well. Kakashi says, and from what I heard at Ichiraku's, Sakura will be attempting to learn medical ninjutsu. It's amazing how fast they clicked, he says. They all have something to prove, Minato says, which is the main reason he paired them all up. Like Naruto, Sakura is not from a shinobi clan, but Naruto is a genius in both written and practical jutsu, so she needs to prove more so to herself she can become a top shinobi. He starts, Sasuke is kind of like Obito, coming from the Uchiha clan causes people to expect a lot from him, and even though his skills and grades are high, they're common when paired with Itachi. He needs to show he is more than Itachi's little brother. He pauses, gazing at a photo of him, Kushina, and a younger Naruto, all of them smiling and happy. Naruto isn't the person who needs to prove anything. Rather, he is a person who I need to prove myself to, the Hokage sighs. Kakashi acknowledges, I don't follow you, sensei. What did Minato have to prove to Naruto? He knew Minato had flaws, but he never imagined that they would have anything to do with his family. Is being Hokage having a negative effect on him? Minato shakes his head in response to his question. The blonde says, you see, one day when I was training Naruto, he got badly hurt when he attempted to use his Kekkei Genkai. Instead of being a teacher, I reacted like a father. And in doing so, Minato starts, and Kakashi nods, yeah, storm release. Minato is shocked to see that Kakashi knows, but then smiles, so Naruto mastered it on his own after all. Made Naruto hate me, rewind 5 years ago. As he places his hand on the smiling boy's head, Minato remarks, very good Naruto, observing his son with 2 clones. With this and the speed you are picking up my teleporting techniques, I'll be able to retire and let you be Hokage. Are you sure I can be as strong as you? Minato was certain that Naruto would outshine his father, despite the boy's naive admiration for him. In response to his statement, of course, let's see what mom is up to and you can show her how strong you are, Naruto abruptly dashes in front of him. They told us that I have 2 natures, water and lightning, and that I also have a Kekkei Genkai while they demonstrated how to identify our chakra nature today. I take it you don't have one? He asks, and Minato pauses to compile all the information he has been given before responding. Minato responds, amazing. If I remember those fuse to become storm release. I'll see if I can find some way to teach you, he says, and Naruto nods enthusiastically. Over the course of the following week, Naruto started practicing tapping into both chakra natures simultaneously. The only other Kekkei Genkai user in the village was an Enbu who used the first's wood release. The only assistance he had received was the explanation that he needed to be able to get a nature flowing through each hand separately so that when he formed the hand signs, the chakra would fuse. They believed Naruto had mastered the fundamentals quickly after their straightforward training session concluded with Kushina's horrified cries. Naruto suffered severe burns to his arms. End of flashback __. Naruto was in hospital for 8 months recovering. Minato starts. It seems when he tried to fuse the natures together he didn't balance them out and the jutsu backfired. He thinks back remembering the horror in Kushina's eyes. For long while the doctors weren't sure if he would have full function in his arms after the accident. If Lady Tsunade hadn't been in the village at the time, Naruto wouldn't be a shinobi. He'd be lucky if he could hold a book. So why does he despise you? Kakashi queries. Kakashi seemed to understand when he said, The moment he got out he wanted to go back into practicing his Kekkei Genkai. Rather than try and distract him, all I could think about was how it affected Kushina and the thought of it being much worse next time if he failed. So I forbade him from practicing it. By outright forbidding Naruto, he came off as though his father didn't believe in him, which can have a negative impact on a young mind. So Naruto trains by himself now, without requesting your assistance? After refusing to help Naruto train in his Kekkei Genkai, Naruto would go straight out after school. At first, I just thought he was playing with his friends, but soon enough, I learned he was training in the forest alone. He stopped asking for my help altogether, and every report he brought home from school was handed with disdain, like he didn't want to show me how he was progressing. And any encouragement I gave seemed like an insult to him, he says, spinning around in his chair to gaze out the window. And Kushina fell victim by association. Naruto avoids her to prevent interaction with me. He turns back around. Remember how I was? Children will always rebel. Kakashi, who detested his younger self for how he dealt with his father's death, says, now that he is a shinobi you can show in subtle acts your faith in his abilities, not only as Hokage but as his father. Naruto will understand in time, and then you can start to form a connection. Minato places a few D-ranked scrolls on his desk and remarks, he'll be irritated with the D-rank missions, but I can't give him preferential treatment. We will see what their mind sight is tomorrow. He muses. Perhaps I can figure something to benefit their team training. Later at home biting down on a leaf of lettuce, Naruto, unable to skip dinner once more, reads a book on advanced water style ninjutsu. If Sasuke uses fire and lightning, then I'll enhance my water style to balance it out, he thinks, looking at his parents, who appear to be discussing their day. I hate this bona fide grass, but I'm eating too much ramen lately and need to balance my carbs, he says. Having two boys hasn't slowed Mikoto down at all, even though it's been a while. Kushina smiles and adds, but Itachi is and always has been self-sufficient. And Sasuke has grown up into a fine young man himself, quite the heartbreaker, I'd say, just like you, right, Naruto? She turns to the genin and asks. Going back to his book, Naruto replies, sure, whatever. The hand seals on this one are so complicated. Maybe I can work on them tomorrow while my clone does the chores. He muses, fully aware of what his team will face tomorrow. Kushina starts, I heard that you were paired with Sakura as well, the pink-haired girl from the ceremony. She was quite cute, she says with a cunning smirk. When he finishes, he stands up and closes the book, saying, I'm heading out, I'll be back before midnight, to which Kushina sighs slightly. She is also head over heels for Sasuke, he says, surprising her. Guess he is the better lady killer, he says in a sarcastic tone. Naruto scoffs as Minato suggests that since tomorrow is your first mission, perhaps you should take the night off. As he approaches the door, Kushina grabs his wrist and says, send the dropouts on those glorified chores. The complete animosity emanating from Naruto made Minato tense. Enough, you will not talk down to your father, she says, drawing a glare. Go to your room, you are grounded, she says, and he drops his book. He wouldn't attack her, he believes, but all of his muscles were prepared to step in. At one point, Kushina could have handled Naruto just fine, but the complications at Naruto's birth put a lot of strain on her body, forcing her to retire. In addition, the majority of her chakra kept the Nine Tails sealed away, meaning that if Naruto attacked, he could seriously injure her and worse, send the Nine Tails on a rampage. He turns around and says, grounded huh? Whatever, before making his way to his room. You really have such a low opinion of me. Lord Hokage, he says venomously, adding, I would never attack a defenseless woman. After he left, Minato went up to his wife and asked, are you okay? He asks, and she doesn't immediately respond. He leans down to pick up the abandoned book, and his body trembles and a few tears fall to the ground. She uttered the words, no, I'm not, in a faint whisper. After 2 days they took a break to train after a full morning of more awful D-rank missions. While Sakura kept reading her medical books and practicing on small animals, Sasuke started training with a sword. It was Itachi's old sword, which had been repaired and reshaped to fit Sasuke's height because he was shorter than Itachi. While Naruto started training with water style. Kakashi also sparred with Sasuke because, like Itachi, he had once wielded a sword during his Anbu days. She looks at the fish on the scroll beneath her glowing green palms and mutters, this is so boring. I want to train like they do. Suddenly, the fish comes back to life and flops back into the lake. The three of them stare at her as she stands up and exclaims, "I did it." She gives a cheer. Together, the three say, "In only one day." Impressive, but before she can fully celebrate, Kakashi puts a bird on the scroll, saying, "Huh?" She gives him a look. Kakashi nods and starts to heal the bird, saying, "Keep going, don't rest with one success, keeping going until it becomes second nature." Ignoring the others, Naruto created the tiger, ox, tiger, and rat hand signs. Sweden no jutsu. With great force, he spits out a lot of water in the form of a strong torrent toward the lake. To make sure he didn't lose any power, he forms the hand signs once more and launches the attack again. Sakura is taken aback by Naruto and remarks, "Amazing. He looked angry for the past 2 days. It seems training like this has cheered him up." She muses, somewhat relieved because today was their first official team day and she couldn't concentrate because one of her teammates was upset. Not that she wanted to point the finger at Naruto for her shortcomings. As a clone is formed by the water surrounding him, Naruto walks onto the lake before creating the tiger hand seal. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. Using a shadow clone and a water clone could be useful, but it'll take time to properly gel them into my battle style, he says as he reads the page. Kakashi was astounded by his ability to learn a jutsu simply by reading it. In surprise, Kurenai says, "Kakashi, it seems Lord Fourth has a mission for our squads," as Sasuke sheaths his sword. "A cooperative mission." He turns to his team, who nod, and says, "Let's go, you three." "How is your team doing, Kurenai?" He requests to strike up a conversation. They attended the academy together, but because of everything that transpired during the war and his time at Anbu, Kakashi became estranged from his friends and was only now getting back in touch with them. She turns to face Kakashi's team and says, "They're doing fine. Yondaime seemed to make my team specialize in tracking. A member of the Aburame clan, Inazuka clan, and Hyuga clan. These three all scored top of the class, right? Do you mind?" she asks. Yeah, Sensei figured Naruto and Sasuke would grow better alongside each other as rivals, while Sakura would learn more about shinobi life if she worked alongside the two most powerful genin. Most potent? Not to brag, but Kiba is a strong fighter, Shino is an excellent tactician, and Hinata has excellent control over the gentle fist. Yet it's too early to tell which team will grow stronger, she says. Sakura has already started to master medical ninjutsu in just one day. Sasuke's visual skills outstrip many of his clan members, and his Sharingan is still in its infancy, but Naruto has proven to be just as strong as his father. He concludes, "As it stands, I firmly believe they are Chunin material already." Kakashi is shocked when she says, "I guess we will find out on the mission. Asuma's team is coming too." He had assumed it would be a straightforward escort mission, but he is now unsure. The Tower of Hokage Minato was standing in front of his desk, and he looked at Kakashi, who nodded. "I heard you were all complaining about the lack of a good challenge," he says, and Shikamaru raises his hand and responds, "Well, you're here by association then." The young Nara sighs, and he starts, "Here is a C-rank escort mission. A bridge builder named Tizuna has already paid, but he assured me the danger would be minimal," he says, pausing to look at Naruto. He wants to go home to the land of waves, he says, and he notices that it registers with Naruto. While the mission is expected to be a simple straightforward mission, it is a prime chance to get you all wet behind the ears in regards to traveling from the village to the mission location. Sasuke crosses his arms and looks at Naruto, assuming the Hokage was secretly speaking to his son. "So all 9 of us and 3 Jonin. For a simple straightforward, wouldn't one team suffice?" He smiles and says, "I have faith you will handle yourselves just fine." "Maybe, but the 3 Jonin will only shadow you from a distance and will only step in if you can't handle it," Minato says. "I will be making Naruto and Sasuke team leaders for this mission. Naruto knows the route you will be taking and Sasuke will be his backup," he says sternly, and they nod. "Naruto, you wait, everyone else dismissed," he says, and waits until he and Naruto are alone. "You know why I made you team leaders?" Naruto nods as he asks. "Yes, that nation was in the midst of the coup, if I recall correctly. Tizuna. This mission is more dangerous than C, isn't it?" he asks, and Minato nods. Minato nods when he asks. "When I became a sensei it was in the middle of a war. Every mission was dangerous, Minato says. In these times of peace it's good to truly test a genin. A mission like this is a good opportunity, he says. And if it's too difficult, Minato gives Naruto the mission scroll when he asks. If it's too hard then you have no right to act almighty. Kakashi was doing missions 10 times harder than this solo when he was younger than you. Minato asks, all you want is to prove you're strong. Well, prove it, or all this training you do is pointless. Dad is giving me a test. I'll ace it, he thinks as he looks at the scroll, glaring for a moment. I'll need to set up a plan with the others. Should I warn them about the coup? He asks. He inquires. He says, it's your mission, Naruto, you decide what details are important. Naruto nods, and he says, be careful, mind your surroundings, and never underestimate your enemy. I don't know what obstacles you will be facing, so be vigilant. He then says, I'll see you at home. I have one final thing to give you, and Naruto turns to go. Thanks for the opportunity. Dad, training ground for Team 7. A coup? Shikamaru asks for confirmation and Naruto nods. While it might have been smarter to wait and see, however, telling them now would mean they could better prepare for it. Then why is it a C rank? May I ask? He asks. The coup has been going on for at least a year by now. It's likely the country is on the verge of poverty. If it isn't already, this was probably all they could afford, Naruto continues. Chances are this guy will also be a high-value target. He continues. The land of waves is cut off from the mainland, so you need a boat to do trade. However, the guy trying to seize power controls the main docks, which means he controls the trade and thus the country is broke. However, the bridge builder we will be guarding is likely building a bridge, which means... He stops and thinks. The guy in charge of the coup will want him dead, which means we should be expecting shinobi to be among his ranks. Shikamaru exclaims, what a drag. In an effort to speak out against embarking on this mission, Ino says, then this mission is way too dangerous. I mean, we've barely been genin for a couple days, she adds. It doesn't matter. Sasuke replies as he advances. If we don't seize this opportunity, who knows when it'll come back around. He tightens his grip. I did not spend all that time training to pick weeds in gardens, catch runaway pets and carrying groceries. He grumbles. By this time my brother was Anbu. If I can't complete an escort mission, then I might as well quit being a shinobi right now. Naruto looks at them all and declares, this is a test, our chance to prove we aren't kids playing shinobi. If you are in the stand up with me, he commands, and Sakura and Sasuke stand up. Surprisingly, Hinata also stands up quickly. She says, I want to prove myself to Naruto, and he nods and smiles. Kiba and Shino support Hinata. How about you guys, Team 10? As she and her team stand, Sakura asks, so, Naruto, what's the plan? Ino sighs. She inquires. Listen close. The next morning. I got a bunch of kids instead of the real shinobi I expected. Some of the genin were irritated by Dazuna's remark, but Naruto was intent on completing the task. As the blonde says, okay, Team 8, take your positions, Kiba moves to the front, Shino takes rear guard, and Hinata stands in the center. Kurenai observes the group taking off and remarks, so Naruto is using Team 8 to their strength. Tracking enemies is their speciality. The 3 Jonin had concealed themselves so well that only a censor would be liable to find them. Naruto stood in front of Hinata, while Sasuke and Sakura walked alongside Tazuna and Team 10 walked behind them. So, blonde boy, I assume you have some connection to the Yondaime? May I ask? He asks. Yeah, I am his son, Naruto replies, being cautious. He knew a sneak attack was imminent, but where would the question be? Anything. She shakes her head when he asks, acknowledging that her Byakugan wasn't the strongest, but being close to Naruto gave her more motivation. Naruto scoffs a little when Tazuna remarks, I've heard that Lord Minato is perhaps the greatest shinobi to hold the position of Hokage since Hashirama Senju of the Elder Days. As a white rabbit and a puddle unexpectedly cross their path, Naruto remarks, there's no use comparing one to a long dead man, and it's hard to think anyone will ever be as strong as a man considered god of shinobi throughout the world. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke declares, yeah, it is Naruto. The Byakugan can allow the user to see at a near 360 degree and allows the user to see through objects and even the chakra network. but it doesn't look like Hinata has trained hers very well, he thinks. Fortunately, my Sharingan can see chakra as colors, he believes, so he knew they were on the verge of a trap. They soon come to a bend where Naruto grabs Tazuna abruptly as two shadows emerge and encircle them with a chain. Together, one of the Chunin-level shinobi says as they start to pull the chain, trying to tear both Naruto and Tazuna to pieces. However, Naruto anticipates this and uses a kunai he gave Shino to teleport them out, placing Tazuna at the back and encircling the attackers. While the other teams were still in shock from the unexpected appearance of the enemy, Naruto said, "Sasuke, let's go with that attack." Sasuke nodded, drew out a Raijin kunai, threw it into the air, and then formed the hand signs to use his jutsu after Naruto. Sweden no jutsu. Naruto completely submerges the demon brothers with his new jutsu, creating a water trail that leads to Sasuke. Before the Chunin can gather their counterattack, Chidori, Sasuke presses his lightning-based attack into the path, shocking them with the current. Chunin from the Mist Village. "No, these guys are Rouge," he remarks. When Naruto lands in front of them, he turns to face the group and says, "Tie them up, let the tracking unit deal with them." "Looks like we will be setting up camp. I need to contact the Hokage," he says, and everyone's eyes widen. One of the brothers says, "You little shit, don't mock me," and then he slams his armed claw down on Naruto, who had become paralyzed with shock and fear and was unable to act for the first time. Fortunately for him. Hake Kusho. Hinata pushes forward with her palm, sending the man flying into the tree with a blast of air. His eyes widened as Naruto stumbled back, saying, He almost got me. If Hinata hadn't acted fast, I'd be dead." Minato had warned him about this, and their first enemies had nearly killed him. _camp_ While Shikamaru was already out for the night while Choji was munching away as usual, Kiba went to mark areas for safety while Shino was studying the local insects, and their builder was intoxicated and unconscious. Sasuke found himself pinned between Ino and Sakura. To his annoyance, Naruto was writing a report to send back to his father, stating that the demon brothers had been tied up and probably discovered by their senseis, but he was hoping to obtain some intelligence that would help prepare for the next attackers. He hears Hinata's hesitant voice calling out to him, Naruto. She gives him a cup and fills it with soup, saying, "Hopefully this will keep you warm." She is too shy to admit that she made it herself, but Naruto already knows. Taking a sip, he says, "Thanks. Hopefully I'll get a reply before we leave tomorrow," he adds, biting his thumb to draw blood. "Kachiyose no jutsu," he says, conjuring a red toad. "Cute." He hears Hinata mumble and smiles. The toad salutes him as he asks, "Kosuke, can you get this to my day along with a fast reply?" Before he leaps off and heads for the hidden leaf, he says, "Of course, Lord Naruto." After leaving, Naruto resumes his soup, which he must admit was refreshing. He brought some food pills, but his mother also packed food into some scrolls because the Uzumaki clan was famous for its sealing. Not that he was very good at it. Hinata remarks, "You were amazing today. I see why Lord Fourth made you leader." She was thrilled to be accompanying Naruto on a joint mission. She had a slight crush on Naruto ever since he helped her deal with some bullies, but she felt that she was starting to see him more as a person and less as a boy she liked. He looks at his mugs and says, "I owe you." She shakes her head, but he adds, "I'm glad you're on this mission. If you weren't, then I would be dead. You just keep being you, and I'll help you. Even if it's only a little," she asks, getting to her feet. "I'm going to go and find Kiba." "Good night, Naruto," she says, and he nods. "We're comrades, right?" she asks. Hinata. She stops when she hears him call her name, freezes without turning around, and feels his hand on her shoulder. "Thank you." When Kosuke returned in the early hours of the morning, Naruto half expected his father to arrive, but the toad had already finished his mission. According to him, Lord Minato made sure to bookmark the person of interest, before he disappears in a cloud of smoke. Sasuke and Shino were scouting the area while the rest of the team was either sleeping or just waking up. As Sasuke and Shino return, Naruto sighs, "Yeah. Thought as much." "Thought what?" he hears Sasuke ask, and he shows the Uchiha the profile of Zabuza Momochi. Naruto responds that Sasuke has heard of him as well. "Who is that?" Ino asks on behalf of the others who haven't. Naruto gives her the book but starts out by explaining its contents to the others. He is known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist, a member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist and a master of the silent kill. He starts out. He is a Jonin-class shinobi with a kill-on-sight order and is the Demon Brothers' known associate, which means it's likely he will be coming for Tazuna, he adds. Naruto shakes his head as the older man says, "Look, I know I give you guys a hard time and all, but this guy sounds dangerous. We should turn back," he says. Naruto says, "We just need to fool him into attacking a fake. Since I can teleport from about a mile away, I'll lead a team of shadow clones down the common path," he starts. "While you guys take a less conventional way," he says, turning to face them. "Then once I have led them away, I'll teleport to you guys," he concludes. He knew that once they were in the land of waves, he could control the battles as he needed to, but traveling in this way left him exposed. After spending nearly 24 hours with the group, Tazuna finally asks, "I have been meaning to ask, how you know about all this? It seems you know the truth about Gato trying to kill me." Naruto starts, "You contacted the Leaf about aid when this Gato guy came to the land of waves and began seeking control. Now that he knew the identity of the attacker, he could start learning more about his Gato and his methods. However, Konoha couldn't openly support you since the land of waves shares its border with the mist as well. And since they were lacking a cage at the time, there was no way to help without it looking like we were moving troops for an attempted takeover," Naruto clarifies. "However, my father kept this on the top of his list, so when you came with your job as was the perfect opportunity to help." As he looks at the bridge builder, "This mission won't end until you finish the bridge," he says as Tazuna bows. "Thank you." The Jonin. Naruto knows a lot more than he should about the village's dealings, according to Kurenai. However, he has proven to be an excellent leader, she continues. Zabuza Momochi. He's a high-value target in the Anbu bingo book too. Kakashi says while looking serious, "Naruto's plan works out for the best. Once they split up, you and Asuma follow the group while I tail Naruto," he continues. "You seem afraid. I doubt Zabuza would come out himself. He will likely wait until they reach the village." According to Asuma, simply shadowing them isn't going to work, however, if there are more Jonin within the town. Kurenai remarks, "Looks like they're moving," as he and Sakura join the rest of the team after Sasuke takes one of Naruto's Raijin kunai. She says, "Let's go," and Asuma nods and gives Kakashi a back pat before they dash off to scout. The Konoha Itachi was shocked to learn that his brother had been assigned to an escort mission so soon after graduating as he strolled through Konoha. He didn't question his brother's abilities. Rather, he was aware that Genin typically completes a week's worth of D-rank missions before being given a more difficult task. Though he was proud of Sasuke for accepting the mission, this was done to foster trust among the team and help them adjust to their new sensei. His eyes widen slightly as he hears Izumi call out to him, "Itachi, I've been looking for you," she says, leaning forward and panting heavily as if she had been running around for a while. "I have a mission in Yondaime, said I could choose a partner," she says, displaying the scroll. "There is a dangerous rouge nin near the land of waves named Kisame Hoshigaki," she says. Before turning to face her, he muses, "Sasuke's mission is in the land of waves. When do we leave?" he asks, surprising her because she was obviously unprepared. "Meet me at the gate in 10 minutes, he commands, and she nods, but then she recalls that it was her mission in the first place. "Hey, that's my line." Kashina and Minato nods in response to Kashina's question. "So you knew that young girl would go straight to Itachi? Still 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist," she says, her face gravely concerned for her son. "Sending Itachi there will put a lot of my fear to rest," Minato says, adding that many wouldn't get suspicious of 2 Rouge Ninja because Naruto responded immediately to the situation at hand. He knew that Itachi was much stronger than Kakashi and the majority of the Jonin in the village, so Itachi would probably be able to keep the pressure off the Genin. "I suppose all we can do now is wait," she murmurs, "be safe, Naruto." Naruto sensed the approaching swordsman, and if he was telling the truth, it was terrifying because of the unreal malicious intent. He was already aware that his strategy had not succeeded. It appeared that Zabuza was now pursuing him rather than the bridge builder. He soon had to leap to the ground when a huge blade sliced through the clones and impaled him to a tree trunk. "Nice reflexes," a new voice said as a man landed on the blade's hilt. Naruto pulls out 2 kunai in preparation and says, "It seems like I got your attention." He knows he won't defeat Zabuza, but he could slow him down enough for the others to reach the village before nightfall. Good form and posture, as expected by the Hokage's son, he says, and Naruto understands what this means. I won't pretend you aren't aware by now, but the Land of Waves is perfect for me as it is. While under dispute, the Mizukage can't send her tracking corp after me, he states. Now once I have you as my prisoner, I will have the Hokage hand over the builder and pull all elite shinobi from the area for your safe return, he clarifies. When his father reads the letter, Naruto says, even if you manage to catch me, the moment you send that letter to the village you sign away any chance you have at freedom. He would then be in the same room as his father and would probably kill everyone in the room in an instant. Seeing a look of irritation cross Zabuza's face, he smirks and says, challenging my father is a fool's bet, he's defeated countless shinobi better than you. He pulls his blade from the tree and warns, don't push me, kid, I'm not above removing your legs. Now are you coming with me the easy way or the fun way? He asks, and Naruto throws both kunai towards him. Fun it is, he says, deflecting the kunai up, but before he can react, Naruto teleports to them, catches them, and throws them down. He avoids serious injuries by moving forward, but the outer blades cut his back slightly. You'll have to be much faster than that to take me on, says Naruto, if I can separate him from his blade I should be okay. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Zabuza uses his village's signature jutsu while fully concealing himself, but he was still amazed that Naruto could force him to use it. His eyes enlarge when he realizes that the Naruto he attacked was a shadow clone, despite his initial thought that he won't need a leg to be my prisoner, and his intention to cut the genin's legs with his sword. When Naruto realizes it's late, he charges behind him and marks the blade, saying, don't underestimate your opponent. It's been fun, but I'm taking this and going, he says abruptly, holding the blade before vanishing in a flash. I underestimated him too much, he knows his father's jutsu, Zabuza growls as the mist clears, having to return to the base. His eyes widen upon seeing a new leaf shinobi, Kakashi Hitaki. I thought it was weird sending a bunch of kids on this mission. Kakashi uses the phrase, I am only shadowing the group. But I will deal with you personally, just to get 3 senbon to pierce the Mist Rouge's neck. A masked shinobi, who was probably from the Mist and a member of their tracking unit based on his mask, says, thank you for drawing his gaze. Kakashi nods in agreement as he states, this man has been a thorn in the Mizukage for a while. As he watches the younger shinobi freeze and checks Zabuza's pulse and finds nothing, Kakashi remarks, senbon. Odd choice for a weapon to deliver a kill. Very effective, he adds, watching the boy calm down. He says, I'll leave you to dispose of the body, and leaves to join the others. The genin, when they got to the village limits, they saw people living in such poverty. Food was in short supply, and prices seemed exorbitant. It was a terrible sight to behold. My house is just up here. Tazuna gestures to the little hut as Naruto, with the enormous blade strapped to his back, led the group. Now that we've made it into the city, Gato will likely become desperate to see Tazuna dead. Fortunately we have a city to work and plan out counters in, Naruto says, setting the large sword down in front of him as the shinobi gather inside to discuss plans while the bridge builder rests. It was the executioner's blade, one of the fabled swords from the Mist Village. What about this? Sasuke asks. Better off hiding it. Even if Kakashi finished off Zabuza, he likely had student to take over for him, the Uchiha says, implying that having this sword would probably incite animosity between Leaf and Mist. Naruto surprises them by saying, it's possible he did. But I'm sending this blade straight back to the Mist. Our villages have been on edge for years, even more so since the elders of the Mist believe we killed the 4th Mizukage, he asserts, and Sasuke turns away. He is aware of this as well, as the shinobi who is allegedly to blame is Uchiha Rouge. He asks, shouldn't you contact the Hokage first? Shikamaru asks, so you want to give this blade back as an olive branch? Naruto nods, and he scoffs inwardly. Naruto pulls out a map of the city where the bridge is being built after saying, that would just waste time. If I know my father he'd agree that neutralizing this blade will weaken Gato. In any case, he looks at Team 8 and says, Kiba, you will lead your team, set up a parameter and lead any of Gato's men into these choke points. He points to 2 X's he made, each of which represents a small alley where the large forces Gato would be bringing. Anyway, Tazuna will be working on the bridge tomorrow with volunteers. In order to make sure the bridge is successful, we will need to protect them all. Got it. I'll lay out some markings in the morning. Hinata, you take a high ground to increase your field of vision, and Shino, lay out some traps. Kiba says with a wink. Team 10, you will be in charge of neutralizing these foot soldiers once they reach these points, says Naruto. I'll leave it to you guys who plans the attack. Once they are down, rally back to the bridge. It will likely be where Gato focuses his shinobi force, he states. To the lazy Nara's chagrin, Ino says, well, Shikamaru is a great strategist, so he will lead our squad, and Choji concurs. Shikamaru says, so Team 7 will guard the bridge, and Naruto nods in agreement. I expect our John and Shadow team to support you guys. As much as you hate to admit it, Naruto, you and Sasuke can't fight off this force alone, he says. He doesn't mean to offend Sakura, but he knew that all combat training had to be put on hold because she was learning how to be a medic. I have a jutsu that will hold them off, but it will only work once, Naruto responds. We can prove ourselves here and now as credible shinobi. Or return to D-rank chores. And then asks, which do you want? Hours later, in an undisclosed place, brutal as always, Zabuza mutters, clenching his fist as the effects of his student's attack still linger in his mind. I'm still glad it fooled Kakashi Hitaki. He is a man I can't beat without my blade, he adds, adding, where is my blade now, Haku? Zabuza laughs when the monotone teenager says, here it is, Master Zabuza. It seems the Hokage's son was sending this to the Mist Village, he adds. I also saw Gato on his way with some cell swords, he adds. Zabuza sits up, cracking his neck, as the door flings open. As he approaches the men, the shorter man stomps his foot and yells, you damn shinobi are overpaid as much as you are overrated. That bastard is in the city. Now that damn bridge will be finished and all my plans will be ruined. Sitting from his bed, Zabuza says, calm down, old man. I'll take care of the bridge builder and the leaf shinobi. Tazuna had already begun construction on the bridge when all of this began, and despite his annoyance, the bridge was too strong to cause any significant harm because it was made of the strongest stone and was genuinely the creation of a master craftsman. I should just kill you now and be done with the lot of you shinobi, Gato mocks as his guards clutch their blades, revealing their intentions. So fast, he exclaims as Haku pins his guards to the wall and the teenage shinobi place their own swords against their throats. Gato then turns back to Zabuza, who places his blade on the shorter man's shoulders. If you kill me, the mist will send their trackers after you again, he says. Under his mask, Zabuza smirks. It's true that this weasel had his uses, and his influence was sufficient to prevent the mist from entering these areas. Don't misunderstand, I am not your soldier, you are not nearly strong enough to earn my respect as an equal. You are a means to an end, Zabuza starts. I will give you these lands, I will make you the ruler of this shithole nation. With menacing eyes, come here again with such foolish ideas like believing these foot soldiers are enough to kill me, and I will show you how I became known as the Demon of the Mist. Are we clear? As the blade is taken from his shoulder, Gato responds, of course. Let's go. He turns to his men, who sheath the swords Haku returned as they depart. He thinks resentfully, I hope you all kill each other, because tomorrow this country will be his. These leaf children are good? Haku asks, and the swordmaster nods. Master Zabuza, will he be a problem? He tried to ensure I wouldn't be able to interfere, Zabuza says, glancing at the blade. But I can't account for the Uchiha, but the Hokage's brat is quite clever. He will be a challenge for you, Haku. If he knows his father's jutsu, even you will be too slow to catch him, he adds. If the blade had been returned to the village, even Gato would not have been able to stop the mist from sending their shinobi to investigate. I have much to learn, Master Zabuza, the Konoha. Makoto says, so our boys are off on their first real mission, and Kushina nods. I am surprised you stopped with one child, she adds, and Kushina smiles. Itachi and Kushina have such a strong relationship. She looks down and says, being pregnant was dangerous for me because I was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriku. Now that he is Hokage, he needs to focus on the village's prosperity. Also, the pregnancy left some lasting effects on me. I won't risk it yet. Because the seal was at its weakest during the entire birthing process, Minato had to keep the Nine-Tails at bay while giving birth to Naruto. I see, still I think Naruto would make a great older brother, Makoto responds. Still, It feels like only yesterday I held Sasuke in my arms for the first time. She breathes deeply. We all thought he was going to be a girl at first. She giggles lightly. Kushina smiles as she recalls her first time holding Naruto. Holding your first child is the most enlightening experience of your life. Despite their tense relationship, she loved her son very much. She recalled how his eyes were so full of energy from his first breath. A little life that grew inside you was now in the world and more vulnerable than ever. Assuming she was being too quiet, Kushina remarks, Minato always had that calming effect. Comes with being a genius, she adds with a laugh. When Naruto was born, he cried every time I held him, but the moment he saw his dad for the first time, he calmed down. 2 right. Underscore in the land of waves the next afternoon underscore. The death of Kaiza had demoralized the village, including Tezuna's grandson Inari, who had yelled at the genin to leave and how heroes only died. 10 men, almost half as many as he had started, got to work on the bridge, either dead or too scared to assist. Shinobi aren't heroes, and the world doesn't indulge with cowards regardless of their age. The boy went to his room to pout after hearing Naruto's icy remarks. Now that Team 7 has seen the builders work, Sakura starts, your father is regarded as a hero by many. Naruto. About what you said about Shinobi. And a murder by more, my father killed entire platoons by himself, many likely had families who had to bury them. Naruto says as she looks at her, in a world where even minor disagreements can lead to all-out war. That world doesn't breed heroes, it breeds killers. Sasuke listened. Naruto and Itachi are similar in many ways. Itachi thought about what it meant to be alive for a long time after Fugaku took him to a battlefield as a child. Who knows, maybe you will be the person who changes the system. Sasuke says with a faintly humorous expression, which Naruto notices and laughs at. Sasuke laughs when he says, maybe us 3 will become the leaders of a new world. Sakura looks down, unable to comprehend their somewhat pessimistic outlook. When Zabuza tells them, looks like you are more philosophical than you look, they become alert because he has just led a small army of men past their ambush. Sakura exclaims, his sword, after realizing Naruto's attempt to return it was unsuccessful. The bandaged faced shinobi responds, yes, quite clever Naruto Namikaze, you are just like your old man. But can you handle this jutsu? He asks, forming the ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, ram, snake, boar, ram, rat, young water, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, ram, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, bird, rat, young water, rat, boar, and bird. Suiten. Suiryuden no Jutsu. Water from below erupts into the shape of a dragon, lunging towards Naruto, while Sasuke and Sakura remain to protect the bridge builders who valiantly worked despite the battle. Hiraishin. Durai, a huge seal appears and starts absorbing the water, formed dragon. You shouldn't assume that sword is safe, my marking will never vanish. Naruto smirks as Zabuza realizes what is about to happen as the dragon shoots from the sword blowing his own men away. Naruto swiftly forms a snake, horse, rat, and ram hand signs along with a technique-specific hand seal that seem to incorporate the formula on the kunai in his hands. And don't bring thugs to a shinobi fight and expect them to make any difference, he continues. One way or another boy. Zabuza gestures toward Naruto with a blade. One of us will die on this bridge. You have nothing to prove to anyone, and there will be many battles for you. Leave this guy to me, Kakashi says as he lands in front of Naruto. Naruto, you are needed back at the bridge builder's house. Gato sent men there to take his family hostage, Kakashi says, and Naruto appears to be about to object. Naruto nods and leaves for the city. With his blade resting on his shoulders, Zabuza remarks, that boy has a future, if he can cast aside his humanity that is. That always was the problem with you Konoha shinobi, raised to hold your comrades as important, but shinobi are tools, he mocks. That's true. Each shinobi from our village carries with them the will of fire. The will which has been passed from the first Hokage to each one of us. Kakashi starts, so no matter what, no matter how far you go there is a place you can call home. He continues. Then there is your village, the blood, mist village. A pack of animals like you who'd stab your own in the back to succeed, he says in a mocking voice. And each betray led to another betrayal, and before long you were killing each other during a great war, which resulted in the mist losing nearly all of its land and later its Mizukage. The world tolerates only the strong, Kakashi. You and I are a testament to that. Zabuza continues. We survived those dark days and came out stronger. Yes. But those days are over. Our era is on its way out, Kakashi says, glancing off in Naruto's direction. And it will be an era of peace. Naruto and shinobi like his will lead the next era. Guys like us are built for war. Zabuza snaps in response to the statement that peace is boring, shinobi aren't built for peace. Kakashi removes his headband to reveal his Sharingan and says, then I will do my part to bring our era to an end, by killing you. Naruto, seeing the woman and her son peek out the door, he sighs, you can come out, Tsunami, Inari. He dispatched the mercenaries sent to the cabin quickly. Kakashi sent me to deal with this trash, he says. Inari asks, how did you beat those men? They were so strong. Naruto was about to respond cynically when he recalled that the boy was raised around carpenters and fishermen. A shinobi like him offers a fresh outlook on life. Naruto starts to approach them, saying, these men are normal men, untrained and undisciplined. From a young age, boys and girls in our village are trained to battle the extraordinary, so normal isn't enough to beat me, he says with a smirk, placing his palm on the boy's head, which causes him to laugh. Tsunami. Do you have some place to hide? It's likely more men will be coming this time. As a new shinobi shows up, she says, yes. We have friends nearby, taking her son's hand and guiding them away. The masked teen says without emotion, it was wise to send them away. Haku asks inquisitively, how long have you known about me? The mist shinobi pulls Senbon between his fingers as Naruto venomously adds, you killed a good friend of mine to do it. The moment you took the sword back. An unfortunate fatality, but that blade belongs to Master Zabuza. Haku continues, I must take the family of the bridge builder with me. Move and you will be spared. Although Naruto's statement was fleeting, the masked shinobi undoubtedly reacted to it when he said, I'll send you running back to your pathetic master, if Kakashi-sensei hasn't killed him already. Izumi and Itachi, the shadowy figure, says calmly, it's hard to believe I've been found out by two-leaf shinobi. Trying to pronounce his last name, Izumi exclaims, come out Kisame Hisigaki. Hoshi. Hoshi. Gaki Hoshigaki. The writing has faded, making it more difficult to read. Oh, she's a comedian, the shark. Like man says as he advances. I know you, Itachi Uchiha, though, because you and Shisui are feared as the strongest of the Uchiha throughout the mist, he adds, and Itachi advances. Lord Hokage received word from the Mizukage that you were headed to the land of fire. Itachi starts with, why? When Kisame asks, where else would I go if I mean to avoid getting captured? Izumi turns on her Sharingan. She charges, saying, you won't be escaping, but Kisame slams his clothed blade into her, sending her flying back. Izumi. Itachi responds, catching her. The world is blunt, some cracked ribs but no puncture or internal bleeding. He uses the Sharingan to quickly analyze her body. His was tuned like Sasuke's to see chakra. Like colors, but he could see the chakra around her wounds as they started to treat themselves. This was a trait that those who could absorb chakra from their surroundings had, similar to Sage Jutsu, and it's thought Madara Uchiha possessed it. She is very hot-headed for Uchiha, Kisame says as he looks at Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. As fearsome as I've heard, he believes, I know all about the conflict in the Land of Waves. You think I intend to aid Zabuza as a fellow member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. But unlike your village, we don't hold comrades in such high regards. In fact, I'd sooner kill Zabuza myself. However, I have no interest in being so close to my homeland again. Kisame had no reason to follow Itachi away, and a battle here would probably result in her death from fallout. Your words are wasted. I will kill you here. Itachi advances, but is stopped by Izumi's cough. The answer was obvious when he looked at his childhood friend and someone who had taken care of him since they were young, despite his inner shinobi telling him to ignore Izumi and deal with the Rouge. He says, go now, Kisame Hoshigaki, because if you come back, death will be an unattainable dream. Kisame then sheaths his sword. The Mist Rouge says, disappearing into the darkness, One day I may return to these lands, and on that day I hope our paths cross again. Itachi of the Uchiha clan. After gently taking Izumi in his arms, Itachi hurried back to the village to deal with the fallout from the mission's failure. Itachi, he hears Izumi call out to him feebly, Kisame. Is he? She gasps in pain, and Itachi looks at her with her eyes barely open and very soft. Itachi's eyes close as she says, some things are more important than a mission, but one tear escapes from her open eye. Rest, my foolish companion, was his final words to her, and she knew that she had hurried in too quickly and cost the mission. His tone was similar to that of his speech to Sasuke. Sakura and Sasuke, they could see Kakashi and Zabuza fighting, but they were unable to assist because, as Naruto stated, shinobi are no match for ordinary men with weapons. Nevertheless, their numbers were growing, and they had started to aim more precisely at the carpenters. After spending some time observing Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura turned to face the three men she had defeated. If Kakashi beats that Zabuza guy, then their morale should be broken, she believes. When a group of arrows approached her, Tazuna yelled, Sakura, watch out. It was too late for her to move, so she braced for the impact. But a familiar hand pushes her down, and a sword deprives them. When he saw a group of soldiers charging at them, Sasuke said, I got you, flinching as an arrow lodged in his shoulder. This is getting crazy. We need Naruto or the other teams to help, he said, rising to his feet before falling back down due to a sharp pain. Her body acted instinctively to protect Sasuke, and she wasn't sure if it was fear or anger that made her stand up. Her fist clenched tightly as she pulled back and swung as hard as she could. Her punch had enough force to send all four men flying back and past Kakashi and Zabuza, even though the four men had expected a light tab from such a small girl. Sasuke asks, Sakura, how did you? He was astounded by the performance in front of him and knew the punch would be more powerful than it appeared because it defeated four men in a single blow. I just wanted to have your back, she acknowledges. I don't know how I did it. The battle ended on their end when Asuma Sarutobi swiftly routed the remaining foot soldiers just as they were ready to attack again. From where they were, it was evident that Kakashi had Zabuza on the defensive. With his skill with the Sharingan and his collection of jutsu, it was simple to understand why Kakashi was so well liked. So that's why he wears his mask like that, Sasuke muses as Sakura stands behind him. She puts one hand on his shoulder and the other on the arrow, saying, the arrow is lodged against the joint. So I need to pull it out before I can properly clean the wound. She senses his tension in anticipation, so she pulls the arrow out with one tug, causing Sasuke to yell in pain. She then starts using her healing jutsu to stop the blood. Although removing his shirt would make treating the wound easier, the location of the wound prevented her from moving his arm without applying pressure. Sasuke used his sword to cut up the front of his shirt, letting the fabric fall down around his back. I have a spare anyway, he says, closing his eyes. Sasuke was aware enough of medical procedures to know that his shirt was in the way. She asks, you packed extra clothes? He gives a hazy, it's a long story, response, as if he were revealing that his mother packed for him in the middle of a battleground. _teammate Kiba gasped. Shino and Hinata were also having problems, and he was running low on chakra. There were more men than expected, and they weren't really ready for this kind of fight. Naruto was a powerful shinobi in his own right and the son of a legendary shinobi. Sasuke was a Uchiha who was born with greatness. Although Hinata is a Hyuga, she isn't as strong as her clan has historically produced. He and Akamaru were just beginning their justice combination, and the fight had exhausted his partner. Knowing that she was close, he says, Kurenai, Sensei, we're done. My eyes are feeling the strain over this battle. Is this what Naruto endured to become as strong as he is? Then I need to the same if I hope to stand beside him one day, Hinata thought as she pressed her palm into her opponent's chest, pushing him back. Shino believes that he lacks an identity and that this mission will be the first step toward leaving his mark on the shinobi world. He never stood out in the academy, earning good grades but nothing noteworthy, and he believes that, I've exhausted my chakra, if I keep battling my bugs will devour me from the inside. Megan. Jubaku Satsu. She remarks, well done you three, against overwhelming odds you held your own. Kurenai's genjutsu had paralyzed the remaining men. The battle at the bridge is winding down and Team 10 has shown their own style, she says. Kurenai smiles as Hinata asks, and Naruto? The only thing that Jonin said was, proving to be his own shinobi. Team 10 all of the shadowy areas in the selected area worked well with the shadow manipulation jutsu, which is a signature of the Nara clan. Anyone who passed through was ensnared, and those who escaped were defeated using the Akamichi expansion jutsu or the Yamanaka mind manipulation jutsu. Naruto was aware of the Ino Shika Naruto seemed to know more than he should have, the team says, adding that he doubted Naruto learned anything from the Hokage. The only plausible explanation is that he has been spying on them, maybe everyone. Under the seat, more than 20 men are restrained and immobilized as Ino remarks, worked out well enough. Like the majority of Gato's forces, many of them were merely mercenaries, but there were also chunin, headbands from smaller countries with no legitimate claim, so these men weren't considered missing nin. Choji sighed and mentally chastised himself for leaving his last bag of potato chips behind, saying, I wonder how the others are doing. At least it demonstrated that the mission outweighed his craving for junk food, at least for the time being. Asuma lands behind Shikamaru and declares, most of the battles are wrapping up. Team 7 member Sasuke Uchiha suffered an injury but it's far from life-threatening, he says, but the mention of Sasuke's injury sent Ino running toward the bridge. She's in for a disappointing scene. Shikamaru sighs, perplexing the other two men because, in contrast to them, he had already imagined the scene. And his internal scene was perfect. Ino entered the village and gave her a great view of Sasuke and Sakura interacting. His injured shoulder and upper torso were bandaged, but they were sitting face-to-face, and he had a tiny smile on his face that she had never seen before. Sasuke spent most of his time in the academy brooding in the corner and became irritated whenever she or any of the other girls attempted to strike up a conversation with him, including Sakura once. As she makes her way back to her team, she muses, do I really have a chance? Haku versus Naruto. After both of them used their Kekkei Genkai to counter the others, Haku anticipated that it would be difficult to pin Naruto down. The battle was now in a stalemate, with Haku attempting to trap Naruto and the blonde attempting to close the distance in order to deliver a decisive blow. The masked teenager stops and says, Naruto Namikaze. You are everything I expected you to be. But what is your purpose? He asks, and Naruto tilts his head, flashing a look that begs for more information. I am a tool. I exist to serve Master Zabuza, that is my purpose, Naruto says. The mist shinobi looked down as though it weren't the answer. You can't dedicate your life to a single purpose. Life is all about smaller goals that build towards finding your place in the world, Naruto says, unsure if that was what Haku wanted. My purpose right now is to protect this town. As Senbon scatters toward Naruto, who teleports out of the way, Haku states emotionlessly, shinobi only exist as tools for their nations, to breed conflict, war, and death. Zabuza found and trained me. He turned me from a helpless child into the shinobi you see before you. All Zabuza did was find a child who was likely at the lowest part in his life, give the boy a weapon and turn him into a killer. Responds Naruto. Zabuza doesn't care about you in any way. To him you're not even a tool, just a pawn. Haku brushes off the insult, saying, that's fine, as long as Zabuza achieves his goal. Naruto recalled that he once had a similar fixation with his own father, thinking that as long as it made him happy, it was enough, but that wasn't good enough anymore. Before Naruto can fully understand what has happened, he sees his masked opponent enter one of the ice mirrors, causing his reflection to appear in each one. Naruto's thoughts had strayed from the battle, demonstrating his inexperience, which allowed Haku to trap him in a dome of ice mirrors. When Haku throws a Senbon needle, Naruto glares and responds, it's over, Naruto. You showed some skill but let your mind wander. Naruto then prepares to defend with a kunai, but the one he followed was a fake one, as the real one stabs his calf. Taking the Senbon from his calf and examining it, he thinks, so one was real. No poison. You'd have to be incredibly precise to do any real damage with these, he says, looking up to see hundreds of the same needles traveling toward him. He feels numerous needles pierce his back and shoulders, and he collapses to his hands and knees, coughing up blood while simultaneously using his winning tactic. Haku questions, Bates, is your speed a myth, or are you going to counter? Naruto was a thorn in his master's side, so he had to defeat him, but he had no desire to kill a powerful Kage's child. As Naruto watched all of the reflections start to appear from the ice mirrors, he opened his palm and a sphere started to form in his right hand. He then threw a Raijin Kunai into the air in his left hand. He throws the kunai up while closing his eyes. It's a combination of Hiraishin, Ni no Dan, and Rasengan. Knowing that once he teleported, he could turn and grab Naruto, Haku chose to ignore it. As he approached, Naruto vanished and made a U-turn directly toward the kunai. However, he had already teleported back to his starting position. I see. When he fell to the ground he marked it, Haku said, realizing there was nothing he could do. Naruto then grabbed the kunai after teleporting back to it, bringing his jutsu down. Rasengan. He unleashes his father's jutsu on his opponent's back, tearing his shirt and leaving another mark. The impact shook the entire village, sending Haku to the ground with his dome shattered. How was that for speed? He asks. Haku suffered a beating. Zabuza versus Kakashi with the Sharingan. Kakashi was able to anticipate the Rouge Ninja's attack and successfully counter it, making him too strong for the swordsman. Now that Kakashi's dogs had pinned him down, he declared, "It doesn't matter if you beat me," adding, "My student will carry on my will." Kakashi drives his Reikiri into the demon's chest, killing him. Then he will also be defeated, but hopefully he can change with you gone from this world, he says. When they turn around, they see an angry Gato standing by himself, his empire in ruins, and everyone he hired gone due to shinobis. All your kind do is breed war and violence, regardless of business. Sasuke smirks when Gato realizes he is surrounded by the villagers. The people of this village and their future aren't your property. Shinobi aren't the problem. People like you who think money makes you right, makes you powerful, but you're just a little man with no leg to stand on. Despite everything they endured because of Gato, they demonstrated their superiority by sparing and imprisoning him rather than killing him. The man had been brutally beaten. Naruto had established himself as a strong leader, the genin teams had shown their value, and the battle for the future of the Land of Waves had been decided. Finally, there was peace. The previous 2 days had been, to put it mildly, interesting. A few days had gone by, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to recuperate before they could travel once more. The day after the fight, when a group of mist shinobi led by Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage herself, arrived in the tiny village, the Konoha team was taken aback. It seems that she had shinobi nearby who were awaiting the evidence she required to assist these lands, and the Rouge Ninja Gato hired provided her with the opportunity she required. Standing opposite the Mizukage, Kakashi explains, "So, the lords that owned this land were protecting Gato because of profit. As the highest-ranking shinobi in the area, it was his responsibility to engage in negotiations with the Kage. However, we have dealt with the crises at hand. So why come now?" asks him. She responds, "Your prisoner is a Rouge from our village. He needs to be brought back and face our chosen punishment." Kakashi turns to face the boy Naruto defeated. He had not spoken since hearing of his master's fate and had only consumed a small quantity of food. "From what I've heard, this boy never enrolled in your village's academy and was trained by Zabuza. After he went Rouge," says Kakashi. "Thus he isn't a registered shinobi of the Mist, or of any village, according to him." One of the Mist Jonin interrupts, "So you intend to bring him to the Hokage and have him registered as a leaf shinobi? You think we will let you do that?" he asks in a tone that is almost menacing. Asuma steps forward and asks, "Is that all you Mist shinobi can respond with, violence? But then the Blood Mist village are nothing but scum," he adds. Given his past with the Mist village, the Sarutobi was taken aback by Kakashi's composure. Mei interrupts, saying, "We are no longer the Blood Mist village." Knowing the mood Kakashi was in, Asuma took a step back and said, "I'll tell you what the Mist village was. A gang of thugs who send 15 Anbu-level shinobi to kidnap one Konoha medic to turn her into a weapon against the village she loved because my sensei showed you how strong you really were in battle," he said, and Mei turned away. "That was what you were. What you were remains to be seen," he concluded. He's probably never forgive the Mist village for what they did to his friend, but he wouldn't bring up the subject. "Yes. Our actions in the past were atrocious, but I as Mizukage hope to change our village's fate. This child also suffered because of our past, coming from a small farming village that was often drained of its resources during a war came to hate shinobi, and as a result he suffered from it," she says as she examines the emotionless eyes of the bound teenager. Standing in front of Haku, Naruto declares, "Well, nothing is being decided now." The more experienced Jonin with their Mizukage were shivered by Naruto's resemblance to his father. Mei smiles as he says, "Take care of your other issues and come back, then we can see what Haku wants to do." She thought Minato was a very handsome man, and Naruto undoubtedly inherited his good looks. However, he was not as reserved as Minato, which must have been a result of his mother's outspokenness, as no genin would confront a foreign leader. "Very well, once I have dealt with the lords who hid the truth from me, I will come to hear Haku's decision," she says, leaving with her guards in tow. Some would argue that this is an insult and a lack of discipline, but she found it quite endearing. "Naruto, you should remember your place," is what Kakashi says, not in a furious manner but rather to appear angry in order to preserve face. The other teams didn't say anything, instead opting to just ask a bystander, "Why not just hand Haku over?" Naruto says, "If you feel like a prisoner, you can't really call a place home." He could tell Mei wanted to turn Haku into a shinobi of the mist, but as he would pose a threat to his team. As everyone turns and starts to leave after the copy nin, Kakashi says, "Well, let's head back to the base of operations." When Naruto was by himself, he sat in front of Haku, crossed his arms, and gazed up at him with emotionless eyes. As a result of his failure to become the weapon Zabuza required, Haku says, "Why don't you kill me and be done with it? I am a failure." He also adds, "Either by your hand or the Mizukages my life will end soon." Haku averts his gaze as Naruto asks, "What did the Mizukage mean when she said you had suffered? If you plan on dying anyway, where is the harm in telling me?" He continues, "I never understood why it happened. I was born on a farming land and was being raised to take over for my father. One day I learned of my ice-style Kekkei Genkai and my father saw me use it while showing my mother who also had the same Kekkei Genkai. And then stops. With tears in his eyes he killed the woman he claimed to love simply for having a Kekkei Genkai, then he tried to kill me. But I killed him and the whole village first. That day I saw that humans are flawed creatures ruled by foolish emotions." He concludes with a bitter tone. Naruto's next question was, "How did you meet Zabuza?" He needed to hear everything before he could respond with a plan on how to assist Haku. "After I became an orphan no one would take me in. I survived on what I found in the trash and I would even have to fight off stray dogs." He starts. "But then Zabuza found me. He lifted from the cold and gave me a purpose. From that day I swore to be the weapon that would help Zabuza reach his goals. But I failed again." Closing his eyes. "Now I await a death, nothing less than a failure like me deserves." "You didn't fail. The world failed you," Naruto says, and Haku looks at him. "I can't tell you why your father did what he did. Perhaps they suffered in the war at the hand of a Kekkei Genkai user which made them fear it." He says, "But Zabuza didn't save you. He wanted to use you for his own desires." He pauses, seeing Haku about to speak. "That is what I wanted." The Tide team yelled, "You're human. You need to find your own dreams, your own ambitions. No matter what mask you hide behind, you are human." Naruto says, grabbing Haku by the collar, "Zabuza was a vile human, who saw you, a little boy alone in the snow, and tried to strip you of your humanity, the life given to you by your mother. You are all that's left that proves she existed." He says, and Haku's eyes widened, "Wouldn't she be sad to see her son like this? Wouldn't she want you to live and find happiness?" He asks. Naruto was subconsciously admitting he was homesick, trying to justify his own actions towards his family while trying to convince Haku to live. "There is nowhere for me, even if I wanted to live," he says, and Naruto lets go of the boy's collar before collapsing backwards. "You are wrong." Not wanting to risk a confrontation like the last time, the Mizukage returned alone the next morning. "So you have decided," she says, and Haku nods. His face's color appears healthier. She glances at Naruto and then nods. "Yes, Lord Mizukage, with your leave, I would go to the Hidden Leaf and face whatever punishment they deem just," he says. She turns to Naruto and says, "I agree to leave Haku of the Yuki clan with you, Leaf Shinobi. As a token of our agreement I leave the Executioner's Blade in your care, Naruto Namikaze," she says, surprising everyone. "May it find its honor in your care," she adds, and Naruto takes hold of the handle. He bows respectfully and says, "Thank you." She laughs as he continues, "I hope you succeed in your dream of restoring your village to its past greatness." She gives a wink, and Naruto flushes as he watches her go. "When you are older you will make a wonderful husband to a lucky lady." Kiba grinned and said, "Quite the guy," as Naruto tugged on his headband. "Getting hit on by foreign leaders," he added. He murmurs, "S. Shut up." The next afternoon Haku and Team 10 had started their return trip to Konoha, while the others remained behind to see that the bridges were completed. But now that Gato was taken care of, a lot more people had started building alongside the few volunteers, and it appeared that the bridge would soon be completed. Regardless of Mei Terumi the Mizukage's intentions, Naruto sat alone and examined the blade she had given him. It was too heavy for him to use in combat, so it was a waste. He uses sealing jutsu, also called fuinjutsu, to seal it away after placing it on a scroll. Sasuke nods as Sakura remarks, "Naruto really is amazing. He not only defeated a Jonin but another Kekkei Genkai user as well," while they sit on the opposite side of the bank to watch him. Negotiating with the Mizukage as well. "I doubt even Kakashi could have persuaded her to leave Haku with us." Sasuke responds. Seeing as Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, perhaps she wants to extend an olive branch, while scratching his chin, but to give him one of their legendary swords too? Maybe she has another agenda, he continues. Sakura says, "In any case, I'm glad this ended pretty quickly. Despite you and Naruto getting hurt, nobody died." Sasuke nods absently, sass. "K?" She can see that his thoughts have been wandering. Looking at the grass, he believes, "It's true I was injured, and if it hadn't been for Sakura I could have died." He would need to wait another day to travel, which would mean that other teams would be departing before them. Being the weak link in a team was difficult, but Naruto's wounds didn't stop him from traveling, and Kakashi's experience as a Jonin made the mission easy. Then there was Sakura, who had gone from being a girl with good grades and chakra control to a medic who was already showing signs of progressing more and more in the short time since their team was formed. He had his sword, but that was about all he had done. When Kakashi and Itachi were on the same team, it was Itachi who gave him the Chidori, which he had copied from Kakashi. Smack. A shinobi must be aware of his surroundings, the blonde says, grinning at Naruto's smirking, tossing a pebble up and catching it after his head is abruptly forced back from a blow that his headband caused, leaving a small scratch on it. After about an hour, the three of them were skipping stones across the larger body of water, chatting casually as they went. Kakashi watched as the two boys threw stones across the lake towards each other, and Sakura protested by waving her arms in an attempt to stop them. "They really are growing as a team," he said under his mask. With her cheeks flushed, Hinata gazed at them from behind a tree, focusing on Naruto. "There he is. I thought this would be my chance to simply talk with him. But I can barely look at him without getting all flustered," she thought, recalling their brief exchange from the other day. She has to suppress a scream of fear when she hears Kurenai-sensei ask, "What you looking at?" Her whispered, "K. Kurenai. Sensei," makes the older woman smile. As she leads Hinata to a small area for some girl talk, she remarks, "He's quite the young man. I grew up hearing stories about his father and found them difficult to believe, but here is another legend in the making, casually throwing stones." Her words, "I can see why you would be infatuated with him," cause Hinata to glance at her sandals. "I like Naruto, but the Naruto I love isn't the person he has become, it's the person he was," Hinata states, and Kurenai appears perplexed. "Once, during a snowstorm, I got lost looking for my way home. It was dark and cold and I was so scared," she laughs, "then I felt a warm sensation. Naruto wrapped me in his coat and brought me to his house. Talking to me about anything and everything just to make me forget I was lost." Kurenai wasn't able to resist beaming at he even protected me from some bullies. "And after getting hurt doing that, he was more concerned about me than his own injuries, and he had that big smile on his face that made me feel better," she thinks. Then one day his smile was gone. He buried his face in jutsu books and never looked at me again. Sadly, the person he is now is someone I trust, but I watch in hope of seeing the smiling boy who would help anyone. Not because he could, but because he wanted to," she says. "That boy is still there. People grow and change as times demand them to. Naruto, more than most, it must be hard to live up to the expectations as the son of a Kage," says Kurenai. "However, perhaps being around you will bring out the old Naruto. Even if it's just a little, but nothing will change if you hide in the shade and watch from afar." She touches the young Hyuga's forehead. Before leaving the young girl with her thoughts, she smiles and says, If you can be someone he can open up to, and maybe you will earn a place in his heart. The Konoha Izumi opened her eyes and squinted as the room's light flickered and reflected onto her face. "Where am I?" she asked, feeling the neck brace limit her head movement. She raised her right arm and saw a cast. Itachi?" she uttered feebly. Hearing his voice, she says, "I'm here. You are in Konoha Hospital, you were critically injured," he says, and she can tell by his tone that he has learned the truth. "You should have told me you were applying for Anbu," he adds, and she closes her eyes. As she confesses, "I was afraid you would stop me," after sensing his palm pressing against her shin to reveal his seat. He explains, "Because you value life too much," as he rubs her cheek gently to wipe away the tears that fall from her eyes. "I would have," he says deeply. "Anbu isn't something someone like you can handle." She closes her eyes and nods as best she can, saying, "Then Anbu isn't for you either." "How do you figure?" he asks, and she hears him respond, "Because you value my life too much." She smiles. As he gets up to go, he prods her forehead and says, "I am beginning to think that myself." She blushes deeply and responds, "But I have been wrong before." He smiles at her startled expression and says, "I need to report to the Hokage and the elders the details of the mission. Lord Minato saw fit to wait until you had regained consciousness before discussing the matter. I'll be back as soon as I am free," he says, and she confirms his promise with a smile. The estate of the Hokage, he paces back and forth in anger, saying, "Itachi, I am surprised at your decision to choose the girl over completing the mission. Anbu never let small emotions compromise the mission." Danzo says, "Outrageous. I gave you that mission Minato because you said you had a plan." Itachi assumed the mission originated from Root, and only they have the network to gain such intel in the first place. Surprised by his statement, Minato and Danzo stand up. "That is why I wish to retire as Anbu," he says. "Lately I have felt withdrawn from my friends and family. It is time I take my place as heir to the Uchiha clan." The blonde asks, "I understand, but why bring this up now? Why not days ago?" Itachi was one of the few Anbu he really trusted, and losing him was painful. Itachi adds, "The person I have become isn't suitable for Anbu," and Danzo turns to face the Hokage. "I'm tired of seeing this village behind a mask. I want to experience it all for myself," he says. He makes sure Itachi hears him when he says, "Itachi knows too much about the Anbu organization. If he tells this to his Uchiha brethren, it could harm our standing." With his fingers interlocking to rest his chin on his clasped hands, Minato declares, "The coup by the Uchiha has long been put to rest." The blonde annoys the older man by saying, "As long as Itachi agrees not to spread any classified information, I have no reason to deny his request." Minato couldn't see, but Danzo could, and Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated as a warning to say, "Of course. This village is my home. Anything I unveil could put it and the people I care about in danger," he says, sensing Danzo's murderous aura. "There is nothing I won't do to protect this village and the people I hold dear. Stay away from my family." The last day in the land of waves. Team 7 and Team 8 were walking home together after the bridge was finished and dubbed the Great Naruto Bridge, in honor of Naruto for his accomplishments in leading the mission. The adults moved ahead of the others, allowing the genin to speak. The topic of conversation turned to the rumor that Anbu was using curse seals, which would have prevented them from discussing the village's secrets in case they were apprehended. Naruto took charge of the discussion by applying the knowledge he had gained from reading a book. Long before the villages were established, back when clans clashed over territory, clan leaders would use a curse seal on weaker clansmen to safeguard their hideouts. Even after Lord First and Madara Uchiha allied their clans Senju and Uchiha, along with smaller clans like the Sarutobi and then Hyuga clans which became Konoha, clans still used this curse until trust was formed between the clans and the curse was abolished. Naruto elaborates. "Well, one clan still uses curses on their clansmen," he says, inadvertently realizing that it was two. "The Hyuga," Sasuke says, and Hinata turns away. He had also heard about it. Living in the same home as the Konoha police chief meant that Sasuke occasionally heard things he shouldn't have. Sakura, who had never heard of curse seals, asks inquisitively, "What curse do they use? I mean, why you would in the first place?" she asks. The Hyuga clan's main house protects the secrets of the clan's history and ancestry, and so those in the Hyuga that aren't members of the main house have the seal placed on them, so when they die their Byakugan is sealed and can't be used ever again. She states in a way that surprises some of the others. The Uchiha possessed a dojutsu as well, but they did not destroy the Sharingan after the user died by using a curse seal. Sasuke remarks nonchalantly, I hear it is also to prevent the side branches from usurping the main branch's power and authority, as Kiba makes fun of his head as though it were hurting because it is said that once the Hyuga curse is activated, it causes excruciating pain. Before turning to Sasuke to change the topic, Hinata averts her gaze. Why don't the Uchiha worry about the Sharingan being stolen? Sasuke shrugs when she asks. He starts off by shocking everyone, including Naruto, by saying, our clan isn't a clan to be taken lightly. Me, my brother, and my father are descendants of Madara Uchiha. Or so I've been told. That's why we are the main family. The other members respect our heritage and respect our rule. I couldn't tell you why we don't fear our Sharingan being stolen, he concludes before shrugging. She blushes as Naruto confronts her and says, still Hinata, the curse mark puts you at the most risk. He starts to recall the tale, saying, then in the dark of night one broke into the Hyuga compound and made off with you in an attempt to bring the Byakugan to his village, and then he was blown away by your father. He pauses, never hearing about the consequences, but remembers how angry the Cloud Village was threatening war again, and then everything stopped. Sakura shrugs, not really caring about it anymore. This mission has given her some confidence in her own abilities, but there is a clan she wants to join. Still the only non-clan members here Naruto and Sakura, Kiba notes. Only Kakashi was aware that the renowned clan from the destroyed Whirlpool country still existed, so it was shocking to hear Naruto say, that's not true, I have my father's surname but through my mother I am a member of the Uzumaki clan. Shino joins in, saying, wow, I heard the Uzumaki clan is cousins with the Senju. He also adds, and that their chakra is unique and quite powerful, to which Naruto nods. Genin looks up and says, yeah, only half Uzumaki. He adds, yeah, the main feature for an Uzumaki is the red hair though. Kiba scoffs as he says, I may look like my dad, but I did inherit the Uzumaki chakra. What makes your chakra so unique? The final nail in the coffin of his one-sided rivalry with Naruto was this revelation, the dog ninja asks. Aside from my Keke Genkai, do you mean? Still, according to my dad, my mom has strong chakra even by Uzumaki standards, he says in a semi-proud tone, acknowledging their strength but aiming to prove his own. Naruto's flat response makes Kiba feel deflated. The remainder of the conversation slowed down, and soon Naruto and Hinata were walking at the back, much to her embarrassment. He's so close, she thinks, doing everything she can to avoid blushing, but her cheeks turn a tinted pink as she looks at him sidelong. He remarks, it's been a while since we walked together like this, and she nods. You know, I don't think any less of your clan. Traditions that have become quite common for you can be seen as foreign to people not familiar with its practice, he says, feeling that they spoke too much about curse marks earlier. Not wanting to publicly acknowledge that she didn't like her clan's current state, she remarks, I understand. I am still surprised your mother is from such a legendary clan, she adds, and Naruto smiles. Yeah, she moved to Konoha after the land of whirlpools was destroyed, Naruto says. She wasn't treated with the most welcoming reaction, he adds. His father never clarified why Kushina was sent to the village rather than where the rest of the clan went, stating that the village was still engulfed in the Third Great Ninja War and outsiders weren't trusted. Hinata remarks, it must have been difficult for her to adjust, and Naruto responds with a little grunt while he is deep in thought. Even so, she is fortunate to have married the person she loved, she says softly, blushing slightly. Naruto smiles slightly and says, my parents are a weird couple. He may never be on the same wavelength as them, but he will always be their son. My mother is still loud, brash, and bossy, which pretty sums her up. She's not the kind of girl I'd want to marry, he says casually as he walks forward. I'd rather have a quiet and dependable girl like you, Hinata, he concludes as she stops, nearly losing her balance. Like me, girl? He was the sun and she was the moon, always watching in the shadow as he gave the world light, and she could only reveal herself when he was gone. She blushes wildly as she looks at his back, the sun's reflection giving him a glow that reflected her feelings for him. She hears him exclaim, Hinata. We should catch up to the others, we are almost home, he says, and she nods. Before long, the enormous gates of their home are opened, and it was already early in the morning, meaning that, depending on how long they slept in, they would have to report to the Hokage in the afternoon or evening. Following Sasuke's statement, "I missed this place," Naruto stands next to him, gazing up at Hokage Mountain and his father. "Wonder what we missed," he adds, and Naruto shrugs. The teams divide up until only the 3 genin of Team 7 remain, along with their sensei. The pink-haired genin smiles as he says, "I doubt Minato. Sensei foresaw the outcome of this mission." After all, on his first mission out, Naruto defeated a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, recruited a Kekkei Genkei user, and received a token from another cage. "But nonetheless you all performed perfectly. I was extremely impressed by you, Sakura," he says, adding, "But I suggest you all head home and rest in your own beds." Sasuke turned to Sakura after Kakashi had left and Naruto had gone home as well. "I owe you for saving me," he says. Although it was difficult to acknowledge, Sakura saved his life at that precise moment without thinking about her own safety. He looks away and blushes a little when she says, "I only wanted to protect someone I care for. Besides, you helped me too. I would have died if you hadn't been there," she continues. She blushes, already knowing what she wants to ask, as he continues, "Even so, I owe you. So if there is anything I can do, then tell me," he adds. How about going on a date?" Sasuke interrupts her as she makes a suggestion but quickly shakes her head, saying, "I'm kidding. How about?" He says, "One date seems fair, I guess," and her eyes enlarge. After the debrief, when she nods, he makes the suggestion, "See you later then." He puts his hands in his pockets and starts to move in the direction of the compound. Did it just occur? Sakura challenges reality. The Namikaze house. Mom and Dad are probably sleeping, he thinks, setting his pack on the floor and pouring himself a glass of water to quench his thirst as he hears a door open behind him. It was still dark in the house. When Naruto, Kushina called out, she appeared to be just getting up, complete with bead head, to demonstrate it. "Welcome back. How did it go?" she asks, twitching her foot as if she were fighting the impulse to run over and give him a violent hug. When Naruto noticed that she was trembling, he sighed and opened his arms, and Kushina charged at him, giving him the strongest mother hug she could manage. "I missed you too, Mom." Naruto tries to read the Hokage's face as he stands in front of his father with the teams assigned to the escort mission. "Well done on completing your first escort mission. Even as the situation became more complex, you all handled yourselves competently," he says, and Hinata moves forward. She says, "Only thanks to Naruto," and Minato gives a small smile. "Yeah, Naruto definitely got us through the mission," Ino adds. "Yeah, well, I could have done a better job," Kiba replies, crossing his arms. Naruto says, "We all completed the mission, now let the Hokage finish." The others back off, and Minato takes a deep breath to start the next part for the genin. As he starts to notice the joy in their eyes, he says, "In 2 weeks, the Chunin exams will take place within Konoha. All of your senseis have told me you are all capable and will be putting your names forward. So as of right now, training for the exam will be your top priority." He gets up and says, "Now I need a moment alone with Naruto, so you are all dismissed." His tone seems to shift. "No matter how good you believe you have become, you're just a genin," Minato says, pacing back and forth as Naruto glares at him. "You should not have spoken to the Mizukage so casually," he says. Naruto meets his gaze without flinching. Haku didn't want to return to the Mist Village in Kakashi. Sensei was getting distracted by the past, Naruto explains. "So, as team leader, I decided to voice my opinion, or was my appointment as leader just for show?" Sarcastically, he asks. He observes Naruto's bewildered expression and responds, "What's done is done, I guess, but remember next time that not all Kage will tolerate your attitude." Naruto scoffs, "The elders are deciding what to do with him. What did you think he would be welcomed with open arms?" Minato lists out that, by all accounts, he should be executed or imprisoned for life, regardless of whether he was a registered shinobi or not. He also openly acknowledged that he is still loyal to his Rouge sensei, supported a hostile takeover of a village, and caused a great deal of suffering to numerous innocent people. Naruto shakes his head disapprovingly, saying, "That would be a waste." He lists all the reasons why it would be foolish to ignore him, including the fact that the Konoha police could benefit greatly from his skills. He can disable a target without causing serious harm, and that He has a powerful Kekkei Genkai. He is intelligent and for an assassin. Very gentle. Minato's eyes widen at the thought. Pulling out a form, he says, "One more thing, Naruto. The Jonin recommended you for automatic promotion, while the others were recommended for the Chunin exams," he says, and Naruto's shocked expression makes him smile. "Despite what I said, I am very proud of you, Naruto," he continues. "So, what will happen to Sakura and Sasuke's Chunin exam tryout if I accept?" Knowing that Genin was tested in threes, he asked. Naruto nods and leaves the room after Minato responds. They will either face a handicap or find a third member. "I don't need an answer right now, Naruto. You have 2 weeks to make a decision," Minato says. The hospital Sasuke and Itachi sat on either side of Azumi's bed, and she was in a strange situation when the younger Uchiha showed up with a bouquet of flowers for her. The two Genin said goodbye to their pink-haired companion at the door, promising to pick her up later. "Was your girlfriend, then?" Itachi was peeling the skin off an apple for Azumi, who couldn't do it while she was in a cast. "Congratulations on your first assignment," she says, and Sasuke nods. Azumi teases the younger Uchiha, who blushes slightly and replies, "She is my teammate." It sounded like a backhanded compliment when Sasuke said, "Thanks, glad to see you still in high spirits despite being injured. But it is Naruto who deserves the praise. He guided the mission perfectly," he added, looking down. Itachi cuts the apple into cubes and places the plate on Azumi's lap. "Naruto is a gifted shinobi. Perhaps we will see his head on the Hokage mountain one day next to his father. Now all that remains is for you to show your abilities during the Chunin exams," he adds, and Sasuke looks at him. "The final stage always has Genin spar against one another in a bracket-styled tournament," he explains, and Sasuke nod. "Over the next week you will see young shinobi from the other villages showing up to settle in before the exams, so study them closely, Sasuke," he says, and his younger brother nods as he stands up. Itachi's girlfriend smiles broadly and nods when Sasuke says, "Rest up, Izumi." He then adds, "See you at home, brother," and Itachi nods as well. Did Sasuke appear content after he left the room? "I wonder what happened on that mission," she asks, and Itachi nods. "Something positive by how he looked later on." "What?" Danzo gets to his feet and says, "Definitely not. Since it's not often that a Kekkei Genkai user ends up on the table," he growls. "This Rouge has no place among our ranks. Placing him with the Uchiha who handle our village's security is morally wrong," he says. Looking at the young Hokage, Homura states, "I am inclined to agree with Danzo. How can we trust the boy, regardless of whether he is associated with the Mist Shinobi or not? He is an outsider," he inquires. Homura appears to realize that he may have offended the village's strongest shinobi when Minato says, "In case you forgot, my wife was not born in this village. This Haku was trained by a Rouge to be a killer. How can we place out villagers' safety in an unknown personality?" He clarifies, adding, "I meant no offense. Also, Lady Kushina was trained in this village and grew up here." It was a reasonable question, but Kaharu chose to speak before Minato could respond. "As the commander, you have a strong vote in this matter," she starts, "but you have been silent on the matter. What do you think?" He crosses his arms and says, "Shisui has been lobbying for me to open a branch near the Land of Waves for a long time. If the boy decides to join the police force, I would place him there under Shisui's charge." Danzo's eyes enlarge as he says this. What would prevent him from betraying Konoha and bringing Shisui's Sharingan? He didn't like the idea of the Uchiha establishing a second branch of their police force. He asks, and Fugaku answers. "With respect to you, Lord Hokage, if Haku lost to Naruto, then Shisui is more than capable of handling him," he says, shifting the topic. "I will take Haku if the only other choices for him are imprisonment or death," he adds. "The Sharingan is not property of Konoha. They belong to the Uchiha," he says, and Danzo gives him a slight glare, adding, "It would be a waste." The vote in favor of Haku joining the Konoha police force was 4-2, much to Danzo's chagrin. Before long, everyone had left, leaving Fugaku, Minato, and Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. "So your son suggested this?" Fugaku asks, and Minato nods. Looking out his window, Minato remarks, "It's hard to read what's going on inside Naruto's head sometimes. How long will you need to have a division of you men ready to be sent to the Land of Waves?" he asks. However, this may be a good thing. It would be prudent to wait and have as many shinobi as possible, according to Fugaku, who says, I intend to wait until after the Chunin exams. He's thinking about it now. It seems he will turn it down so he can take the exams with his team. Minato smiles as Hiruzen remarks, I hear Naruto has been promoted. Well, either way the village is strong with its youth and will continue on regardless of what a few old-timers believe, Hiruzen said, surprised to hear this. You understand? He asked, and Minato nodded, as Hiruzen assumed Naruto was attempting to outdo his father. The two men stand in silence for a moment before the Uchiha makes an odd request. Makoto was wondering if you, Kushina, and Naruto would like to come over for dinner. Sasuke is eating out tonight, and Itachi spends most of the day at the hospital. He adds, do I want to know? Minato raises his hands slightly and says, minor details. Kushina and I will be there, but Naruto will probably be training, Minato says with a nod. We can continue this discussion in your office, he adds, and Fugaku nods in agreement. Minato didn't trust Danzo because he had his own agenda and was essentially untouchable without evidence due to his position. He replies, until then, and Fugaku excuses himself. Alone, he sighed and closed his eyes, thinking, the coming months will be my greatest trial as Hokage. He was clueless. Afterwards, with Naruto was in a good mood after learning that his parents would be out late. He was thinking about getting promoted automatically, joining Sasuke and Sakura, and taking the Chunin exams. He was also tense because of the incident with Hiku and the overwhelming sense that a storm was approaching. He noticed someone lying on the grass as he arrived at his training secret location. Not so secret, perhaps? Hinata. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes her by the scrapes on her fingers and palms, as well as her pale complexion. She must have been training, he muses, putting his palm on her forehead. I should wake her up, he murmurs, shaking her slightly and calling her name. Deep sleeper, she mumbles, turning away from him. It would look strange if I brought her home in this state, he says, smiling as he sits next to her. Plus, the fact that she came out here to train instead of using the many areas within the Hyuga household means she was avoiding something there. Hinata's dream. Do I love you? I am a genius prodigy and future Hokage. I won't settle for an average plain girl like you, Naruto asks, his face obviously insulted. He crosses his arms and looks away before leaving her alone. Hanabi has proven to be a far more deserving heir to the Hyuga family. She will succeed you as heir, Hiyashi declares. I am embarrassed to have a child like you. Please leave before you hurt me anymore. I looked up to you, sister. I can't believe how weak you are, says Hanabi. We should simply expel you from the clan since you aren't even worth starting a branch family with anyone, with a grin. You are pitiful. You are the reason my father passed away. Dream end. Her eyes widened. I'm sorry, she yelled, and her gaze darted to the new spot before settling on her hands, which were covered in ointment and had plasters on their fingers. Considering you slept all the way over to my house, through me cleaning your wounds and stubbing my toe, Naruto said, bringing a teapot and a tray with 2 cups on it. He grinned at the last part, pouring the tea into the cups and giving one to Hinata with the handle so she could take it. You're up, huh? Must have smelt the herbal tea I just finished brewing, she said, her eyes widening as she recognized the voice that belonged to her. How were you aware of my location? Before taking a sip, she asks, blowing on the tea. Her taste buds are awakened by the cup's amazing flavor. Wonderful, she sighs joyfully, and Naruto grins. He sits on the table in front of her and says, I'm not much of a cook, but I make great tea. Anyway, I found you because you were sleeping where I normally train in private. Are you preparing for the Chunin exams? She nods when he asks. Naruto must think I'm pathetic. He's so strong and it comes so easy for him, she says, recalling her dream in which Naruto rejected her feelings and called her plain. Yeah, my father will be keeping an eye on the exams while deciding who his heir will be, she explains. So I need to train hard and prove myself to him, she says, averting his gaze by looking at the contents of her cup. He smiles and says, Hell, Sakura pretty much admitted her dream to marry Sasuke while he was sitting beside her. He laughs, I wouldn't mind a girl dreaming about marrying me. Hinata, these exams aren't a chance for you to prove anything to your dad, it's a chance for you to prove to yourself that you can protect this village. Naruto says, don't live your life to please others, live it to make yourself happy. He returns to the kitchen. Would I be good enough for you, Naruto? She was glad he had found her, and he was treating her minor wounds and making her tea, which reminded her of the time he had defended her. However, it was more than that. He wasn't the young boy she had a crush on, rather, he was the young man she had fallen in love with and wished nothing more than to express her feelings to him right away, but she wasn't ready. Naruto had demonstrated that he was genuinely on his way to becoming a significant figure in the village, and if she couldn't keep up, she couldn't confess. She yells, "N. Naruto," and he enters, wiping his hands. "You're right, these tests are an opportunity for me to prove myself," she starts, and he nods, grinning. "So, if I get promoted, will you meet me atop Hokage Mountain? Do you mind?" she asks. He grins and nods confidently, saying, "Sure, but just so you know I could be in your way of promotion. Come on, I'll walk you home, you should rest tomorrow and give your hands a break," he says as he heads for the door. Even though she was holding the hot cup, the gel on her palm hadn't smudged, but she could still feel the stinging pain from it. "Thank you, Naruto," she says, smiling and glancing at his back as she follows him. Sakura and Sasuke, she could tell by his fidgeting that he was out of his comfort zone, but they were dressed for a date, to put it mildly, and Sasuke was wearing pretty much what he always wears, except without his gear. Nevertheless, their shinobi IDs got them a nice discount at one of Konoha's most expensive restaurants. Still dreamy though, she sighed in her head. "So, are you anticipating the exams?" Sakura tilts her head in response to Sasuke's question. "We should find Naruto and begin training for them as soon as possible," he adds, adding that Sasuke wasn't much for small talk and wasn't particularly interested in anything that didn't involve training. She nods and says, "You're right." She will ask him about his interests and hobbies later, but for now, she wants to calm him down and get him talking. These are the next step in us becoming more vital with the village's security, right? "So, do you want to join the Konoha police force?" she asks, and he nods. He shrugs when she asks. "If I can get promoted to Chunin, I expect my father, who is commander, to offer me a sergeant position," he says. "What are your plans after the exams? May I ask?" he asks. Sakura says proudly, "Well, I think I'll apply for an internship in the hospital because I've learned everything I can from books. It will mean fewer missions, but I want to become a great medic," he smirks. As the waiter who took their orders arrives with their food, he adds, "I'm sure you can handle it." She blushes at the compliment. "I like that passion of yours, chasing a worthy goal. So, what do you like to do for fun besides training?" As they start eating, Sakura inquires. I was shocked to learn that Sasuke enjoyed cooking. Apparently, he was closer to his mother when he was younger and used to assist her in the kitchen, picking everything up. She smiles and says, "We should cool something together then." Sasuke grunts softly as he finishes his water and presses his plate in. "Tell me, Sakura, are you worried about the Chunin exams?" he asks. She demonstrated her abilities on the mission, but these tests would be a fresh challenge against genin from other villages with unknown skills, he asks inquisitively. She pauses and he leans in, genuinely curious. "At first, yes. But I refuse to believe there is someone stronger than you," she says with a smile, and he laughs. "Naruto has the same strength as you, but," she adds, and his eyes widen slightly. "Naruto acts despite his father. Your power comes from wanting to prove yourself. And that power will always win." She has such a low opinion of Naruto. "Well, it's late so I will walk you home," he says, and she smiles. He thought that he had sensed the tension between the Hokage and his son, but he never imagined that it would be his motivation to be strong. Thanks, Naruto. Like any teenager, he started searching his parents' room for something interesting because it was getting late and they weren't home yet. He discovered his mother's old diary from when she was a young child, and some of the early entries were humorous, discussing how she beat up boys for making fun of her hair or talking about her dream of becoming the Hokage. "Close enough since you married the Hokage," he smirked as he turned the page and saw something intriguing. The shaky looking text indicated that his mother was depressed and afraid when she wrote, "It's been a week since they sealed the beast in me. I feel its presence lingering in my conscience trying to break free. Is this what my life will be from now on? How will the beast's chakra impact our future children? What can I offer Minato, who has been wonderful and encouraging? Will I be able to conceive it all?" The page was creased by the tears stains. "What beast? What does this mean? How does it affect me?" he murmurs as he turns the page, and the date leaps ahead to a few days after his birth. The fox demon's influence was just whisker-shaped birthmarks on his face, but they don't take away from his cuteness. He's my perfect little baby. The words, "He's like a mini Minato, blue eyes, blonde hair, and a healthy complexion," described his mother's happiness at his birth. He wondered why she hadn't written in the book for over 10 years, but assumed she must have been busy as a kunoichi. Demon Fox. He pretends to have just arrived home when he hears the keys in the door and immediately places the diary where he found it outside the window. It was enjoyable. Before shouting, "Naruto made tea," he hears his mother add, "We need to invite them over sometime." She truly enjoyed his tea. Naruto had a lot of questions at the moment, but he needed to know everything before facing his parents because doing so would probably result in a fight. "Dad, what are you keeping from me?" A few days later. In the week since genin and their senseis started coming from other countries, the older, more seasoned genin had been confined to a section of town where they had no tactical advantage and any attack attempt would be quickly put down. When Anbu watched the hidden cloud, Minato remembered what they had done and he didn't trust the Raikage, whom he had met in battle and thought was a good man. However, he also recalled that the Cloud Village had attempted to kidnap Kushina once and that he should have handled the peace treaty more carefully, but his desire for peace made him blind, and they nearly kidnapped Hinata. Additionally, Hiyashi lost his younger twin brother in order to protect his daughter when the Raikage demanded Hiyashi's death for killing the shinobi threatening war. Minato, who is currently reading through the Chunin sheets, looks at the current Raikage, who is sitting across from him with his arms crossed. The man is obviously upset about how his shinobi are being treated. "This is an outrage, Hokage. Having Anbu spy on my shinobi alone is unwarranted," he says. The Raikage could ramble on about the Hyuga sham, but he couldn't tell him Kushina was a misunderstanding, and I knew this too. "Pardon me, Raikage, but you have to understand, whenever Cloud Shinobi are in this village unnecessary accidents happen." He pauses, adding coldly, "and little girls are taken from their home." As he looks at the forms and Hinata's photo, the big man remarks, "Those were times of war. You reached out to me looking to bring uneasy times to an end. And you used the opportunity to abduct a 7-year-old girl from her bed, and when you failed tried to kill her father." Minato responds, "I'll make it very clear to you, Raikage, if you want your shinobi to be eligible for promotion to Chunin, then you agree to my terms of having the Anbu watch over them for the duration of their stay, or take them and go home," he says as the Raikage rises. With sparks flying from him, he growls, "You don't know who you are talking down to." He wouldn't let this foreign leader stop his genin from advancing. Ai inhales as he sits down and Minato says, "You don't scare me, you never will, so just sit down. Take this as a warning. Should your village act out in any way during these exams, then your village will be banned from competing on all future Chunin exams," he says, displaying the other Kage's signatures of agreement. Minato has some spine. I almost respect him for it. Ai smirks as he sees a blonde genin who resembles the Hokage rushing towards the office. "I'll see myself out," Ai growls, slamming the sheet on the table before storming out. The man in front of Naruto rushed into the room with a piece of paper, but Naruto chose to ignore him. "Hello Naruto, could you please tell me your response?" he inquires, but he is perplexed as to why his son appeared so furious. The piece of paper caught his attention, and the title, "Tailed Beasts," alarmed him. His anxiety was validated when Naruto uttered a single sentence that chilled him to the bone. "A Jinjuriku, Mom. That is highly classified information. How did you get this information?" Minato looked at his son with a look that was a mix of shock and confusion. He could have tried to deny it, but Naruto was too intelligent for that, so he chose to be honest. He inquires calmly as he watches Naruto's feelings intensify. "I won't even attempt to deny it," the youthful genin shouts. He gets up, seeing Naruto's eyes widen, and says, "Naruto, this information is classified to the highest caliber. Simply knowing without clearance can land you in the strict correctional facility." "How?" he asks. "Take action. You know." He speaks more slowly but firmly. Minato didn't think Kushina would write something so dangerous, so he starts, "Mom's diary. While I was waiting for you guys to come home I read it. She made mentions of a demon fox, so I went to the library and began reading about the history of Konoha. Madara Uchiha used a fox demon to fight the first Hokage. It's the same fox, right?" he explains, and Minato sighs as he collapses into his chair, holding his face in his hands. What gave you the authority to search through your mother's belongings, Naruto? What gave you the right to think you should know everything because you are so entitled? What gives you the authority to address the Hokage directly? Naruto shrinks a little inside every time he asks a question because he has never seen his father's face look this way before. A mix of disappointment, rage, and distance. Sorry, Hokage, is Naruto's final act of defiance, but Minato quickly puts out that flame in response. Apologies won't make this better. In terms of your promotion, consider it revoked. If even the slightest hint of this leaves this office, I'll fire you as an active shinobi and send you to the facility for a while. Are we clear? Naruto nods and quickly turns to go. Would you have eventually told me? Minato looks down as Naruto finds himself needing to request some closure. After Minato says, "It's not my burden, so it's not my decision," Naruto exits the room, shutting the door behind him. What a disaster! The main street they were questing in foreign lands, and their village currently had the lowest standing among the others. Tamari says, "Quit picking on the kid," with a hint of arrogance rather than concern. With the kind in the air, Kankuro responds, "Hey, the brat bumped into me and won't apologize." These kids, with their warm, sunny weather and soft-looking village, why are they held in such high regard? He questions as a pebble hits his thumb, causing a stinging pain which makes him flinch. Oh. That was thrown by whom? He turns to see Sasuke coming toward him holding another stone, which he tosses carelessly into the air before catching it. Behaving tough? With a confident expression, Sasuke says, "You're a long way from home, dork. Play nice and then return to the sand castle village you call home." Before a burst of sand strikes the back of his hand, Kankuro snarls, clutching his strap over his shoulder and getting ready to strike. "You little shit. You have to?" With icy eyes fixed on Kankuro, a stranger says, "You're a disgrace." He stands in front of his siblings and teammates and adds, "If you faced him, he's crush you." This is Sasuke Uchiha. The redhead surprises Sasuke by revealing his identity, saying, "I am Gaara. These fools are Kankuro and Tamari, my siblings." "How are you aware of my name?" he asks, and Gaara responds, "A name sheet for the competing genin," revealing a book with their names in it. That statement made Sasuke's shiver. The cage thought it would ease tension if all the genin were on a name-based relationship, Gaara adds. Or to make it interesting if we have to fight to the death. As Naruto approaches him with a lethal expression, he thinks, this guy is dangerous. Nothing like the other two. He says, "Soccer is meeting us at the training grounds," as he passes Gaara. The two exchange a quick look before he heads off to the Team 7 training field. Sasuke ignores Kankuro's glare and drops the stone he was carrying before following Naruto. Even Suna was affected by Naruto's actions with the Mizukage. He was becoming as famous as his father, but the boy she just saw was anything but inspirational. So that's the Hokage's son. He doesn't look all that impressive, Tamari scoffs. Tamari blushes and slaps him across the back of his head as Kankuro smirks and says, "Be careful. He is likely to be the biggest obstacle in the goal. Plus you are doing that eyebrow twitch thing you do when you find a cute guy," he adds. Gaara ends the sibling squad by warning, "Those eyes are like mine. If you two keep it up, I will kill you." The field of training, the instructor informed the group of genin that passing the first two exams would mean they wouldn't be able to return home for 5 days, so Naruto was getting his pack ready for the exams the night before they began. With Kakashi's assistance, the three each had a new training schedule to adhere to for the next week and a half before the Chunin exams began. Naruto turned to see his mother standing in the doorway. He assumed that his father had told her about his snooping because she had been avoiding him ever since he found out. "How is the packing going?" As angry as she was with Naruto, she couldn't let her son go off to face these trials without her support, she asks, attempting to peek into the bag from the door. She knew what Naruto would encounter in the exams because she had already finished them. Lifting the bag and setting it on his desk, he says, "Just finished actually," looking back at the bag and closing it. "Hopefully it will be enough. Dinner ready." She shakes her head in response to his question. She says, "We haven't discussed you prying into my belongings," and he pauses. "But we will. After the Chunin exams are finished, don't you think?" She went from being neutral to sounding like a disgruntled parent. "Yeah. The morning after the brief stay in the village provided the former Rouge ninja with some perspective as Haku and Shisui prepared to start their journey to the location of the future police branch where they would be living and working for the foreseeable future. Don't worry, you'll be hopping back and forth from here to the new base. So, the Uchiha smiles and says, consider it a long vacation. Haku, who now wears the clothes of a Konoha shinobi but was an outsider in his heart, says rather distantly, I understand, it's safer to have me far from the village in case I turn rouge again. They see Naruto waiting to greet them at the gates, saying, my dad doesn't think that way. He truly has accepted you into the village, but he believes you owe the people in the land of waves for all the bad things you did, he says as he approaches them, hands Haku a piece of cloth from his pocket, and says, earn it, before entering the village. I will, is Haku's smile as he glances at the headband featuring the leaf symbol. After a few hours, Chunin exams begin. Phase 1. The first challenge consisted of 9 challenging questions, and it was obvious that the real purpose of the test was to test intel gathering. The applicants were supposed to cheat to get the answers, but they couldn't be caught if they were caught. Sasuke used his Sharingan to quickly figure out which genin was a plant, and Sakura, being the natural genius that she is, already knew the answers. This worked out well for Ino and her team, as she swapped minds with the pink-haired Kunoichi to get the answers. Naruto, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage because he knew some answers but not all of them, and he wasn't very good at gathering intelligence in the first place. Hinata was sitting next to him, trying to assist him, but he couldn't look to her without being caught. Time soon ran out, and Ibiki threw down the gauntlet. Many teams had already failed. The final question comes with its own rule. The terrified man starts. If a member of your team doesn't answer this question, then the entire team fails. But if you get the question wrong, then you are banned from the Chunin exams and will remain genin for the rest of your life. A few people gasp. For those of you unwilling to risk hearing the question, then leave the room. The exam is over for you and your team. Ibiki smirks. To those who stayed, congratulations, you have passed the first round, surprising the genin. The shinobi life will never offer you a break. Those who would abandon a mission and risk their team are not ready to count themselves among the elites of their village. Simply choosing to answer means you pass this round. Sasuke and Sakura move to sit next to each other, as do the other teams, and the three give a quick nod and smirk of pride after passing the first stage. Kind of makes the first 9 questions obsolete. Naruto sighs, wondering why he was worried at all. He is interrupted by a purple-haired woman who bursts through the window with a banner that reads, Second Stage Proctor Anko Midarashi, in large letters. Make no mistake, from here on out your abilities will be tested. When the next proctor gets here, she will. She opens her eyes to the stunned room and exclaims, congratulations, little brats. Did I jump the mark? She asks. Phase 2. The objective of this trial, according to Anko, was to retrieve the opposite scroll, the Earth or Heaven scroll, that they were initially given. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were deep within the Forest of Death, also known as the 44th Training Ground. After they succeeded, they had to head to the building in the middle of the forest, which ensured that at least half of the teams would be destroyed. The rules were straightforward. They had 5 days to finish the task and could only open the scrolls together. Opening one by itself would disqualify them. Sakura groans, man, if I had known we would be in a forest, I would have packed a tent. Naruto and Sasuke had prepared for battle, but her pack only included food and first aid and very few weapons. Naruto washes his face in a lake and says, Sakura, you're a medic. Leave the fighting to me and Sasuke. He then adds, once we have the other scroll, we will be heading into the building, so best try and only spend the night. He considered setting up camp around the building and just attacking a team that was on their way there, but since there were probably many teams with the same plan, it would be pointless to hunt down teams that were moving. Yeah, the faster we finish this, the more time we have to prepare for the final stage. Sasuke replies. I have a feeling the last stage will pit genin against each other, so the more rest we have between stages the better we will be. He puts his bag on his shoulder. Sakura nodded, happy to see how well prepared her teammates were for these tests. Sasuke and Naruto needed her, but she wanted to apply for an internship at the Konoha hospital. If Sasuke was right, she might be able to drop out with no guilt and still apply for her internship. After a few hours, they had discovered which teams were using the Heaven Scroll, which was bad. Naruto decided to burn the scrolls to stop other teams from using them and so eliminate the possibility that more teams would advance to the next round. Naruto searches through the unconscious team's bags and asks, "So, what scroll do you guys have?" "Shit, another heaven scroll." He sighs and tosses it into the forest. Taking the food from the other team's bags and placing it in his own, Sasuke jokes, "Maybe it's an act. Maybe all the scrolls are the same." "Our team has an earth scroll," they say, turning to see a group from the Leaf's smaller relative, the Hidden Grass Village. Reciting his team's scroll, which was, in fact, an earth scroll, was the man in the center who appeared to be the leader. Naruto cringes as Sasuke advances with his Sharingan activated, saying, "You couldn't use a bag like a normal guy, huh? Honestly, don't know if I want it." He surprises his teammates by saying, "This guy is no genin." The grass ninja chuckles as his teammates transform into snakes. "Who are you?" he asks. Pulling the skin off his face, he declares, "I am Orochimaru, a former Konoha shinobi," exposing his actual features. Naruto pulls out a Raijin kunai and asks, "What are you doing here, in a defensive stance?" "You're one of the legendary Sannin. The one who defected." He gestures to the teenager with the raven hair and says, "Your Sharingan to be exact. I am a man who desires to learn every jutsu there is. But in order to accomplish that I need something from you." "Sasuke Uchiha," he says with a smile. "Long ago I tried to obtain your brother's eyes, but those gems are out of my reach, but a nursling like you should provide adequate eyes." His smile turns obnoxious. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke commands, "Come and try, freak." Sakura watches from behind as he and Naruto charge the Sannin. Although she had made great progress since her academy days, this opponent was too strong for her. Though he was actually out of Naruto and Sasuke's league as well, there wasn't much choice but to fight. Maybe they could keep him at bay until Minato received a warning from one of the Anbu patrolling the area. While deftly fending off their attacks, the Snake Sannin declares, "Yes, you two are unquestionably the best of this generation, but you are nothing more than kids without any combat experience. So unlike Minato, your teleportation isn't instantaneous, you need at least 3 seconds to teleport, while it may be a small gap." Orochimaru pauses to dodge a kunai, saying, "It makes you predictable." He then drives his fist into the stomach of the reappearing Naruto, causing the blonde to cough up blood as he is sent flying into a tree. Even Naruto's flying Raijin couldn't defeat him. Naruto is called out by his teammates as he attempts to stand again but collapses back to the ground. Sasuke attacks the Sannin and is knocked back too, but he flips in midair to form the tiger hand sign. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. He exhales the huge ball of fire and shoots it in the direction of the startled Sannin. As he jumps, he avoids the attack and remarks, "Impressive, as expected from Uchiha. There are a lot of wire." Threaded shuriken around him, and he thinks that seeing all the threads leads to a few in Sasuke's mouth as he forms the snake, dragon, rabbit, and tiger hand signs. Kaden. Ryuka no Jutsu. He exhales another fire-based jutsu, and the flames take on the head of a dragon, shooting down the wire like a guide as the engulfs Orochimaru. The young Uchiha screams in pain as Orochimaru suddenly appears behind Sasuke and bites down on his neck. "This should keep you from causing a fuss," he says, turning to face the last member of Team Kakashi. Sakura takes a kunai out of her pouch and asks, "What did you do to Sasuke?" Her tone was tough and she defended herself, but even a beginner could see through her and realize how scared she is. "I placed a curse seal on him, now he is connected to me, and soon all his negative emotions will flare up and he will seek me out to get stronger," he says as he approaches her. A moment later, Minato appears between them after a kunai lands between them. The Sannin asks, "How did you know I was here?" Minato ignores him, observing his son barely conscious and the curse mark on Sasuke. "Damn it. I got here too late," he thinks, hurling multiple kunai at Orochimaru, who was taken aback by how quickly the kunai appeared. "Stay down, you damn snake," he says, standing over the Sannin as multiple Anbu appear, but Orochimaru sheds his current form and vanishes into the ground. Minato then appears behind him and hits him in the center on his back with a Rasengan, throwing him back. One of the Anbu asks, "What should we do, Lord Yondaime?" Minato sighs. He orders Anbu vanish to gather the others and take them to a secure location, saying, "Gather the genin, it's likely Orochimaru isn't finished with whatever he's planning. Lord Hokage. He turns to see Sakura staring at him with tears in her eyes. She lost all her courage the moment he showed up, feeling both relieved and concerned for her team. With a comforting smile, he puts his hand on Sakura's head and says, "Don't worry, Sakura." He then gathers Sasuke and Naruto and places them next to Sakura. "Hold on to Sasuke," he says, and she takes his hand. The hospital's reception is the next thing she sees, and he tells the nurse to prepare 2 beds for these two. Sakura was astounded by the doctor's quick thinking and response to the Hokage's unexpected arrival as she watched them go to work. But it was clear that her nerves were still shaky, so Minato chose to comfort her by telling her a little story. He looks at the young girl who was grinning at the picture of the stoic Hokage freaking out over a simple sneeze. "I've fought in wars, yet becoming a father has been the biggest challenge of my life. So rest your fears, Sakura, your life is only getting started," he says. Naruto was 2 weeks earlier than expected. "I remember every hiccup and sneeze I would come running to this place to the point where I marked it with my Raijin formula to save time." His words of wisdom managed to calm the pink-haired girl, who was soon doing her best to assist the doctors with her comrades. Naruto recovered quickly. Aside from a minor headache, he was fine. He was sitting across from his father when he asked, "Orochimaru killed Genin and took their place, didn't he?" The Hokage nodded. "Why?" "Orochimaru was once a candidate to be Yondaime Hokage." Minato continues. "Once I was chosen over him by Lord 3rd Orochimaru defected from the village. It wasn't long after that we discovered the heinous experiments he had been doing on children. There are only 2 survivors known, an Anbu and a Tokubetsu Jonin." He looks out the window with a sigh. "I heard rumors he started his own village called the Sound Village. Jiraiya Sensei has been uncovering details about the village." He stops and says, "That's why I've cancelled the Chunin exams. It's likely he's brought shinobi with the plan to invade." He finishes analyzing the data, nodding his head. "If that's true, then it's likely he's working with another village," Naruto says in amazement. "I mean, you've only been Hokage like 13 years, right? There is no way Orochimaru has established a strong enough village to attack one of the 5 major villages," he emphasizes. They both see Danzo standing in the door and say, "Your son has the right idea, Lord Hokage." Minato dismisses his son right away to go back to the hospital to see how his team is doing. And he is accurate, the man adds after they are alone, setting a picture on the table. It was Orochimaru who met the Kazekage. It was difficult for Minato to believe Rasa would collaborate with a criminal and jeopardize his village's reputation. Suna. But Rasa has never been interested in conquest. In fact, he has frequently spoken about forming an alliance with Konoha to strengthen both villages, he says. Danzo starts to attract Minato's attention because it wasn't his typical propaganda. Suna's economy is constantly in danger of dropping. Without the land, each of the other 4 nations would starve. They barely make anything in trade. This is their only option to survive. In this world, each village is looking out for their own. It's not something to be held against them, he says. Double the Anbu patrols. But don't make a move until Orochimaru plays his hand, because if we're wrong it could lead to another war. And I'd prefer not to be the instigator. The medical facility. Even when Sasuke's brother and parents arrived, Sakura remained by his side the entire time. After everything she had done for him, they couldn't bring themselves to throw her out because they could see how much Sasuke meant to her by looking into her eyes. They all sat there, watching the unconscious boy dream, and judging by the way he looked, he was having a bad dream. Fugaku yells, "Damn that snake! I'll kill him for harming my son." Although his expression was composed, Itachi also planned to pursue Orochimaru, but his objective was to lift the curse, which Kushina claims could only be accomplished if Orochimaru did it. When Sakura grabbed Sasuke's outstretched hand, it seemed to calm him down. Sakura brought everyone's attention to him. As he stands at the door, they hear Naruto say, "Be careful. I've heard that curse mark reacts to chakra. Who knows when it will be set off," he continues, turning to face Fugaku. "The Hokage wanted to speak to you, Lord Fugaku," he says, and the leader of the Uchiha clan nods. "Judging from his expression, he wanted you to hurry before he and Danzo got into an argument," he adds, and the man smirks as he leaves the room. The blonde nods when Mikoto asks, "So you're all better after the encounter?" She smiles at the boy with the blonde hair, saying, "He really is the image of his father. But I can see you in him too, Kushina. Underscore the morning after underscore in the village hidden in the leaves. Business was conducted peacefully, people conversed informally, and the general atmosphere was friendly, so what followed was a real surprise. Blades clashing in the air was the first sound, followed by the dropping of bodies in the streets, which sparked panic. Panic quickly broke out when a huge explosion occurred in the middle of the village, and a huge three-headed snake roared into action, tearing through buildings. Orochimaru, standing atop Hokage Mountain, declares, "At last, Konoha. Your end has come." Naturally, Minato knew that Orochimaru was aware of this plan for when the village was attacked and had been securing the route the townspeople were following, so he ordered Genin to evacuate the villagers to the shelter inside the Hokage Mountain. The people were relieved to see their Hokage. Even though the battle was going on all around them, his mere presence helped to calm their nerves. He had only been attacked by Sound and Sand Shinobi thus far, though, and as he wondered where Orochimaru was, he noticed a massive purple barrier rise above the arena where the Chunin exam finals would have been held. When Minato witnesses his predecessor fighting his Sannin student, he thinks, so Orochimaru was after Lord Third. Then I need to find Rasa and make him stop this madness, he thinks, hastening away once the area is safe. Sakura, they couldn't make a scene and draw attention, but Sakura couldn't either for fear of harming other patients. Three Sound Genin had broken into the hospital to take Sasuke away per the snake's orders. Just hand him over, girl, Zaku says. Although there was a standoff, Sakura still had a numerical advantage. Sasuke's weight slowed her down, so she thought, if only I had super strength or something, as she slugged along with the unconscious Uchiha draped over her back. I need to get Sasuke out of here. If I can find Itachi, she thought, pulling out a smoke bomb and using it to blind them all. The three Sound Shinobi headed straight for the window, but Sakura went through the door. Sakura notices she is encircled once more when Dosu says, "Nice try, but you have now made this a whole lot easier. Now we can kill you and take Sasuke for Lord Orochimaru," he continues. As he stands up, she hears Sasuke say into her ear, "Sakura, put me down and run, and I'll deal with these clowns." Sasuke just nods, believing her when she says, "No, I'll stay and help. Kakashi-sensei has been teaching me a jutsu or two to defend myself." Sasuke's fire style was countered by the Sound Genin's special sound related jutsu, and Sakura's water style wasn't as strong as she had believed. Before long, she and Sasuke were pinned down. The curse mark had left Sasuke severely weakened, making him easier to defeat, and the boys held him even though he had already started to faint from the agony. Take a good look at him, Pinky. When Lord Orochimaru gets his hands on this little cutie, he will take his eyes and all his chakra, discarding the body like trash, she said with a sly smile as Kintsuchi gripped Sakura's bangs. Sakura grabs her kunai and uses it to cut her hair, releasing herself from Kin's hold. She then uses the momentum to push Dosu and Zaku away from Sasuke, saying, "He's more a shinobi than you three could ever be," much to their chagrin. Sakura smashes into a tree after Zaku uses the air cannons in his hands to blow her off of him. Bitch! Stoops to grab Sasuke, but a huge blue aura surrounds him, sending the Sound Genin flying back. With black markings covering his body, Sasuke stands up and fixes Sakura with his blazing Sharingan eyes. "Who hurt you, Sakura?" he asks darkly as the pink-haired girl watches in horror. As her Uchiha teammate annihilated the three Sound Genin in front of him, she believes this isn't Sasuke. However, his attacks were also harming him, as his bones were breaking under the weight of this malevolent chakra. As Dosu fell to the ground, blood dripping from Sasuke's knuckles from having destroyed his hands by beating the three invading Genin to near death, she lunged at him and hugged him from behind. "Sasuke, you need to stop." As a fresh hand covers the curse mark with a piece of paper, causing it to retract, he faints. Sakura's eyes enlarge upon realizing that the hand is Naruto's. He pauses as Sakura gives him a hug and says, "I'm sorry I'm late. I was helping villagers evacuate when I felt." "You're amazing, Sakura," he says simply, returning the hug. Though he considered just killing the Sound Genin, Naruto tied them up because he assumed they would have intel on Orochimaru's village. She remarks, "Sasuke's injuries are bad, but I should be okay from here." Naruto looks at her, his eyes widening as he notices that her hair was cut with a kunai, but he chooses to remain silent. You should help defend the village, she says, and he nods, waking up and creating 2 shadow clones. They nod, and Naruto rushes to meet his father, who was pursuing the Kazekage, who had been somewhat absent from the invasion, after he says, help her get Sasuke somewhere safe so she can treat him. Rasa and his formidable magnet release Kekkei Genkai title, Gold Dust, were rumored to be feared throughout the 5 elemental nations, according to Naruto's understanding. A short time later Naruto good. I was hoping you'd show up, the Hokage says, gesturing to the Suna shinobi, as Naruto stops seeing Minato speaking with a Suna Jonin. This is Baki, a Jonin from Suna who has brought me some disturbing news, he says as Baki advances. I was leading the team that are the main power in the attack, the Sand Sibling Trio, Baki says, startling Naruto. Orochimaru killed our Kazekage. Weeks ago it looks like, and he's been manipulating our council into attacking the Leaf, he adds. Naruto surmises that this must be the Sand Genin Sasuke was fighting before the exams. Gaara, the redhead, is out village's Jinchuriku. Orochimaru plans to use Shukaku to devastate the village and lead our nations into all-out war. Minato pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and says, so, to end this fight we need to stop Gaara from what? Transforming? It was another sealing tag, but this one appeared to be for Jinchuriku. It was obvious that his mother's job was to counter Kyuubi in case it ever escaped, so he didn't need to ask. Minato puts his hand on Naruto's shoulders and says, I've already sent Shikamaru and Shino after the Sand siblings. You're the only shinobi who can catch up with them. Baki is gathering up the Suna shinobi and pulling them out. All that is left is the Sound and Orochimaru. Naruto nods and runs away. Good luck. Naruto. The forest. You're all worms. The red-headed beast snarls. I'll kill you all. Gaara had already started to change into the tailed beast, adopting a shape akin to Shukaku's but much smaller. She says, Gaara. It's your sister, and Gaara laughs nefariously as he lunges for another attack. But Shikamaru is there in time to stop him with the Nara signature jutsu. Kageme no Jutsu. Shikamaru gets to his feet while keeping his gaze fixed on Temari, who is leaning against a tree. Complete, and just in time too, he says. She asks, come to kill us and weaken Suna? And Shikamaru laughs, which apparently irritates her a lot. As tiny insects invade Gaara to start eating the One-Tail's leaked chakra, Shikamaru says, your sensei Baki and Lord Fourth sent us after you. Observing her bewildered expression, he explains, look, I'm not sure what I can and cannot say, but Baki said he was gathering the Suna shinobi at the meeting place where the Sand and Leaf connect. I assume you know what he's talking about, she nod. Still on the defensive, Kankuro asks, wait. Why are you not trying to kill Gaara? His death would weaken our village. It was difficult to process this information given that they had been the key to an invasion just an hour earlier. As Gaara roars, breaking free and sending them all flying back, Shino says, that's not how our Hokage likes to operate. This boy is a victim of generations of shinobi fearing the tailed beasts. Our village doesn't operate that way, he continues. As Gaara snarls, I'll crush you all. Toward Shikamaru, Temari leaps in front of him and blocks his attack with her fan. You traitor! She cries at his baby brother's irate voice. Shikamaru remarks, why did you protect me? It was your chance to get away, and Temari casts a smug glance over her shoulder. She smirks at his irritated expression and his remark that she is troublesome, saying, I can't leave a helpless boy like you after all, I owed you for earlier. Each time Gaara healed, he grew larger and was on the verge of undergoing a complete metamorphosis. The four band together to try to pin him down, but he regenerates all wounds leaving little openings. Gaara quickly corners Temari and Kankuro and gets ready to kill them after Shikamaru asks, what's taking him so long? Die! He yells as the group prepares for the blow, but before he can heal, Naruto teleports in front of the Jinchuriku and places the seal on the mark he made. Naruto appears to be holding the handle with his left hand while his right formed a Rasengan, which he drove straight into Gaara's stomach, leaving a mark on his stomach as he was sent flying back and hitting the trees behind him. As the tailed beast's chakra was repressed inside the red head, the sand that had been forming Shukaku broke apart. Temari. Kankuro. He cries as Naruto looks down with a gloomy expression, holding a kunai and raising it above his head. Naruto quickly covered the necessary distance by running through the forest. Noble man, your father, but this action isn't the solution. Suna may have been tricked, but that will bring little comfort to the families who have lost their loved ones today, he says, stopping when he sees Danzo standing in his way. Minato has asked for you to reseal the One Tail, right? He asks, and Naruto nods. Naruto asks, what are you suggesting? Danzo maintained a straight face, but his eye betrayed him. It appears that Naruto asked the question he wanted him to ask. Kill Suna's Jinchuriku, Naruto. Danzo says, if you do, then Suna's military strength will be severely weakened, making sure they will never regain the strength to try and act like this again. He continues. Besides, do you think Suna would spare your mother? He inquires about Naruto's furious expression. To them, she is but a source of Konoha's military strength. You must view this Gaara as the same and do away with him. This is what it means to protect the village as a shinobi. Flashback end. If the roles were reversed, your village would do the same, Naruto says ominously as the four behind him rush towards them to stop him. He held his kunai up, looking down at the bewildered redhead that was defenseless because the seal also prevented him from melding chakra. Weeping, Gaara exclaims, I just want to be loved. Is that so wrong? He asks, pointlessly raising his hands in self-defense while gazing into the blonde Genin's eyes. Now that he knew about his mother, Naruto could feel his own eyes welling up with tears. He knew that people would try to take advantage of her, just as Orochimaru had taken advantage of Gaara, and he had no way to stop it, no way to shield his mother from her fate as a Jinchuriku. He swings his kunai downward, his only thought being, this is the way to protect our village. This is the path of a shinobi. He pauses as he hears Hinata yell, Naruto. Her voice seems to be yelling at him to stop carrying out Danzo's order, as if she were demonstrating its impropriety. When Naruto gets up and extends his hand, the four onlookers stop. I apologize. I nearly let my feelings overcome me, he says to the red-haired man who takes his hand, albeit with suspicion. He seems to follow along better than his siblings did when Gaara asks, Kankuro, Tamari. What's going on? So, our father is dead, he says emotionlessly. It's hard to feel sad after all the attempts he tried to have me killed, he says, surprising the Leaf Genin. Kankuro nods in agreement as Tamari says, Gaara. Kankuro and I feel awful. We were so afraid of you and Dad, we let you struggle through life alone and scared. I'm so sorry. The puppet user sighs as they recall their mother's passing. We failed to be the family Mom would have wanted, and Gaara turns away. Surprising his siblings, Gaara says, it's not too late for that family to be true. I'm sorry for how I treated you, he says, and they turn to face the Leaf Shinobi. Naruto Namikaze. Thank you for stopping me. And for sparing my life, Gaara says, and Naruto nods. At this point, they were all staring in different directions to avoid the awkward tension they were feeling at seeing this display. After a little more conversation, the Sand siblings left to meet up with the rest of their comrades. Naruto reflects, I shouldn't have acted like that, but the whole situation has had me on edge. Why did I hear Hinata calling out to me? He asks. Naruto shrugs and suggests that they return to the village when Shikamaru asks, what now? At that moment, he witnesses two sound shinobi sprint across from them while carrying Hinata. He rushed after the enemy shinobi before Shikamaru or Shino could follow. Hinata. Sakura and Sasuke. S. Sakura? He yells, and she leans over so he can see her face. His eyes open to reveal the clear blue sky and the warm, familiar feeling that came from Sakura's healing jutsu. As she sees his hand reach up to where the mark is, she says, that curse mark Orochimaru put on you activated. Apparently it reacts to your chakra. You've done a lot of damage to your bones, but thankfully Naruto showed up in time to seal the mark, she says, and he looks at her. He mumbles, obviously suffering from a head injury, you hugged me, and she gasps a little. Everything went black and cold, then I heard your voice and then you hugged me and it all went away, he says, smiling slightly. The curse mark amplified all my negative feelings and made me a monster. But you were able to break through and bring me back. I wonder why. We're comrades, she says with a smile and her eyes closed. She had previously expressed her feelings to him but received little response, so working with him on a team helped her understand why. Since Sasuke is drawn to stronger people, He would never even consider her if she continued to act like the naive fangirl she was when she confessed to him. However, her feelings had grown up to the point where she could be certain she was in love with him. Now I can work to grow stronger and stand beside you as an equal. Then I will tell you my feelings and hope you see me the same way, even if it's just a little. When something presses against her forehead, her eyes open, and when she notices that Sasuke has gently pressed his middle and index fingers against her head while grinning weakly, her eyes widen. "When did you surpass me?" is all he muttered as he passes out once more. She looked at him in disbelief at his remark. Perhaps she was more on par with him than she had realized. Naruto. These guys are fast, Naruto thinks, calling forth 2 Raijin kunai as he closes the distance between himself and the 2 sound shinobi carrying the Hyuga heiress. Before hurling the other kunai in the direction of the man holding Hinata, he tosses the first one past them, making himself appear in front of them. Before the men can fully understand what is happening, Naruto appears in front of them, cuts one down, kicks the other away, and catches Hinata as she is about to fall. No notable injuries. Must be a genjutsu, he thinks, so Orochimaru is after both Sharingan and Byakugan. He puts her down and says, "Best finish off." His eyes widen at the sensation of a kunai piercing his flesh and the sharp pain in his thigh. The other man appears as Naruto slams his fist into his face, knocking him unconscious. "Lord Orochimaru told us about you. Unlike the 4th Hokage, you need to focus to teleport, so that injury will keep you in my sight." He smirks as Naruto throws a kunai at Hinata. "No teleporting for you," the masked sound shinobi says. As he rushes towards the sound shinobi with all the strength his good leg can muster, he smirks and says, "I am grateful to Orochimaru. He has shown my weakness to you. Which means I have to overcome them to protect Hinata. And I will." Before Hinata can make his move, Naruto is pulled away from him by the sound shinobi, who steps back. As they are about to collide, the sound nin feints to the left, running past Naruto. A shinobi doesn't let anything come between him and his mission. He laughs. "I only need her eyes, so I'll remove her head from her body. You have the potential to become a powerful shinobi, but you are still naive and lack the experience," he says, charging at Naruto. I don't recall ever needing 100% health to transport," Naruto says, coughing. "Now who's naive?" He smirks as blood drips from the corner of his mouth as he stands in front of the man and buries his kunai into the shocked nin's chest. Bastard, is where Naruto triumphs over the sound nin as he collapses to the ground, but he clutches his side as blood seeps from the wound he sustained when he stopped the attack and spared Hinata. She opens her eyes to see the blonde staring at her as he approaches her, sits down against the tree, and lifts her head onto his lap. "Release," he exclaims, removing the genjutsu she had been trapped under. "Why? You were under a powerful genjutsu. Give your body a moment to adjust," he slurs. When she notices the wounds, her eyes enlarge. "You need aid," she says, sitting up, as Naruto's hand that was resting on her forehead drops to the ground next to him because he is too exhausted to lift it. She tries to compress the severe wound on his side and tells him to stay awake. Her shyness vanished after witnessing Naruto's impending death, and she says, "Talk to me," while applying some of her clan's ointment to the wound. His words were sincere, but he was obviously in a state of delirium from blood loss. "Your eyes," he slurs. "That day I protected you from the bullies. Your eyes looked like pearls, beautiful pearls. I'd never thought something so breathtaking could be real. Mom wants me to find a girl like her. But he says before Hinata interrupts. Without glancing at him, she closes the wound by saying, "I always watched you train. You inspired me to improve, but I never was able to get strong like you. Maybe when you get better we can train together. You always give excellent training advice, maybe you could help me develop a training routine," she says. Her eyes enlarge as he says, "I'd rather go on a date. Maybe get some ramen, walk in the park, or just relax by the lake." His eyes close, and he mumbles, "I'm tired," before fainting. Hinata yells, "Naruto, wake up," but her cries are ignored. Naruto. The aftermath. As the barrier surrounding Hiruzen came to an end, Minato vanquished the enormous snake, ending the battle in the village. And Anbu informed them that the 3rd Hokage had died, sealing away Orochimaru's arms and depriving him of his jutsu. They arrived to discover that Orochimaru had managed to escape with the aid of his elite team. There were numerous casualties on both sides as the remaining sound shinobi committed suicide in order to escape capture. Minato was relieved to accept Suna's surrender, which ended the invasion before it turned into a full-scale conflict. A few days after the chaos had subsided, Danzo and the other council members were upset that Minato didn't want to press Suna for anything related to the surrender, but Minato explained that a Rouge shinobi from Konoha was responsible for everything and that enough blood had been shed on both sides for it to happen. It didn't take long to rebuild. Many genin who shunned combat had been tasked with helping to rebuild the hospital so that the injured could be treated. Speaking of injured, Naruto in the hospital when Naruto's eyes opened, he heard the familiar beep of a heart monitor, a sign that he was still alive. Naruto. He turns to see his mother holding his hand in her own, looking relieved. "Thank God you're awake," she says, her eyes welling with tears. Based on her response, he must have been unconscious for some time. Observing his son trying to sit up, Minato says, "Take it easy. Your wounds aren't completely closed, too much stress could open them," he adds, and Naruto nods but continues to sit up without moving. "Hinata?" Naruto asks in a rough, husky voice, reaching for the water jug next to him. Minato takes the jug and pours him a glass. Minato hands Naruto the glass and says, she and her team are helping with the rebuilding of the village. "You saved each other that day," he adds, "and when Shikamaru and Shino managed to get word to me, I found Hinata drenched in your blood trying to keep you awake." Naruto turns away. Kushina adds, "Your father gave her that mission to help her get her mind off the ordeal. It took her a few days to say anything. For a long time she looked at her hands." Naruto nods. "But she came by every day to check up on you, fluffing your pillow, changing the flowers in the vase." Kushina smiles as she watches her son blush. "So, how is Orochimaru doing?" When Naruto heard about Hiruzen, his expression turned sad, so when he said what he said, it came as a shock to his parents. "I want to leave Konoha for a while," he says with a determined expression. Naruto looks at his dad and asks him to fill him in on what he has missed. Minato goes into as much detail as he could, mostly about the shinobi lost. What has caused this? Seeing Kushina's horrified eyes, Minato inquires, "I mean, why do you want to all of a sudden?" "When I was sitting against that tree, feeling weaker every moment, I wondered if I was too young to have any regrets." Naruto recounts the story with a serious face. "Then I remembered that the last conversation I had with my mom was about a betrayal of her trust. And the last conversation with my dad was anger at my actions, and how you both looked disappointed in me as a son." He admires Minato and Kushina who chosen to listen to their son. "That's why I need to leave the village. I want to find my path in the world and I can't if I remain here because I'll keep resenting myself for simply following the path others have placed me on, you know." "And you must go by yourself?" he asks. He had thought of Naruto going with Jiraiya on one of his research trips, but Naruto nods, meaning he would not want to go with the Toad Sannin. This wasn't a demand but a request. Naruto was beginning to look past his own problems and was now focusing on the world. "How long?" he asks, observing Kushina's worried expression. Naruto says softly, "I don't know, a year, maybe 2. He turns to face his mother, who had been silent during all of this. "I love you both. I don't say it, but when I think about how much I'm seen as your son, it makes me feel like I'll never get to be my own person," he says, tightening his hold on her hands. "And it's not like I won't write. We share a summon after all," he grinned, thanks to Grandpa Jiraiya. He felt his mother try to crush his hand with her own, knowing that Naruto was making fun of him. "Our baby is growing up," Kushina said with a smile while stroking Minato's head and tousling his hair. Minato interpreted this as Kushina agreeing to Naruto's request. Minato starts, "How about this, Naruto?" He lists his demands, including that Naruto carry one of his father's kunai so Minato could teleport to Naruto if he stopped communicating with them. "For the first few months you stay with Jiraiya, then if you feel you still need to go off on your own you can, provided you keep in touch with us both regularly," Minato says. A week later, Sasuke and Naruto. "So, a 2-year journey?" Since Sakura was training with the Sannin Tsunade Senju and Naruto was traveling with Jiraiya for a while before setting out on his own, Sasuke whistles as the two stand by the lake in their training field. "I need to do some serious training to prevent myself from falling behind you and Sakura," he says as Naruto recalls something he saw. Sasuke's broken wrist had prevented him from training, which bothered him. Naruto smirks and Sasuke sighs. Speaking of Sakura, I saw her coming out of the salon with shorter hair. I figured she grew it out to appease you. He chuckles as he adds, so you've heard about that old rumor too. I don't know where the idea that I like girls with long hair came from, he says, shaking his hair. I prefer Sakura's hair now. Is she aware of that? The blonde asks. Sasuke coughs to cover his blush, and the two stare at each other blankly before realizing they were conversing like two typical boys. Things will get interesting while I'm away, Naruto remarks, raising his fist and pointing it at the blonde. After the funeral for Lord Third, Sasuke says, I'm going over to the Land of Waves, to train with Shisui and Haku. He had to work hard to keep up with Naruto and Sakura, so he raises his hand and says, be safe, to which Naruto nods and shakes his hand. You too. After 3 days Naruto watched his reflection in a shop window. He and Shikamaru had been promoted to Chunin for their performance in the Chunin exams and following invasion. The weather had matched the general mood of the village for the past few days, as 2 days had been dedicated to the funerals of the shinobi and villagers who had perished in the assault. He grinned slightly as he dusted off his jacket. He sighs as he sees Jiraiya waiting for him with a big, goofy smile. Be careful, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were letting your promotion go to your head. I hope you packed lots of money to help your godfather with his research, he says. As he crosses his arms and says, dirty old pervert, he hears a cough behind him. Jiraiya. Wait for me at the gate, he says, and the Sani nods. I thought you'd been avoiding me, he says, turning to Hinata with a smile. Ever since he woke up, he had trouble finding Hinata, and each time he did, she fled. Now, it seems she knew he was leaving and wanted to see him off. Naruto tilts his head slightly and says, about what was said, as she blushes bright red. Naruto, she says, looking shyly around. About what happened that day, she says, looking around all embarrassed. Hinata's eyes enlarge when Naruto says, did we talk? Sorry, but I don't remember. Everything from that day is fuzzy, so I don't remember it in detail, he explains. Oh, she says, turning away from him. It wasn't important, so if you don't remember then it's, she says as she feels his hand on her shoulder. He gives her shoulder a light squeeze and says, I owe you as much of my time as you want. Take care of yourself, Hinata, he says, letting go. When I get back, I can help you train. Her eyes widen once more as she realizes he remembered. Or, we can go on that date, or both. Goodbye. Naruto. It had been a long week for Sakura. Initially, Naruto left on his journey with no indication of how long he would be, which was okay because Naruto was always that way and, after being promoted to Chunin, he was no longer a kid. If he had stayed, he would have been leading squads on challenging missions rather than following Kakashi-sensei. However, when she found out that Sasuke would be gone for 3 months, she sobbed, this sucks. Perhaps the best thing that came out of the invasion was that Sasuke acknowledged her, but in doing so, he decided to leave and train with Itachi and Shisui to improve his Sharingan and Jutsu skills. Rewind to yesterday night. Despite his calm and gentle demeanor, Sakura always felt butterflies when she stood across from the Hokage. Like many people in her age group, Sakura had grown up hearing stories about Minato Namikaze, also known as the Yellow Flash, of Konoha, and how he had vanquished entire squads of shinobi in an instant. Even now, his mere presence is enough to ward off the threat of war. Orochimaru never really engaged Minato during his invasion, but she had heard about his ability to transport attacks that would have caused significant damage to the village. He was truly something else. After a brief pause, she says. She blushes slightly as he says, yes, the medical shinobi at the hospital has praised you for your tremendous talent with medical ninjutsu. Does that imply that they'll let me work as an apprentice? She asks with hope that she wouldn't fall behind Naruto and Sasuke if she could learn from a more seasoned medical shinobi. No, Minato says with a stern face, don't take it as an insult. The current head of the medial team has told me you wouldn't benefit much by learning from them because your chakra control is already higher than most. He clarifies and she nods. I called you here because I'll be sending you and Team 8 on a mission led by Kakashi. She responds with a nod. You see, a number of shinobi and villagers have been infected by a powerful snake venom. And our medics have exhausted all their knowledge trying to cure them, He breathes deeply. Right now the infected are under induced comas and have slowed their heart rate down to slow the poison in their bloodstream. This along with constant healing will keep them alive another week. The shinobi may last longer, but this treatment will have lasting effects. If they survive, he replies. So, what are we trying to find? Sakura inquires inquisitively. She had observed patients in critical care but was unaware of the severity of the issues. The final member of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Minato, announces, the Slug Princess Tsunade Senju. There is no better medical shinobi throughout the elemental lands. However, to simply refer to her as a medical shinobi could be considered an insult. She is extremely formidable and the last of her clan, which Lord First was also a member. As well as her grandfather, he says as her eyes widen. Sakura remarks, wow. I didn't know there was someone so powerful. Why isn't she in the village? Minato averts her gaze as she asks. He says, let's just say. She needed time away after some bad moments. There's no point in provoking the wrath of a woman who could punch a mountain to death if Tsunade wanted Sakura to know. Finish. She packed her bag even though she had no idea why she was going on this mission. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were all skilled trackers, and it seems that Kakashi was also quite the tracker during his Anbu days. But maybe I can get some pointers off Tsunade, she said, smiling as she looked at the team photo of her, Sasuke, and Naruto. The two male genin had stoic, calm, and composed looks, and she was grinning with the excitement that came from being in the same photo as Sasuke. She says, grinning, so the next stage in our journeys as shinobi begins, as she leaves. Sasuke. Shisui appeared irritated at not being there for Konoha, as evidenced by the fact that Sasuke was panting heavily. As a result, his training intensity reflected his frustration. No more, I need a break, the young Uchiha says, lying on the ground. Shisui scoffs, crossing his arms, so many people died and I couldn't do anything to help. He sits down and muses, but once I feel you are capable I'll leave you in charge while I hunt down Orochimaru. PSH. You'll have your work cut out for you if we keep at this pace. My father may have made you head of this branch, but remember, if you want to go after Orochimaru you'd need the approval of both your commander and the Hokage. Itachi says while seated next to him. Orochimaru has lost the use of his arms and can no longer access many of his jutsu. Finding him will be impossible, he continues. The teleport shinobi sighs, yeah, I know this job is important too. But I guess if a peace treaty comes from this between Suna and Konoha, I guess it'll mean a really good step towards real lasting peace, he adds, observing Itachi's expression. Come on Sasuke, he says, gesturing for Sasuke to stand. His main objective was to observe Shisui's movements and develop his own fighting style from them. After that, he returned to Konoha to practice fire jutsu from the Uchiha files. Yeah, was getting tired of listening to you complain anyway. Sasuke smirks as he stands up, noticing the annoyance in the older Uchiha's eyes. Naruto will always be Naruto, so his strength will continue to grow exponentially. And Sakura is proving herself to be an excellent medic. So I can't rest on my laurels, he thought. Don't wait for me. I'll surpass you both, Naruto. So Naruto, while I'm off doing some research, what will you be doing? Naruto was writing things down, planning his first training routine for tomorrow, while the pervy Sannin sat across from him writing material for his makeout series. The elder Sannin looks up from his notes and asks. He looks at Jiraiya, who was pouting, and says, well, while you're off being a pervert, surprising the Sannin by saying, I plan on using my time away from Konoha to perfect the Rasengan with a change in chakra nature. Minato was unable to do this because he never had the perfect chakra control to accomplish such a feat. Then I plan on learning Sage Mode, he smirks, observing Jiraiya sigh. They both say, Gamatatsu, at the same time. I don't plan to return to Konoha until I've mastered both these goals, Naruto asserts resolutely. I also plan to learn more about tailed beasts and Jinchuriku, he believes. Then hopefully I can remove the burden from Mom. After 4 years they look like Shippuden before the war plus the Chunin flak jacket. Sasuke's appearance is similar to what he looks like in Jiraiya Shinobi Handbook. The Tale of Naruto the Hero. I searched for a description because I'm terrible at explaining clothing, but I couldn't find one. If you need a picture, just search for Sasuke police uniform on Google. Minato went over the most recent letter that Naruto had sent him. Tell mom I haven't spent any time with girls before she bombards me with questions about my virtue, and I haven't been corrupted by pervy sage. That will never happen. The lead I was pursuing produced some positive results, so I won't go into detail in a letter, but I will be going back to the village within the next month or so. In the meantime, I am taking regular baths and eating healthy meals now that I can cook for myself. From Naruto, Minato claims that this was just under 2 months ago. He attempted to teleport to Naruto, but it appears that he left the kunai in a hotel in the Land of Wind, and he failed to inform Kushina that he terrorized the 2 girls who had rented the room, or that they were nude. Jiraiya casually states, Naruto is fine. Knowing him, he stopped to do more training. After 3 years of traveling together, he left Naruto alone, but for a brief period, he kept an eye on him just in case. Minato couldn't help it. Kushina had been asking him about Naruto non-stop since the last letter arrived. Looking at the copy of the mission report he gave Naruto, Minato declares, I trust him, I don't trust this world. And I put him on a dangerous mission without even letting him come home first. Jiraiya sits on the table and says, I thought the days of me teaching you were long in the past. He grins as he looks over his shoulder and remarks, Naruto is a shinobi before anything else, you are the Hokage. Jiraiya erupts in laughter as Minato declares, as long as we live, there are lessons to be learned. So cheesy. My point is that you only gave Naruto this mission after he had made the decision to continue on his journey. He laughs. He gets to his feet and says, Naruto has become exponentially stronger on his adventure, he's your son all right. Minato was curious about Naruto's development because Jiraiya made ambiguous remarks like writing his name in the history books, while Naruto only discussed his appearance and diet, omitting any reference to his training. Interesting. Makoto and Kushina. Makoto interrupts the redhead's anxious tirade about their son being dead, abducted, or married without her knowledge. Naruto is a strong, level-headed young man, like his father, he says. He may share your temper, but he is much better at controlling it, she teases, and Kushina raises an eyebrow. Am I irritable? Do you recall Itachi asking Izumi to marry him? As the two gaze out of the entrance to Konoha at the large green gates, she says, eh. Anyway, this is just a mother's thoughts getting out of hand. I know he's fine, I just can't help but worry about him. However, she is interrupted by a menacing aura emanating from the Uchiha. They both turn to see a hooded man dropping the hood to reveal the Namikaze trademark blonde spiky hair. Naruto's hair had grown out to resemble his father's for the most part, but instead of 2 jaw-length bangs framing his face, he had a single braided bang held with accessories that hung over the side of a new elastic headband. The braid reached just under his chin and was decorated with orange beads. His right hand was completely taped up, including the fingers. Kushina could see a black arm guard beneath the robe. Gazing up and down at Naruto, she noticed his taped-up calves and his black sandals. Naruto had developed into a handsome young man. Naruto. I was so worried when you stopped sending letters, she says ramblingly in between sobs as Naruto puts one arm around his mother. She hurried in and gave him a tight hug. I missed you too. Mom, the mansion of the Hokage. Minato said. Naruto, and his son hugged him back. You've gotten so much taller, he said in a wonderful tone, as if he had never imagined Naruto could look him in the eye. How have you been? What happened to the letter telling us you were coming back? He says, I would have brought all your friends here, and Naruto gestures for him to take a seat. Minato nods and he continues, I was following a lead on the Akatsuki like you asked. It's like you suspected, they're targeting tailed beasts, he says, adding, but I haven't been able to deduce why. Minato sighs. When Minato shows his son some documents and says, don't worry about it, Naruto, he sits back and notices Naruto smirk briefly. Using sighting reports, I've tried to capture a member alive but they are incredibly elusive. He bites his thumb and rests his palm on the table, saying, well, I suppose I have a gift for you then. Kachiyose no Jutsu. A familiar gourd toad is sitting on the table when a puff of smoke appears. I didn't have the skill to question him, he says, as the toad spits up a man wearing a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Meet Juzo Biwa of the Mist. Former swordsman of the Mist and enforcer of the Akatsuki, the younger blonde says, while the Akatsuki member remains unconscious. Naruto is amazing. How did you catch him? Examining the man with a steady pulse and dilated eyes, Minato asks inquisitively. The man is obviously trapped in a genjutsu. He stole the executioner's blade from my hotel room not too long after I started my investigation, Naruto begins. Of course, since I had it marked, it wasn't like I was worried or anything, he jokes lightly. Still. Once I confronted him, I heard another member mention this. He raises his left hand, showing a ring on his thumb. It had a yellow center and the kanji for South written on it. I feel this ring is more important than anything this guy has to say, he says, handing his father the ring. There's a weird chakra signature attached to it, but that's something research can look into. He sits back. Other than that, I can tell you the Akatsuki have successfully obtained 3 of the tailed beasts, the 5 tails, the 7 sails, and most recently the 4 tails. He lists off. They have 9 members in total now that this guy is in custody. And their main base, somewhere between the lands of lightning, fire and wind. He shrugs. There was a seal on a cave entrance I couldn't get past because I needed 5 other people, he explains. Minato reaches over and pats his son on the shoulder, saying, there's no need to explain anymore. You have given us plenty more intel on the Akatsuki than Danzo's Anbu have in the 4 years you've been gone. Kushina, who was dying to see Naruto's sense of style, rushed in and practically tore off his coat, revealing the orange polyester shirt underneath the custom black Chunin flak jacket, which had a collar that exposed it. His right arm was completely covered in bandages, with a black forearm pad that appeared to be there to keep his arm from exploding, and a black armband with the red Uzumaki crest around the right sleeve. He wore black trousers with an orange band around the right thigh where his weapons pouch was tied, black sandals, and the tape around his calves was exposed because the legs of his pants had rolled up a little. While Naruto muttered, "You ruined my coat," Kushina gave him the thumbs up, saying, "Yep, my boy knows his fashion." "So, did anything earth-shattering happen to you that you kept out of your letters?" With a look of, "Tell me all the girls you've been with?" she asks, holding his shoulders. Naruto saw Kushina's eyes light up with excitement and said, "Yeah. I was thinking of having a party or something so we could all catch up at once to save time." She looks at Minato and says, "Good idea. So much has happened, so it'll be easier if we all meet up and talk as a big group of family and friends." Minato has been very busy for the past few months, returning home at all hours of the morning and generally not having much time to be the husband he was, which she understood. The new cage had greatly improved relations between Konoha and Suna. "Hey Dad, where are Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi?" He turns to his father, who recalls the last mission report he gave them, and says, "I want to surprise them." In response to Naruto's perplexed expression, he explains, "Well, they should be back from their escort mission sometime today." He scratches his chin and says, "Normally when Sasuke is in charge they get home quicker since he needs to report to his father." Sasuke is no longer a member of Team 7, he is Sergeant Sasuke Uchiha of the Konoha Police and technically Jonin of the Leaf, he says, and Naruto's eyes enlarge at how impressive Sasuke's titles are. "What percentage of my students are Jonin?" Curiously, Naruto asks. He wasn't concerned about rank because he knew that his journey had successfully brought him to the level he desired, for the time being. His son is surprised when Minato says, "Just him. The only other shinobi of your age group to be promoted is a Hyuga from one of their branch clans. His name is Neji," he explains, adding that although many of his age group were on the verge of becoming Jonin, they all lacked the particular quality at the moment. Minato was eager to test Naruto's development. Of course, that would have to wait until another day. The gate leading the group of 4 down the path to Konoha, Sasuke says, "Come on, stop dragging Kakashi." He is now wearing his police uniform, which is a significant change from his previous look. He adjusts the band on his sleeve, which represents his rank within the police force. As usual, Sakura is nearby, as is Sai, a former member of Root who had replaced Naruto in Team 7, and finally, dragging his feet, Kakashi, the copy nin, Hitaki. The gate guard points into the village and says, "I was wondering when you guys would show up. You won't believe who came back," he says, grinning as he sees their surprised and delighted faces light up. Sasuke was going to approach and shake Naruto's hand, but the pink-haired Kunoichi had other ideas. Talk about spoilers. They all turn to see Naruto casually waving at them. "Yo," he says with a slight smile. "Naruto." She rushes to him, hugs him tightly, and lifts him off the ground. Naruto looks at Sasuke, his eyes wide, and he mouths, What the hell happened? Sasuke covers his mouth to conceal his laughter. Naruto rubs his chest and looks around to make sure no one saw a pink-haired girl with skin lift him off the ground. You've been busy, Sakura, he says. Who is this? He approaches Sai. He shakes the blonde's hand and says, my name is Sai, and former root agent and current member of Team 7. I read in a book that this is common courtesy when meeting a colleague for the first time, he adds, and Naruto nods. He turns to face Sasuke and gives him a fist bump. Really? Cool, he says. Congratulations are in order, twice. One for becoming a Jonin and the other for becoming a sergeant in the police force. Sasuke smiles and asks, what made you join the police force? He asks, and Sasuke looks at Sakura while scratching the back of his head. Sasuke says, I'll tell you later, and Naruto, who witnessed the exchange of glances, shrugged and nodded in agreement. Naruto elaborates on the party he was organizing in his statement, speaking of later. The evening party Naruto looks into the crib and says, congratulations, Itachi. She's perfect, he adds, and Itachi nods. Naruto was shocked to learn that Itachi and Izumi were married, but even more so when he found out that they had just welcomed their first child 2 months ago. Izumi cuddled up to her husband, since she was a new mother and had been asking Kushina and Makoto a lot of questions. They all raise their glasses in toast as Sasuke says, Akane Uchiha. Firstborn of Itachi and Izumi Uchiha, future clan head, he says. It was interesting to hear about everyone's activities over the past 4 years. Shino had taken up teaching at the academy. Kiba's only real boasting was that he had a girlfriend, but Naruto laughed much longer than necessary after finding out that the girl was a cat enthusiast, and Hinata had spent the previous 4 years learning about her clan and the jutsu related. Sai and Ino had been dating for some time, and their interactions were interesting because of Sai's eccentric personality. Choji was thrilled to be Chunin at last, and Shikamaru had taken on the role of a sort of leaf ambassador when they met Suna. Naruto was the one who was questioned before he could ask Sasuke and Sakura anything. Well, Naruto, Kiba starts, obviously wanting to retaliate against Naruto for making fun of him. I learned. What's the braid about? He asks. The braid did go well with his overall look, but he never thought of Naruto as an accessory, loving guy. Well. Naruto looks at Hinata, who averts his eyes a little. While I was traveling with Jiraiya, the old perv got into some trouble with this weird village called Nadeshiko Village, where only the girls were shinobi. He starts to reflect, and Kushina and Tsunade are taken aback by the mention of this village because it was difficult to find. Needless to say, I got pulled into the problem. This girl named Shizuka had me cornered while this other woman named Takiwa chased after the idiot who caused all this trouble. He glances at Jiraiya, who is now perspiring so much that the people behind him are drowning. Anyway, after I pinned Shizuka down, I learned that Nadeshiko Village has a very interesting law. He smirks, seeing his traveling companion mouthing, "Please no more," at him, clearing his throat. See, if the woman is defeated by a man, she must bring that man to her village to be her husband, he says. Jiraiya, "I'll kill you." Tsunade followed to take in the spectacle as she yells, chasing the frightened Sannin out of the restaurant. So, what took place? This story had taken an intriguing turn when Sakura called for Hinata, who was still in shock, and Sasuke leaned over Sakura to listen. After Shizuka explains this to me, he tinkers with the braid and says, "Once I had her beat as well, I tied the two up and left. Her mentor, who had lost Jiraiya, tried to capture me and force me back to their village. 2 weeks later, I saw Shizuka again, and she tried to persuade me to marry her by telling me that she had given up on love and that she had just followed the law of her village. It turns out that their village specializes in tracking." He pauses when he sees Hinata's dejected expression. "But I explained to her that I couldn't marry her because I still believe in love." So romantic, Ino swoons, mercifully shielding Hinata from the blushing sensation of Naruto's eyes briefly falling on her. "So, why the braid?" she inquires. "It's a promise," he says simply, adding, "The promise is a secret," as he watches them all moan in exasperation. "A promise to find real love," he muses, glancing back at Hinata while everyone else is preoccupied. With a naive smile, Sai says, "So Naruto, did you sleep with her?" Kushina and Ino attacked Sai for ruining the moment when Naruto turned to face him, as he lay on the ground recovering from the beating of Sakura. "So Sasuke, why did you join the Konoha police force? And why does it have to do with Sakura?" they asked. He inquires, recalling how he had regarded her when he had been questioned earlier. Sasuke fiddles with the glass for a moment before inhaling deeply. "Well, we wanted to tell you in private, but I guess now is fine. You see, I joined the police force because," he says, "Sakura and I are together, _rewind to 2 years ago _." When Itachi announced his engagement to Izumi, Fugaku was pleased that his older son had found a partner within the Uchiha bloodline. Makoto had been able to dissuade Fugaku from confronting Sasuke, but that all changed when the two teenagers were caught kissing. Sasuke and Sakura had been dating casually for about 3 months, but even though it was nothing serious, it had reached his father's ears. "Itachi will be succeeding me as a head of the Uchiha clan," was the first thing Fugaku said as Sasuke sat in front of his father, who was as expressionless as ever, but he knew his father was upset. Itachi was destined to lead the Uchiha clan from birth, so Sasuke always anticipated this day would arrive. However, hearing the words still hurt, as if his father were saying, "I'm done with you," or, "You aren't needed." Sasuke looked at the floor, avoiding eye contact, and said, "Another thing, I have learned about your relationship with your teammate Sakura Haruno." His eyes darted to meet his father's gaze. "I am sure you know the elder's opinion on outsiders," and he nodded. "Such a relationship will be frowned upon," he said, and Sasuke got to his feet. "Is it important? Why should it matter who I choose to spend my days with if Itachi is the clan's leader?" With an assertive tone and appearance, Sasuke declares, "I won't obediently marry some girl just because she is a Uchiha." Sasuke's eyes widened as he said, "Relationships between squad mates will have a negative effect on your training. While Itachi will be taking on the role of Uchiha clan head, you will work to be my successor as commander of Konoha police force," he said, standing in the same spot with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Fugaku showed no reaction at all. When his father acknowledged him for the first time since he demonstrated his mastery of the Uchiha's fire style, Sasuke stood there in disbelief and wondered why Itachi wasn't taking over, but his father forgot to mention it. "I will support this relationship of yours if you prove to me that it hasn't affected your skill," Fugaku starts by saying. "You must rise to the rank of sergeant within a year, or else I will forbid you from being with this girl." Within 3 months of the agreement being reached, Sasuke was promoted to sergeant. Kashina and Tsunade left in a drunken slur and were escorted off the premises. Kiba and Shino left with the impression that the night's excitement was coming to an end. Itachi and Izumi had gone to put Akane to bed, and Jiraiya never returned from whatever Kashina and Tsunade had done to him. Sakura leans in to kiss his cheek and says, "Sasuke, me and the girls are going to Ino's, I'll see you tomorrow." Sasuke nods once. The words, "try not to cause too much trouble," and "don't need the paperwork," make her laugh a little. Hinata and Ino follow her. "Are you staying or coming?" Ino asks, and her boyfriend, who is seated across from Naruto, responds, "Try not to say anything inappropriate," looking at Naruto and laughing nervously. After the 3 girls had left, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sai moved to a smaller table to make room. "Bye. Naruto." Hinata waves shyly and timidly from her hip, and Naruto nods and smiles softly. Sipping his drink, Naruto remarks, "It was weird for your father to make a deal like that. He never imagined that such trivial details would elicit such a reaction from the police commander. At first I thought so too, but now that I've thought about it I understand what my father was doing." Sasuke replies as he drinks, "My dad never cared much for tradition, but he wanted to make sure I was also honing my abilities and not neglecting my responsibilities as a shinobi." He continues, "Plus, he has great admiration for Sakura now, ever since she became Tsunade's student." He continues to observe Naruto's disbelief. "All in all, I'm content with my life now. Sakura is happy and I'm making my father proud," as he drinks. "Are you content as well? With Sakura?" Sasuke smiles as Naruto asks. "I am." Both Naruto and Sasuke choke on their drinks after Sai says, "Naruto, Ino told me you and Hinata have crushes on each other and are in a relationship. Did I misunderstand?" he inquires inquisitively. Naruto wheezes out, "Only a whole lot. Me and Hinata are. We are." Naruto looks away, uncertain of what to say. "Something," he says into the glass, Perplexing sigh. It's hard to tell what our relationship is. I've been gone for a long time. Longer than I should have been. Sasuke could sense Naruto's patience bar snapping when Sai grinned and said, "It seems like you're a just chicken shit and can't confess that you like her." All right. Sasuke, who is this jerk? With an irritated tick on his temple, he turns to face the Uchiha. Sai just laughed off Naruto's lethal aura. Sasuke sighs as he finishes his drink. I should have left with Shino and Kiba. Sakura, Ino, and Hinata as Hinata looks at Ino, who laughs. Sakura muses. I wonder how long it will take before Sai says something inappropriate and piss off Naruto. She and the other girls chuckle as she says, the second sentence out of his mouth. So Hinata. Naruto's grown up well, hasn't she? Hinata blushes wildly while clutching the collar of her flak jacket, and Ino smiles mischievously. I still can't believe he almost got pressured into marriage. Imagine that letter to Lady Kushina, she says. Dear Mom and Dad, I have been blackmailed into marriage by a village comprised of all women. Sakura starts to imitate Naruto's voice. Sorry to cut this letter of goodbye short, but I must have lots of unprotected sex to give birth to the next generation of Nadeshiko village shinobi. She stops. As the blonde and pink breaths in, Ino says, 3 days later in Nadeshiko village, look out, it's Konoha's red hot. Blooded habanero. Go for your life. The two say this at the same time, and then they both start laughing when they see Kushina kicking down buildings to find her young son. What is a red dot hot? Blooded habanero. At the familiar tone, Sakura and Ino turn completely white, but the three girls stop. You two wouldn't be talking about me. Although her voice was calm, Kushina's angry expression and the fact that her hair had taken on a life of its own gave the two girls a sense of how angry she was. Oh my god, Lady Kushina. Nervously, Ino smiles. We were just discussing how enjoyable it was to catch up with Naruto. Sakura says, laughing uneasily as before. Kushina says, cracking her knuckles as she walks up to them. We apologize. We apologize. They panic but make futile attempts to flee. Bonk. Bonk. As a small group of people gathered around the crater in the middle of the road, Kushina asks, So Hinata, did you have a nice night? With a charming smile. As a stunned Ino and Sakura emerge from the crater, Hinata nods and smiles, yes. Naruto seemed more enthusiastic than when he left. I'm happy he's home though, she continues. To the surprise of the Hyuga, Kushina gives the girl a hug and says, I can't wait to call you daughter, she squeals in her head before leaving. What was the purpose of that? Sakura and Ino are curious. The next morning after drinking, Naruto didn't anticipate feeling this bad. How did I get home? He asks, since it was early, and he just put on some pants before going into the kitchen to eat some cereal. Naruto woke up looking like a guy who had just walked through a forest, lying on his face. Morning. Naruto. Hinata's voice calls out to him, and his eyes enlarge. Coffee? She asks, and he slowly nods, obviously perplexed. He hears his father say, Good you're up, as he is abruptly pulled to the front door. Let's go for a walk, Minato says, grinning dangerously. Everybody looks at the Hokage monument, which reads, We are Team 7, across the Hokage faces in white, blue, and red paint. The phrases, Ino is my bae, and I almost got married, suddenly came back to Naruto, who had been drinking until the restaurant closed, buying paint, and generally getting sick in a bush the night before. Oh, my own. Looking around the side of the house, he hears Kushina say, God, how did you get vomit up there? Naruto was still frantically trying to recall how he got home. As the Hyuga leaves the house, Minato explains, It was so late I told her she could sleep in the quest room. Hinata found you and your fellow drunken comrades sitting in an alley whistling into empty bottles. He chuckles a little and says, I don't remember doing any of this. How did I get undressed? Did someone? He asks, turning to face his father, who grins back. Hinata blushes a little when Minato says, No, you did that yourself. For about 20 minutes. It's the bathroom. Get dressed and escort Hinata home. Then round up Sai and Sasuke to clean up the Hokage faces, he says, and Naruto nods and starts to leave. Get dressed first, Naruto. Minato sighs as Naruto turns around and enters the house again. Thanks. For last night, and sorry for letting you see me in that state. Naruto says as he walks alongside Hinata after they have had some alone time. She shakes her head. Naruto smiles as she says, "It's okay, I'm glad you were able to relax after such a long absence. I was also glad to see you had an interesting journey," she continues, and he can tell by her tone what she was talking about. When he says, "Yeah, it was nuts for a time," he quickly corrects himself, "I did miss you. I missed everyone. Anything new happening with you?" He observes a brief moment of sadness in her eyes before she smiles and asks to shift the topic. He pats her shoulders as she responds, "Nothing really, I got promoted to Chunin and have had plenty of successful missions. Did your dad mention getting promoted to Jonin?" When they arrive at the Hyuga compound, Hinata's eyes enlarge as she sees her cousin Neji and her father Hiyashi waiting for her outside. "No. And after last night it may be a while before I do." He laughs, and Hinata smiles, relieved that Naruto no longer appears resentful of his father. "Where were you last night, Hinata? Who is the boy?" Naruto moves forward to meet the man's gaze as Hiyashi asks. The Hyuga leader's shocked expression is missed as Naruto bows respectfully and says, "My name is Naruto Namikaze, Lord Hiyashi. I recently returned home from a long mission and made a fool of myself by getting drunk, so your daughter helped get me home, so my father let her sleep in the guest room since it was so late," he says, and the man appears to nod. Hiyashi bows slightly and says, "Thank you for bringing her home, Lord Naruto." Naruto thanks Hinata again before bidding her farewell. Her father says, "I didn't know you were on such friendly terms with the son of the Yondaime," to which Hinata does not reply, "Your training has waited long enough. Neji also is a shinobi of this village, so remember to be respectful of his time as well." As they make their way to the training field, Neji's icy voice yells, "Shall we get started, Lady Hinata?" The mountain known as Hokage. "I didn't even do any of this," snarls Sasuke, who was hanging from ropes cleaning the graffiti off Konoha's monument. He had to go back to the restaurant to get his wallet, his flak jacket, and his shoes, but he didn't damage the Hokage mountain. Sai and Naruto were convincing in their lie to get him to help, though. "What kind of paint did you use?" He presses the damp cloth firmly against the rock and asks. "I've been meaning to ask. Why Hinata is in pain all the time." Naruto shrugs, applying his water-based chakra to loosen the paint before scrubbing it away. To Sasuke's chagrin, it required a great deal of focus to use his chakra in a way that wouldn't damage the rock. The two look at each other as he asks. "We've only heard rumors. Apparently Neji has been training her." Sasuke starts off. "Neji was on a mission away from the village before you left, so you never met him, but he and Hinata are second cousins from their fathers, although Neji is a branch member." He continues. "Anyway, I don't know if Lord Hiyashi is aware or not, but Neji is aggressive towards her during their training time. Dot and Hinata is badly bruised as a result of it. Sakura has been treating her wounds in private, which is why I think her father is unaware." "Why not tell anyone?" Sasuke shrugs in response to Naruto's question. He had some thoughts, but nothing that wasn't already clear. Sai surprises them both by saying, "I've heard that Hinata has been passed over as the next leader of their clan in favor of her younger sister Hanabi, who is a prodigy. I overheard two Hyuga who were patrolling the borders that Lord Hiyashi has been disappointed with Hinata's progression and feels Hanabi would make a successful heir over her older sister," he says, and Naruto cuts himself free and jumps a great distance after using the mountain as an aid in his jump. "Hi, Naruto!" Sasuke shouts, but it doesn't help. Hiyashi remarked on her training, "I better hurry," as Naruto dashed from roof to roof. The Hyuga substance her breathing was labored, and Neji knew how to harm her without causing significant harm. He held her responsible for his father's death, claiming that she was worthless and that his father died to stop war because she was captured. Neji claimed that he adopted the gentle fist style of offense and was ready to lunge at her. She raised her arms feebly to defend herself, but he smirked as he leapt in for the kill. She was able to block two of his blows, but the third palm struck her shoulder, causing excruciating pain, and he struck her thigh, causing her to fall to her knee. His wrist was caught in Naruto's grasp before his final blow struck her head, which would have caused permanent harm. "Don't you think it's a bit aggressive for training?" Neji gives him a chilly look as he asks, "How did you enter without authorization?" When the brunette asks, "The guys out front are napping right now," Naruto smirks. He quickly and silently floored two Hyuga before anyone could hear. As Naruto's hold tightens, Neji tries to free his wrist but is unsuccessful. Neji only received the warning, "I don't tolerate bullies," before being jerked forward into Naruto's waiting elbow. The blonde then kicked Neji low in the stomach, sending him into the distant wall. "Hinata, why are you pushing yourself so hard?" he inquires. "Because you're so strong," was all she could say when her father showed up to witness the destruction. "What does that mean, Lord Naruto?" "Hinata, the decision has already been made. Hanabi will succeed me as Hyuga clan leader," he says, pausing when he notices the icy expression in Naruto's eyes that makes his spine tingle. He also notices the bruises and welts on Hinata's arms and sighs as he looks at Neji. She looks down in sadness. "I'm not doing this for you. Or the clan, I'm doing this for me. I want to be strong for the people I care about, not to appease you and the elders. I don't want to lead a clan like ours. I want to start a family of my own." Full of love and support, Hinata said, glaring at him as she stood up, using him as support. "Something I've never gotten here," was her final statement before she gave in to the pain and blacked out. The elder Hyuga surprises Naruto by saying, "I know what you must think of me, Naruto. But I chose Hanabi because I am aware Hinata's heart already belongs elsewhere. Look out for her." He continues as Naruto lifts her onto his back and carries her to the hospital. Naruto says, "You don't need to ask," as he leaves the compound, missing Hiyoshi's sincere grin. "Naruto, I know you will give her the love she deserves, and hopefully it will counter all the loneliness I have forced on her," he believes while gazing at Neji. An hour later, Hiyoshi is sitting next to Neji when he wakes up. "Neji, it's time we talked about your father and how he really died," he says, removing a sealed scroll. Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura was slumped next to Sasuke, who was reading a strategy guide on a bench. She smiled and said, "I had an incredible experience today," as he turned the page of his book. What took place? Since she was volunteering at the hospital once more, he assumed it had something to do with it. He asks casually. "I assisted in the twins' birth," she says, and he looks at her. "I was only a stand-in when Izumi gave birth and only really stood at the side and observed," she explains. Tsunade brought her in to show her how medical ninjutsu was used during the birthing process, so she never understood the emotion until she held Akane the next day. The mother-to-be was struggling with the second baby, and her husband was an emotion-filled wreck and no help at all. Everything looked tense. She pauses, looking up. Sasuke had put his book down and listened carefully to his girlfriend's account of how the little boy started crying in her arms. "I could tell by looking at him that the baby was healthy and strong," she says with a smile as Sasuke puts his arm around her shoulder. He says, "You did well," and she puts her head on his chest. "So, what were their names?" she asks. He asks inquisitively. "The girl was Hiro, and the boy was Sora." She beams. "I could tell Hiro was going to be this quiet bookworm while Sora would be the cool mysterious type with a bunch of fangirls, like you used to have," she says. "Once had." "Do you mean that I no longer do? Wow, this relationship keeps getting better." His small joke made him laugh and get a jab. Or a punch from a regular man. "Want to go celebrate your first delivery with some food?" Her eyes sparkle as he asks. "You mean something like a when?" "Yeah, a date." After a short time, the Hyuga compound. Hinata didn't say anything when she woke up to find Naruto riding her, but the faint squeeze of her hands revealed it. "I was wondering when you'd wake up," he says softly. She puts her face against his back and says, "I made a fool of myself. How will I look my father in the eyes?" she asks, and Naruto considers what to say to help her, but ultimately chooses to be straightforward. "You spoke from your heart," he replies simply. "I figured you were the type to silently obey your parent regardless of your own feelings on the matter." He continues looking up. "Neji was angry at your father. His actions were deplorable, but I can't imagine how he feels. He felt like a slave to a clan that let his father die in place of someone more important, and now he had no way to get closure because as a branch clan member, he is expected to simply fall in line." He breathes deeply. "Hopefully you and he can bounce back from this. You are family after all." She responds with a nod. "You look confused," she says, "but now you give off this calming aura, and you're smiling most of the time. You used to walk around like a brat who walked around with a chip on his shoulder," she says, and he smiles slightly. "Yeah, a long time ago while me and my dad were training I got hurt. Badly. Leading up to the injury I thought my dad was showing me how to become strong like him. Then after the accident I felt like he was teaching me weak stuff to keep me from getting stronger than him. I was a kid and I got hurt. Then I got better, but as a kid I couldn't understand my parents' feelings and just thought they were doing it to annoy me or hold me back. He giggles as he recalls those days. Shows how strong my parents are, putting up with a little shit like me and not a single gray hair in sight. He chuckles. Perhaps they color their hair. When she smiles, he is totally unprepared and starts laughing hysterically, shocking the nearby villagers. As they made their way to the hospital, Naruto only said, "Awesome, you know Hinata." He muttered, blushing slightly as he felt her tilt her head slightly. "I also want to start a family. Full of love and support," he muttered, but she blushed and buried her head in his back. It would be nice, at the Hokage office the next morning. Minato looks at the Hyuga leader and remarks, "This is a strange request, Hiyashi. Why do you want to do this?" he inquires. "Hinata won't improve anymore," Hiyashi states. "I want what's best for her and I believe this is it," he continues. "Shizune I'm in a meeting with," he says, pausing when he notices Suna's crest on the scroll she was holding, before Minato can react, shocking them both. They have taken the K's cage. Sakura and Kiba were called in for this mission, and Naruto stood in the office. "The Akatsuki. Who are they?" Kiba inquires, and Sakura, who had heard Sasuke mention the name but was not given any information, also wanted to know. Minato says, "Naruto has been tracking them for the better part of a year, he can fill you in on the way." Kiba nods, "Naruto, you'll be leading this small 3-man squad as you will need to move fast," and Naruto nods, "There is another team in the region passing between the nations and I have already sent word to them to rendezvous at Suna." Naruto nods once more, rescuing the K's cage as top priority. Only take out the Akatsuki members if the opportunity presents itself. The three nod, head out as fast as possible, and he says, obviously not wanting to waste time with semantics. Away from the village, without having time to say goodbye to anyone, Naruto, Sakura, and Kiba met at the large green gate and set out on their 3-day journey to Suna. Although there had been discussion about creating a direct link to facilitate travel to and from the villages, nothing had been done as of yet. Sakura starts, "So Naruto, moving quickly from tree to tree. What do you know about the Akatsuki?" Naruto looks ahead as she asks. "They are a terrorist organization comprised of S-rank missing nin from hidden villages across the lands." Naruto starts. "They used to perform jobs for villages that the villages wanted to keep under radar. Suna has been accused of using them during the invasion 4 years ago." He stops to remember the deceased. "Why would they be held accountable? I mean, it was all Orochimaru," Kiba says. Minato ensured that all shinobi were aware of the truth in order to honor the third Hokage and other shinobi who perished in the attack. The blonde explains that he had heard that trading routes to Suna from the other element lands had closed after the attack, severely harming the village's economy. At that time Orochimaru was a member of the organization, Naruto says, surprising them. The other Kage believed that Suna was responsible for the whole thing and merely used Orochimaru because of his ties with Konoha. So, why bring the K's cage along? Sakura poses the query Naruto had been anticipating. He was unsure of how to respond because it was obvious they were unaware of Jinchuriku. "Are you aware of the creatures with tails?" They nod in response to Naruto's question, but it's obvious that they didn't know much. "Well, the tailed beasts are monstrous amount of chakra. Some believe they are linked to the creation of chakra itself." Naruto continues, explaining that there are 9 in all, and that their power level is indicated by the number of tails the monster has, which ranges from 1 to 9. It's said that the first Hokage had several of the tailed beasts in his possession at the time and used them as a means of peace between the villages. He pauses again to give the other two who need a break. These tailed beasts are sealed within human hosts known as Jinchuriki. The villages hope this will turn the beasts into a military asset. Of course the tailed beasts have no interest and likely don't trust human after years of denying them their freedom, he concludes. So the tailed beasts are also being considered as a military weapon by the Akatsuki? Sakura asks inquisitively. When his team appears, Kakashi explains, that is the question of the hour. They both pause, recognizing the new voice, Kakashi, sensei. Sakura and Naruto both express shock as they say, Yondaime sent us a message saying we'd meet up with you on the way to Suna, but we figured it would be best to wait for you. Naruto, this is Rock Lee and Tenten, he says, and Naruto shakes their hands. What a thrilling moment. To bring the Hokage's son to Kazukage's aid, I'll make you proud, Guy. Sensei. With tears of happiness, Lee exclaims. Tenten sighs and says, don't mind him, Lord Naruto. Lee is just a bit eccentric. She had to admit that Naruto was very attractive and even rivaled Sasuke and Neji. The blonde smiles and says, just Naruto Tenten. He jokes, friends don't need to add the Lord, only people I want to annoy, and she nods. So if you guys are rested up, we can head towards Suna. We'll need to move fast if we want to beat the sandstorm, he explains, and the group nods in agreement before they quickly leave. Konoha. Do you want me to accompany you to Suna? As Fugaku hands him a report, Sasuke asks, Yura, a Suna advisor. He reads the report. Sasuke nods as Fugaku explains, this man is the reason the Akatsuki were able to enter Suna undetected. He was a sleeper this whole time. However, now he has disappeared and you need to find him and his accomplices, he says, starting the mission brief. However, the elders of Suna want this done in secret so not to spread throughout the village. Sasuke knew that the 5th Kazekage had been appointed after Gaara had been the target of multiple attempts on his life by the 4th Kazekage, and that not everyone was pleased with his appointment. With whom may I bring? When Fugaku doesn't respond, Sasuke says, solo mission. I understand, and the head of the Uchiha clan nods. Then I'll pack and head to Suna immediately. I will need to speak privately with the Hokage regarding the security of our own villages in the interim. Well, I'll contact you when I get there, in an unidentified place. Flying low on a clay bird next to his teammate, Deidara remarks, it's taken 4 years to get all our pieces in place. Inside the bird was the unconscious Kazekage, whom the blonde had fought and vanquished. With this our movements will become restricted. Was attacking a cage the wisest start? When we captured the 5 tails, the statue almost rejected the chakra. According to the leader anyway. Sasori adds. Regardless of their statures, we must collect Jinchuriki from the number of their tailed beasts. And then replies, it would be easier to simply catch them all and seal them together. My art will defeat all the Jinchuriki we face, Deidara says calmly. Relax, Sasori, my man. On the way to Suna, a cafe, Tamari sips her tea and remarks, this cafe is really nice and relaxing. Shikamaru, who is irritated, sighs and teases. Hey, I didn't tell you to come back to Suna with me. Sipping his own drink, Shikamaru asks, why did I have to pay for your tea? Temari's work on the Chunin exams had been exhausting, and he needed to obtain the final listings for entrance from her brother before she left for home. Because you're a gentleman, she says with a joyful smile. Since when? He asks, sighing. Since now, is her charming response. Troublesome woman. He sighs once more. The cafe was the last vestige of life between the 2 villages shortly after they started their last journey to Suna. Even though the 2 Kage were discussing ideas for a road, there have been rumors of a train serving as a means of transportation between the 2 villages. Tamari slyly remarks, you act bored, but I know you like being alone with me, and Shikamaru furrows his brow. He asks inquisitively, what gives you that impression? She wasn't entirely incorrect, but he wasn't going to tell her that. He looks away blushingly, and she smirks, well, the Hokage only asked you to escort me to the gate, but you decided to go and get the sheets of our competing genin a full month before you need to. He skillfully lied, saying, I thought I might as well get them now. Lord Kazekage probably has them finished. This way I get to enjoy the way back more without you. She gives him a glare and is a little tempted to headbutt him, but Naruto and the others soon encircle them. What are you guys doing here? The Nara asks, his face growing serious as he sees Naruto's expression. It's Gaara. He's been kidnapped. Temari's world froze when she heard those words. After 2 days when they got to Suna, they discovered that Kankuro had been severely poisoned while trying to save Gaara, and that Suna elder Lady Chiyo had failed to heal him. Fortunately, Sakura swiftly saved Kankuro's life by making good use of the years she had studied under the renowned Sanin Tsunade. To their astonishment, Sasuke had already arrived in the village to look into the invasion. 2 days prior, he had flown over them using his eagle summon. Speaking to Naruto and Kakashi alone, the Uchiha explains, so basically, Gaara fought with a blonde-haired shinobi from Iwa. If I had to guess, it would be Deidara from the description the villagers gave me, he says, while the others were either off exploring the village for hints or recuperating from the journey. Kakashi remarks, scratching his chin, I've heard about him. He uses some kind of detonating clay in his jutsu. Kankuro said the one he faced was Sasori, a puppet user from this village. He sighs at the unruly enemies in front of them. Naruto notices an irritated flicker in Sasuke's eyes and asks, have the elders said anything? What? The words, they don't want Gaara to be found. It seems they see this as a blessing in disguise. From Uchiha startled the room, and the doctors had to quickly restrain Kankuro while Shikamaru held Temari's hand. Gaara has worked hard over the past 4 years to gain the respect and support of the shinobi and villagers, but the elders still hate him. After all he did for this village, they'd still discard him without a shred of care? Snarls Kankuro. The room grins when Naruto says, it doesn't matter what they want. The mission is to save the Kazekage. And I don't plan on failing. In any case, we won't be able to act until the sandstorm passes, so we should rest and we will hunt down the Akatsuki tomorrow. While Kakashi, Tenten, and Lee went off to their separate rooms, Naruto stood outside and watched Sakura and Sasuke sneak into the same room. Kiba said that he was trying to find a cute girl to date, or something. While Temari and Shikamaru were in the room conversing, Kankuro had fallen asleep. Everyone is growing up. Sasuke and Sakura are pretty serious. I had no idea Shikamaru and Temari were a couple. Kiba is a player, or well, at least he seems to think so. He laughs as he considers Hinata at home. Maybe I'm a little more mature as well. When he hears his name called, he stops thinking and looks down to see a young woman with brown hair who says, my name is Matsuri. Gaara's girlfriend. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Even Gaara got a girlfriend before me. He thought to himself as he maintained a straight face, but he nodded to let the girl continue. Gaara isn't perfect, but he's the best thing to happen to this village in a very long time, she says, surprising Naruto. With respect to Gaara's father, the fourth Kazekage. By the end of his time as a Kage, all the shinobi were tense, but Gaara changed everything. He's inspired the next generation of shinobi and made our village feel true peace. She lists all that Gaara has accomplished as a Kage, saying, if we lose him then everything will be the same as before. Please. I will. Sakura and Sasuke inhales her fresh scent as he says, I missed not sleeping next to you. She had just taken a shower to wash away the perspiration from the surgery and the dirt from the trip. She puts her palm on his chest and laughs softly, it's only been a few days, Sasuke. She sighs at his cliched remark that it felt like a year, but she still blushes. Their parents didn't mind that they shared a bed because they hadn't gone so far as to promise to wait until they were married to do so. He strokes her head as she asks, is it bad that I'm happy right now, despite the situation? I mean, Gaara may not be among our closest friends, but he is a good person who could be dead for all we know, she says, and he kisses her forehead. If we allow ourselves to succumb to the grief of phantom possibilities, then we'd never enjoy moments like this, he says while staring at her, even if they have Gaara. I doubt the extraction of a tailed beast is a simple matter. If it was, then they wouldn't have needed to take him elsewhere to do it. He expands. The likelihood of them being caught within the sandstorm also diminishes the odds of them being at their target location, he continues. I know, but still, this village can't catch a break. The next morning Sakura, Kiba, and Naruto left first. Although Kakashi and his group decided to help Sasuke find the missing Suna counselor, Kakashi used his ninja hound summons to assist in finding Sasori. Sakura, looking angry, scoffs, the elders tried to delay us, and preventing Suna shinobi from searching for their missing Kage with border patrol out of fear of an invasion. So weak. Naruto remarks, perhaps this is a sign that elders from villages are a relic of the past, and Kiba quickens his pace to keep up with the blonde. The dog Nin asks, what do you mean? He starts, back during the Chunin exams when Suna and the Sound attacked. Danzo tried to bait me into killing Gaara, then to weaken Suna's military power. At first I expected to find a heartless monster. So I had no problem killing him, he says, shaking his head. But what I saw was a kid my own age who had this thing sealed inside him and was brought up with the sole purpose of being an asset in a potential war. He pauses, then asks, and I was close to killing him. Then he asked what was wrong with wanting to be loved. What kind of a life does someone have to go through to utter those words when you believe you were about to die? He sees a figure ahead. It was the old woman he saw first argue with Sakura over treating Kankuro before attacking Kakashi, thinking he was his father. Took your time getting here, she teases a little. The extent to which the village would go to postpone them astounded Naruto, who responds, thanks to the elders of your village. Gaara has been working hard to change the village and old fossils want him dead because of it. She says bitterly, the village needs to stand on its own. This alliance has made Suna look weak in the eyes of the other villages. She's been told they need help finding the cage after losing her son and daughter. La to Konoha. Surprising her, Naruto says, the villages had stood on their own for long enough, and it's caused 3 great wars. Now is the time for the villages to stand together. Children don't need war heroes, they need parents to raise them. He continues, reflecting on how Kakashi's father's death affected his teacher, not realizing that his words had a profound effect on Chio as well. She surprises the 3 by saying, I will help you find young Gaara. Sasori learned everything he knows about puppets from me, and she says, I am the only one who can defeat him. Are you able to stay up? When Kiba asks, the elderly woman laughs and continues to run. I ought to ask all 3 of you that. As the 3 Konoha shinobi pursue her, she says. Kakashi along with the others. Kakashi looks at Sasuke, who has his arms crossed, and asks, what are you thinking about? As they stand in front of the remains of Yura, who was used as a sacrifice in a shape-shifting technique to make Kisame. That's what loyalty to the Akatsuki will get you, Kakashi remarks. As he was about to return and file his report, the Uchiha remarks, I don't like the idea of Sakura running into a guy like this Kisame. I'll be joining you on this mission. I need to learn more about this Akatsuki faction, he adds, and Kakashi smiles beneath his mask. You can't publicly acknowledge that you're a protective boyfriend, can you, Sasuke? Sasuke blushes slightly as Kakashi says this. Just lead the way, Naruto and the rest of the group. I know this. There are 4 locations with the same mark that need to be removed at the same time, Chio says, referring to the sealed cave near the front of the boulder where Sasori's trail led them. Naruto responds, unless you know the formula. He approaches the seal and creates the required hand seals, saying, release, Sakura. Your turn. He leaps down as Sakura puts on her gloves before charging at the boulder. He presses his palm onto the paper, which causes it to turn blank. He needed to thank his mother for having the formula for this seal. Naruto was taken aback when she destroyed the rock with a single blow because he thought she would take multiple blows. The blonde remarks, it seems we just made it, as 7 holograms disappear, leaving Deidara and Sasori alone. Best not piss her off, he thinks as they leap into the cave, and Gaara's body hits the ground with a thud. As he makes a clay bird that snatches up Gaara, Deidara curses, an additional half hour and we would have been done. Divide and conquer Sasori, he says as he takes off. As his gaze focuses on Chio, Sasori complains, damn fool. You're still alive, I see, he says icily. She turns to face Naruto and Kiba and says, well, I wanted to see my grandson's face one last time. You 2 get the other one. If the tailed beast hasn't been fully extracted yet, the Gaara is still alive, he says, and the 2 nod. Sakura. I'll need your help with him, she says, and the pink-haired. Count on it, Kiba. I need you to find Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto says as they chase outside, and Kiba looks at him and asks, what for? The blonde then gestures toward the clay bird, saying, he applied an earth-based hand seal to. He removes his armband and says, use this to find your way back to me. Kiba nods, takes the cloth, and rushes off toward Kakashi and Sasuke, who are nearby. Create that. Which means he has an earth chakra affinity. Kakashi and Sasuke have lightning jutsu like me so we can box him in, he adds. You believe you can take me by myself? He saw my weaving in such a dark cave. Not good, Deidara calls down to him, Naruto throws a lightning enhanced kunai at the Akatsuki member, who flies up to avoid them, saying, I guess we'll see. The pursuit was underway. Konoha, Hinata was shocked, to put it mildly, as she was walking down the street with a suitcase in her hand, still in shock over the current situation. She never thought anything like this would ever happen, and she wasn't prepared when her father broke the news to her. What does this mean for me and Naruto? She stops at the door in front of her, closes her eyes, and takes a deep breath before knocking. "You're early," is said as the door opens as someone approaches it, and there's a loud thump inside. "Welcome to your new home."
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.